Chapter 1239. Lin Ling exited seclusion. You can call me a child, but today's battle will be watched by everyone. I hope Senior Ninely Holy Mother will not interrupt. Of course, before the battle begins, you can take your grandson away. But once it begins, outsiders are not allowed to participate. Lady Shui Wu shouted coldly, not afraid of the ancient masters. Good. Ninely Holy Mother pondered for a moment and nodded coldly. At present, Lu Susu and Lady Shui Wu had both stepped forward, and their backers were not to be underestimated, so she had to give them face. Of course, she had full confidence in her grandson's strength, so she agreed not to interfere, no matter the result of this battle. However, what made her curious was who the junior who dared to challenge her grandson was. He was so bold that he attracted so many masters to protect him. This was extremely rare even in Xianping province. The entire Sea Lookout corner suddenly became tense. Countless masters were quietly waiting for the earth-shattering battle. On a mountain peak in the distance, a middle-aged man in luxurious brocade robes stood quietly. He had 4 eyes on his face, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. He was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. Lin Ling really can't be underestimated. But what surprises me is that he has just reached the transcendent realm, and now he dares to challenge the 10 great heroes. Where does his confidence come from? However, he will definitely die at the hands of Li Fengge. At the same time, on the other side, the second life ghost king sat in his palanquin, watching the scene in the distance. The old ancestor is wise. This Lin Ling really can't be provoked. A voice sounded in the palanquin, causing the second life ghost king's pale face to cough a few times. His eyes were still flashing. With my experience of 2 lives, I have a feeling that this is only a part of Lin Ling's mysteries. There are more things about him that this old ancestor hasn't seen through yet. This little guy is like a free and unfettered prince, as if he came from another world. Then who will win this battle? The voice came again from the palanquin. On the surface, Lin Ling is bound to lose, but for some reason, I think it's 50-50. The second life ghost king said lightly. At this moment, not only him, but everyone was guessing who would win and who would lose. Li Fengge was from the Jiuli tribe, a descendant of Qi Yu's bloodline. Qi Yu was a legendary figure, and no one had ever seen him. They only knew that he was the king of the sorcerer tribe, a powerful emperor, who had surpassed the antiquity times and traced back to the ancient times. With such an ancestor, Li Fengge could not be weak. Moreover, many people knew that Li Fengge had the devil god in his body. As for Lin Ling, it was said that he came from an insignificant 8-star saint domain. But once he rose up, his name shook the world. In a short period of time, he dared to challenge the 10 great heroes. However, many people were sure that Lin Ling was not weak. Otherwise, Mistress Aqua Mist wouldn't have appeared on his behalf. It was just that it was hard to guess just how strong he was. And the next shocking battle would prove everything. If he lost, Lin Ling, a peerless genius, would disappear from the world. If he won, another expert would be born in Xianping province. More and more people gathered. At the same time, the sun gradually rose in the sky. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Even the distant sea seemed to have sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Towering waves continued to erupt. Pa! At this moment, in an inn in the sea-gazing corner, a slender figure slowly walked down the stairs. The moment the footsteps sounded, the hearts of the people outside the inn trembled fiercely. They looked at the entrance of the inn in unison, and saw a blue-robed man quietly walk out. His handsome face was gradually bathed in the morning sun. The young man walked out slowly with a smile. I've kept everyone waiting. A soft sentence as calm as before made the people outside the inn laugh. They looked at each other and nodded. Lin Ling, you finally come out. They were the old man Dong Fu, Yang Gan, the old man of the South Pole and the others. Everyone has been waiting for your shocking battle. There are many people who have come. The old man Dong Fu said with a serious expression. I know. Lin Ling's gaze looked at the morning sun in the sky. His smile deepened. The morning sun represented vitality, represented the future. Then under the morning sun, he would welcome the shocking battle. This battle was Lin Ling's grandest battle since he arrived at Black Pung region. and it represented the battle that allowed him to rise completely. This battle also represented a battle to protect. A man had to protect the peaceful place in his heart. Through this battle, he would tell everyone that he, Lin Ling, could not be violated by anyone. This battle he had to win. Let's go. Saying lightly, Lin Ling took a step forward and walked out first. This little guy, looking at the free and easy back view, the old man of the South Pole, and the other strong cultivators shook their heads helplessly. The Lin Ling of the past was like a junior to them. But today, the Lin Ling of today made them look up to him. To be able to gather all the strong cultivators of Xiamping province, this was something they could not do. Moreover, with so many strong cultivators coming out, and the battle being the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Ling was so calm. They could not do this either. Lin Ling so strong, like a venerable emperor. Yang Gan also looked at Lin Ling's back that was illuminated by the sunlight, his heart surging. He never imagined that Lin Ling, who also came from the tiny 6 sacred domains, would be able to accomplish such a sensational feat today. This was an earth-shaking battle. This sort of earth-shaking battle wasn't something that could be said to be earth-shaking. It required the approval of others. At the very least, when Yang Gan fought with other cultivators, no one would come to watch, much less think that it was some sort of earth-shaking battle. Lin Ling, you must win. Behind you stand Yu and the others, as well as the millions of people in the 6 saint domains. They are all watching you. Suddenly, a sense of heroism rose in Yang Gan's heart. He could not shock the world, but he could support this battle. Pa! The sound of footsteps could be heard. As if following a venerable emperor, he caught up to Lin Ling. At this moment, the sea lookout corner was silent. Countless gazes were quietly waiting for time to pass. At the same time, their hearts were inexplicably boiling. Lin Ling, coward, did you run away? At this moment, a proud and cold voice came out mightily. Li Funga was sitting on a chair, holding a wine pot in one hand and grapes in the other. He was indescribably comfortable and domineering, as if he was not worried about the upcoming battle at all. This attitude made countless people's eyes flicker. They were speechless. It could only be said that Li Funga had an advantage over ordinary people since he was young, causing him to be arrogant and overbearing. Of course, he seemed to have the right to be arrogant. Are you in such a hurry to die? Chapter 1240. Opening the curtain, your mouth is still as smelly as ever. Li Funga stared at the handsome figure walking out from the street, and smashed the wine jug in his hand onto the ground. That nameless young man always made him want to kill him. You're still as ugly as ever. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally appeared in front of everyone. He's the trash that wants to fight with my grandson? He's only at the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm. He's just courting death. Ninely Holy Mother also saw the person who caused a sensation in Xiamping province, and shook her head in disdain. One must know that every year, a monstrous genius would be born in Xiamping province, and this year, it was Lin Ling. However, seeing him in person was not as good as hearing about him. Lin Ling is here. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was excited at this moment. Lord Water Mist helplessly shook her head. She also didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was famous in the Outstanding Elites examination not long ago, would dare to challenge one of the top 10 Outstanding Elites today. It seemed that there was nothing this little guy couldn't do. Lin Ling, you're too late, and made everyone wait for too long. Don't you think you should do something? At this moment a cold voice rang out. It was Jin Luotong, who lost to Lin Ling in the past. He strode out and glared at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone. Hehe, isn't the loser from the Langyatan halls? Why are you acting like a dog today? Facing Jin Luotong's provocation, Lin Ling smiled faintly and led Yang Gan and the others out from the ocean lookout corner. Bastard, I'm just unhappy on behalf of the other experts. You're just a junior. What right do you have to make everyone wait for so long? Stop right now and apologize. Jin Luotong's face instantly turned ugly. He took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone, and let everyone know that he lost to Lin Ling in the past, because he was careless. Raging Bull Charge. Rumble. The void exploded and Jin Luotong's figure disappeared. Everyone saw a huge ancient bull charging towards Lin Ling. That collision caused a large number of buildings in the ocean lookout corner to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. This guy is messing around. Many people shouted. Today was an earth-shattering battle, so why should Jin Luotong? However, they didn't. They wanted to see whether Lin Ling was qualified to fight with Li Fengge. If Jin Luotong, then Lin Ling. It would be better if Lin Ling. This Lin Ling looks very calm. I wonder if he's faking it. She could see that although Jin Luotong didn't unleash the heavenly desolate heavenly bull, he had borrowed a portion of the heavenly desolate heavenly bull's power. So, how would Lin Ling deal with it? Loser, do you think you have the right to be arrogant today? Lin Ling didn't need to face the huge ancient bull. In the past, he had to use the ancient flame demon, but now he didn't need to. To put it bluntly, Jin Luotong was like an ant in his heart. Lin Ling, if you want to fight young Master Li, you'll have to go through me first. Rumble. The street exploded and stones sputtered everywhere. 4 ordinary transcendent realm masters. Jin Luotong's collision was too terrifying. Many of them couldn't withstand it. But Lin Ling dared to fight with Li Fengge. At the very least, he had to block this collision, perhaps even using his full strength. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and pointed his 5 fingers forward, trying to block the collision with a very calm posture. He's crazy. He didn't use any martial arts. The crowd was stunned and gasped. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. A large number of bricks at the city gate of Sea Lookout shattered. Then, under countless shocked gazes, everyone saw Jin Luotong's body appear. He was still in the same posture as before, but his momentum had been stopped. And what had stopped him was only a palm. At this moment, the sounds of the martial artists who had come because of his reputation sucking in cold breaths rose, and fell one after another. You're not qualified to fight me. Get lost. Lin Ling's eyes were indifferent as he said softly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out lightly. It was as if he was punching Jin Luotong's head. At this moment, Jin Luotong was shocked. Although he did not use the demon god heavenly desolate divine bull, he still borrowed a portion of its power. If Lin Ling wanted to take on his attack, he would also need to borrow a portion of the ancient flame devil's power. However, reality showed him that Lin Ling did not need to borrow any power. Defeating him was like defeating a dog. Compared to the last time, Lin Ling's strength had improved again. Pop. Pop. At the same time, Jin Luotong sensed Lin Ling's punch coming. He roared, "In your dreams!" Boom. However, when his head collided with Lin Ling's fist, he immediately felt as if he had hit an indestructible mountain. A terrifying force hit him, causing his body to fly out uncontrollably. He smashed out of the city and landed on a mountain in the distance. Jin Luotong was defeated in 2 moves. The crowd was still shocked. The gap was too big. In other words, Lin Ling was qualified to challenge Li Fengge. Bastard, I haven't lost yet. At this moment, the rocks in the distance exploded, and Jin Luotong's angry voice rang out at the same time. Earlier, he had been slightly injured, but the humiliation in his heart was greater than the injury. He had actually been sent flying by a single punch from Lin Ling. One had to know that he was a genius of the Langia 10 halls. Trash, do you want to die before you know you've lost? Lin Ling shouted coldly. His target today was Li Fengge, so he did not care about Jin Luotong. However, if Jin Luotong wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. Lin Ling, leave this guy to me. At this moment, Yang Gan's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to be startled. Yang Gan wanted to help him? I'm also from the 6 sacred regions. I'm your comrade. I'm no match for Li Fengge, but I can still face some small fries. Most importantly, it's a battle of kings. Jin Luotong is not qualified to stop you. Yang Gan smiled. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Comrade? That was a good feeling. All right, I'll leave this guy to you. After saying this, Lin Ling looked at Li Fengge. He revealed a devilish smile. Leave that annoying bastard to me. I want him to know that the so-called Jili tribe is far inferior to the 6 sacred regions. After saying this, Lin Ling walked towards Li Fengge step by step. His heroic voice sounded at the same time. Li Funga, come out and die. This sentence is for you. At the same time, Li Funga licked his lips and jumped up. Today, I'll kill you and become famous in Xiamping province. I'll become a great hero. Swoosh. He took a step and shot towards the sea in the distance. On the turbulent sea, he waved at Lin Ling. In terms of eloquence, I'm not as good as you. In terms of strength, you're not as good as me. Is that so? You talk a lot of nonsense now, and your eloquence is not inferior to mine. However, I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Rumble. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. He shot towards the sea like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, it was like a shark piercing through the sea. Waves soared into the sky. In just an instant, the two king of heroes stood on the sea. Countless people at the sea lookout point felt their blood boil. This shocking battle was finally about to begin. Chapter 1241. Bloody Battle. Bang. 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 The battle at the center of the sea had yet to begin. But the battle at the edge of the sea was already in full swing. It was a battle between Yang Gan and Jin Luotong. What was surprising was that the unknown youth also possessed a demon god, and he was on par with Jin Luotong. This battle record was shocking. Of course, what shocked them the most was that this youth had the potential to become a great hero, but he was willing to be Lin Ling's subordinate. This Lin Ling was so bold. You also possess the 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault? At this moment, Jin Luotong was extremely surprised. His opponent had a golden gourd that shot out rays of light that seemed to be able to kill gods and demons. You can't even defeat me. What qualifications do you have to challenge Lin Ling? Yang Gan held the 7 treasures golden reed in his hand, his expression extremely cold. The only thing he could do was to let Lin Ling fight with all his strength, and leave the rest to him. With such talent, you are actually willing to follow Lin Ling. Why don't you come to my Langya 10th temple? The Golden Armor King will definitely think highly of you. Jin Luotong said with a frown. Golden Armor King? Is he very powerful? However, I believe in Lin Ling more. He is the man standing above me, and he will become an emperor in the future. The Golden Armor King is not qualified to recruit me. Now let's fight. Yang Gan refused without hesitation. He raised the 7 treasures golden reed with both hands, and the mouth of the gourd shone brightly. Crazy. Jin Luotong's expression was extremely ugly. Geniuses with demon gods were all arrogant and difficult to convince. However, Yang Gan was willing to follow Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Moreover, I will let you see with your own eyes how Lin Ling is defeated. Let me tell you, Li Funga cannot win. Cut the crap. I will defeat you after Lin Ling wins. The two entangled again, and the shocking battle made people's blood boil. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling in the distance. It had to be said that Lin Ling had a good brother, who was willing to retreat to the front line, and let all the light shroud Lin Ling. Of course, with such a friendship, Lin Ling would not let him down. At this moment, the two figures faced off against each other above the turbulent sea, causing waves to soar to the sky, and Li Funga to laugh. Soon Li Funga smiled and said, I thought you were just an ant. Who knew that your influence would be so great? My battle with you actually caused a commotion in the great Xianpeng region. You've died a worthy death. Moreover, as a reward, I'll send your ashes back to your hometown after you die. Everything you have will belong to me. Pop. Pop. Along with his voice, a vigorous spiritual source burst out. It was like 4 heavenly rivers, causing the entire sea to rush out like snakes of water. The scene was extremely spectacular. Transcendent stage 4, and not an ordinary one. Li Funga is indeed not simple. The people in the distance were shocked. With his trump cards, it won't be hard for him to kill a Transcendent Stage 6 expert. Someone said indifferently. This person was the expert who was attacked by Lin Ling during the auction. He was from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars. The Hong residence was also a descendant of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 ancient countries. Therefore, he was very familiar with the Jili tribe. A Transcendent Stage 6 expert? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Although the 2 Transcendent Realm experts seemed to be on par with each other, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Li Fengge had indeed concealed his strength well. In this battle, no one knew how many trump cards Lin Ling could force Li Fengge to use. He's making his move. At this moment the sea exploded. Among the countless waves, a figure shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. At the same time an arrogant voice sounded. Lin Ling, don't be killed by my fist. Otherwise it'll be too disappointing. Li Fengge had made his move. Countless eyes looked towards Lin Ling. They saw Lin Ling also burst out with spiritual energy. It was 3 streams of spiritual energy. Compared to Li Fengge, he was obviously weaker. Since his momentum was weaker from the start, Lin Ling could only walk towards his death step by step. He's still a transcendent stage 2 expert. What can he do with such a cultivation? Evil god Northern Darkness laughed sinisterly. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling die. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't underestimate Li Fengge. Although the latter was brainless, due to his family background, he could be considered a genius. Therefore, Lin Ling quietly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the sword in his hand. He's crazy. He's going to meet force with force. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, the crowd frowned. Any martial artist with rich combat experience knew that when facing a martial artist with a higher cultivation level than them, one shouldn't meet force with force. This was using one's own weakness against the other's strength. Li Fengge, if you die, I'll send your ashes to your grandmother. Uprooting the heavens. A cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword was like a rainbow as he slashed out with the power of the first layer of the fiend god overlord body. Boom! Under countless gazes, the 2 dazzling figures quickly drew closer and collided in the sea. One side was a dazzling pitch-black fist, while the other side was a majestic greatsword. At the moment of collision, an earth-shattering sound also erupted. However, although Li Fengge's spiritual energy was strong, he didn't gain any advantage when he clashed with Lin Ling's sword. The fist and the sword were evenly matched. Seeing this, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only at the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm. Even if he had 3 spiritual sources, it was impossible for him to block Li Fengge's fist. One must know that Li Fengge's fist contained the power of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, increasing his attack power by 30%. With one punch, even a 5th layer of the transcendent realm expert would be defeated. Lu Yu from before was a clear example. Lin Ling also has a mysterious power. Many ancient experts' eyes turned solemn. This Lin Ling wasn't simple. In their first confrontation they were evenly matched. This was beyond their imagination. You didn't disappoint me. You actually blocked my fist. However, you're dying too quickly. It's hard for me to show my strength. Li Fengge maintained his fist and shouted. Although he was surprised, he was more excited. Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he thought. This was going to be fun. Geely fist 5 metals resisting mountain. Withdrawing his right fist, Li Fengge took a step back and his fists collided. A strange thing happened. Golden light shone from his fists and rings of ripples bloomed. Then he punched out with both fists. This punch will heavily injure you. Bang! 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 His fist punched out and golden rings of light, boundless and majestic, crashed into the sea, creating a huge whirlpool. Your gloves aren't bad, but if you want to defeat me with that, you'd better use more trump cards. Lin Ling said indifferently. He tightened his grip on the tyrannical song and jumped up, slashing down as if he was holding a giant axe. Earth uprooting. Chapter 1242. Unstoppable Kacha. Under countless horrified gazes, the golden halos were actually split into 2. And even the sea was split into 2. A huge gully appeared, but there was no water in it. So powerful. Seeing this terrifying scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was even more powerful than they had imagined. 9 Li's fist 5 flames cauldron. Li Fengge's eyes turned cold. His fists turned into shadows and fiercely blasted out. A large number of fists blasted towards Lin Ling like meteors. These fists were like the fists of an ancient emperor. They're actually all extreme martial arts. Such a shocking attack will exhaust Li Fengge's spiritual energy. Many people were astonished by the magnificent fire fist. They now knew where Li Fengge's strength lay. One must know that ordinary people's extreme martial arts couldn't be like Li Funga, blasting out densely. This also meant that Li Funga's extreme martial arts had already reached the stage where he could casually use them. Heavenly Sword. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Above the sea, a sword fiercely slashed towards the sky. The sword light was like a pillar. Hung long. Wherever the sword passed, all the fists were cut apart. A meteor shower erupted in the sky. It was gorgeous and resplendent. 5 Earth Town. 5 trees towering sky. Li Funga's face turned ugly. A large number of extreme martial arts also burst out. His fists were simply omnipotent, allowing him to control a total of 5 extreme martial arts. This was one of his trump cards. It's time for your arrogance to end. I said that I would seriously injure you, and I'll keep my word. A cold snort was accompanied by a rain of attacks that enveloped Lin Ling. One extreme martial art could be blocked, but what about 5? From a distance, the scene was magnificent. There were ancient cities, towering ancient trees, golden rippling fists and flaming fists. It formed a scene of chaotic doomsday. 5 extreme martial arts? The people in the distance were shocked. Most of the transcendents among them had mastered one extreme martial art, but Li Funga actually had 5, and all of them were at the grand accomplishment stage. Li Funga was simply an undefeatable existence among heroes. Lin Ling is in danger. No, he has the ancient flame devil. He's going to use it. Countless eyes then looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to reveal his new trump card. Obviously, everyone also knew that Lin Ling was able to become one of the supporting characters in this shocking battle. He indeed had some ability. Lin Ling, don't be careless. When it's time to use the 72 demon gods, you must use it. Old Man Dong Fu and the others also looked at Lin Ling with a trace of nervousness in their hearts. Just watch. Lin Ling will be defeated in front of you. You will regret your choice. Jin Luotong was still fighting with Yang Gan. He couldn't help but shout, causing Yang Gan to look at the sea with a trace of worry in his eyes. He knew that if Lin Ling used the ancient flame devil, he might be able to block that huge blow, but Lin Ling's momentum would be weakened. After all, everyone knew that Li Funga also had a demon god. The battle between the two of them was to see who would use their trump card first. Under countless gazes, Li Funga's terrifying attack was already in front of Lin Ling. The 5 extreme martial arts enveloped Lin Ling, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. This brat is crazy. He doesn't even need to use his demon god. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was too stubborn. However, at this moment a cold shout suddenly sounded. Unstoppable. The power of a tornado erupted in that terrifying martial arts world. The crowd saw that the handsome blue-robed youth was holding a sword with both hands. His arms were like dragons and tigers, and the sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Boom! Boom! The huge sword was like a rainbow. There was no need to use any martial arts. Strength represented everything. 2 million small worlds erupted, and the extreme martial arts that covered the sky were all cut apart. One had to know that Lin Ling had awakened 2 million small worlds, and his entire body's strength was 200 million. And when he used Unstoppable, his strength could reach a terrifying 400 million, which was the strength of 4 universes. Such strength was rarely seen in Xianping province. Boom! 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 Resplendent light exploded around Lin Ling. As if the sea was stirred, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sea with Lin Ling as the center. One person wielding a sword. Unstoppable. How is this possible? Li Funga's expression changed. How could this be? Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of Transcendent Realm. How could he block his 5 extreme martial arts? Clang! Lin Ling swung his sword again, and the huge golden halo fist in front of him was cut in half. Even the momentum of heaven and earth could not stop his sword. He stepped on the clouds and slowly walked toward Li Funga. Sorry, I am not injured yet. You! Li Funga recovered from his shock, and anger surged in his heart. Previously, when he used his trump card, he didn't intend to kill Lin Ling. Instead, he wanted to injure Lin Ling and humiliate him. However, he failed. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, You must have unleashed some kind of potential and stimulated the strength in your body. This kind of strength shouldn't last long. Subsequently, Li Fengge sneered. His fist assumed an ancient posture and punched out once again. The golden halo enveloped Lin Ling and contained an unstoppable power of heaven and earth. Are you trying to comfort yourself? Lin Ling shook his head and continued forward. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down as the golden halo approached. Kacha! With the power of heaven and earth, Li Fengge's extreme martial art was split into two again. The halo split apart and passed through Lin Ling, smashing into the sea and evaporating the seawater. In terms of sharpness, this slash made Li Fengge understand what it meant to be unstoppable. It's time for you to use your trump card. Otherwise, you will die. Stepping on the void exploded. Lin Ling shot forward and waved his sword, encompassing the four seas. You don't have the qualifications. Li Fengge's face was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling was stronger than he had imagined. After a cold shout, he also shot forward and punched out continuously. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the sea, the terrifying battle erupted once again. In just a short period of time, the battle went from the sky to the depths of the sea. That kind of collision was shocking. As for the sea-gazing corner area, it was completely silent. Some of the transcendents felt their hearts trembling violently. Even they couldn't help but feel hatred in their hearts after witnessing such a crazy battle. Who would have thought that Li Fengge's strength would be so terrifying? Such a person was already qualified to take the Great Hero test. Yet he still carried the hero token with him. Of course, the shock that Li Fengge brought to them wasn't that great. The biggest shock was still Lin Ling. This person had risen overnight and was actually able to fight with Li Fengge until now. Who could compete with such spirit? That man and sword left a heavy shadow in everyone's heart. One is a genius from the ancient era, and the other is a genius from a tiny sacred domain. Both of them are monstrous. I wonder who will lose this battle. Chapter 1243. Qiyu the Demon Lord in the crowd. The beautiful eyes of a woman, who looked like a goddess, flickered incessantly. She was Luo Xueman, and at that moment, she could not be any more shocked. She had been defeated by Lin Ling in the past, and Lin Ling had called her a toad. But now, she was willing to accept it. Lin Ling had fought against 10 great heroes, and even fought them to a draw. That was something she could never do. Lin Ling, you're a genius. Unfortunately, you've met Li Fengge. At that moment, an ancient voice came from the sea-gazing corner. Many people looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a robe embroidered with 8 trigrams. His eyebrows were high, his sideburns were sharp like swords, and his eyes were sharp like lightning. Apparently, another top expert from Xianping province had come to spectate the battle. Tian Xiangzi, you're here too. Lord Pu glanced at the man calmly. He recognized the man as an expert from the Kuan Palace. I heard that a peerless genius is going to be born, so I came to take a look. I wonder if this peerless genius is qualified to become one of the 10 unfettered palaces or Langya palaces, said the middle-aged man with a smile, his eyes fixed on the battle in the distance. Tian Xiangzi? Many people glared at the elegant middle-aged man. Many of them had heard of this name before. He was an expert from the Kuan Palace. He was an expert in the heavenly stems and astral divination, and was extremely accurate. For example, he was the one who predicted the Golden Armor King's identity a long time ago. At that time, he only met the Golden Armor King once, and was certain that he was a peerless genius. As expected, in less than 10 years, the Golden Armor King had become one of the 10 palace lords of Langya palaces. What do you think of this battle? Asked Lord Pu with a smile. Li Fengge has hidden his strength well. He has too many trump cards. He's one of the shattered souls from the ancient times, so he'll definitely win this battle, said Tian Xiangzi with a faint smile. A tortoise shell and dragon bone appeared in his hand, emitting a mysterious glow, as if he had seen something. A shattered soul? Many people frowned. What was that? It's just a soul fragment of a great expert from the ancient times. Even so, it's not something we can offend. Tian Xiangzi seemed to know everyone's doubts. He repeated himself. He still believed that Li Fengge would win and Lin Ling would die. Currently Lin Ling is suppressing Li Fengge. Your star divination Tao may not be accurate. Lu Susu said faintly. Haha, Hall Master Lu, you're underestimating this heaven. This heaven has divined my entire life. And I've never spoken nonsense. As long as there's 90% confidence, this heaven will affirm it. But if there's only 50% confidence, this heaven won't speak with certainty. Tian Wenzi said faintly. The Tao of divination was rarely certain, but this time he was certain. Clearly, his tortoiseshell and dragon bone allowed him to see Li Fengge's secret. If you want me to fail in my divination, firstly, the other party's strength and soul power must surpass mine. And the heavenly secrets must not be leaked, causing me to be unable to see through them. Secondly, as long as it's someone from this world, there's no one I can't divine, said Tian Xiangzi. Lu Susu remained silent. She believed Tian Xiangzi's words. Besides, Tian Xiangzi had no reason to lie. Then I wonder which great figure's soul fragment has entered Li Fengge's body, said Shui Wu frowning. If Lin Ling's strength is not bad, he can make Li Fengge use his trump card. If Lin Ling is only SOSO, then none of you will know. As for what it is, this heaven can't reveal it, said Tian Xiangzi, shaking his head. Many people sighed in their hearts. If that was the case, Lin Ling would lose this battle no matter what. The only difference was whether he could make Li Fengge use his secret or not. Did you hear that? The man above you is going to lose. At this moment, the battle between Jin Luotong and Yang Gan had already ended. Jin Luotong was rejoicing in Yang Gan's misfortune, his words causing Yang Gan's eyes to narrow. Honestly speaking, he also believed in Tian Xiangzi's words. After all, Tian Xiangzi was too strong. He wouldn't make a mistake in his calculations. Impossible. How can a man who can stand above me be defeated so easily? Said Yang Gan, shaking his head. He remembered the first time he met Lin Ling. That stubborn young man had left a deep impression on him at that time. This is the will of the heavens, said Jin Luotong with a sneer. He took a big step forward and fought Yang Gan again. Lin Ling will definitely win. If he dies, I will accompany him to the 9 serenities hell to fight, said Yang Gan, suppressing the anger in his heart. He also took a big step forward. Was this the will of the heavens? He believed that Lin Ling would control his own life. At this moment, the battle in the sea was still crazy. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Li Fengge was losing ground, and his momentum was weakening. His face was extremely ferocious. In this battle, he wanted to make a name for himself in the Xianpeng territory. However, this was just a warm-up, and he was being suppressed. What terrified him the most was that Lin Ling did not seem to be tired at all, and his spiritual source was not consumed much. On the contrary, Li Fengge's spiritual source was greatly depleted. What mysterious power was supporting Lin Ling? Enough! This was just a warm-up. It's time for you to end your arrogance. Finally, a beam of light burst into the sky. The seawater was sucked in by the beam of light and rushed into the sky. Within the beam of light, Li Fengge's eyes were cold. He opened his hands and an ancient emperor's aura spread out. The warm-up is over. Li Fengge's cold voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble violently. Was Li Fengge finally going to use his trump card? At the same time, Lin Ling stopped and looked at Li Fengge with a frown. He noticed that Li Fengge's aura had changed. It was more ancient, majestic, and domineering. It was as if Li Fengge had become another person. Do you know what my innate holy physique is? The towering pillar of light gradually dimmed, and a burly figure walked out from it. At this moment, Li Fengge's transformation was even greater. His skin had turned pitch black, and a pair of red horns slowly grew from the top of his head. The horns did not look like the horns of a bull, but more like the horns of some kind of demon sovereign. They were wriggling and frightening. My innate sacred body is the ancient gathering body. This innate sacred body is very rare, but it is also very useless. Therefore, in the previous battle, I needed to borrow the power of the sun annihilating gloves. However, this innate sacred body is not completely useless. Its only advantage is to enter dreams. A cold voice drifted out from Li Fengge's mouth, shocking the waves, and causing them to move one after another. Enter dreams. Many people's eyes flickered. What kind of sacred body was this? The Holy Mother of Jili smiled faintly. The fat on her body trembled, She knew what enter dreams was. The so-called enter dreams is to enter the dreams of experts and summon them back. With this sacred body, I traveled through countless realms to find a dream that was suitable for me. Finally, one day I found him. I knew that the greatest power of my sacred body was to allow me to bear his existence. His broken soul also entered my body. So now come out, Chi the demon. Chapter 1244. Defeated in one move at the same time. Endless black chi spread out from Li Fengge's body. At this moment, his cultivation seemed to be at Transcendent Realm 4th layer, but it gave people the feeling that he was invincible in the Transcendent Realm. This is the third time in my life that I've used Demon Venerable Chiyu. In the previous 2 times, countless masters died at my hands. I seem to have killed 2 great heroes as well. As for heroes, I can't remember how many I've killed. A hoarse voice was heard. Under countless horrified gazes, Li Fengge had transformed into a demon lord. There were 2 red horns on his head, a pair of wings on his back, and his pitch-black skin was as hard as steel. His feet suddenly enlarged, and 1 foot actually had 9 toes. This was the body of Chiyu the demon lord. The world seemed to have quieted down at this moment. Only Li Fengge was supreme. Is this the character from the ancient era? In the area of the sea-gazing corner, everyone stared at the demon-like existence. Their faces turned pale. What a heaven-defying saint physique. It could actually carry an ancient powerhouse into its body. As for Chiyu, an ancient figure from the myths, everyone's impression was that he was invincible. Who could fight a demon venerable? Moreover, he came from a place beyond the 4 great ancient countries. Just thinking about it was terrifying. This is fate, Tian Xiangzi said faintly when everyone was still in shock. He seemed to have expected it. Lin Ling made Li Fengge use his trump card in the end. His mission is complete now that the demon venerable has descended. Pitiful guy. He can't see clearly. He thought he could challenge the 10 great heroes. In the end, he's just a stepping stone for others. Then many people sneered. Lin Ling's achievements had come to an end. I'll kill you in 1 move. Try my peak extreme martial art. Li Fengge said faintly when everyone had their own thoughts. He stretched out 1 hand and clenched his 9 fingers into a fist. One of his fingers flicked gently. Wang! Endless demon chi burst out. It seemed that after Demon Venerable Chiyu appeared, Li Fengge could use extreme martial arts at will. It was extremely terrifying. The black light wave enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's pupils to violently change. There was only one thought in his mind. So powerful. Is this the pinnacle of extreme pattern martial arts? That kind of valiant feeling was like the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the laws of devil. It must be known that extreme pattern martial arts were the grand momentum of heaven and earth, also known as extreme momentum. However, above extreme pattern martial arts, there was a kind of heaven-level martial arts, which comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. For example, life, death, and the blooming and withering of flowers were the laws of heaven and earth. No one could escape from them, but martial artists could. If they could cultivate the laws of heaven and earth, then they would be able to create something out of nothing. This kind of power was undoubtedly more terrifying than the extreme martial arts of heaven and earth. But now, Li Fengge's light move contained the rules of martialism. It was so terrifying. The Zhuli tribe was indeed an ancient tribe. Your Majesty, previously you wanted to test the strength of your body. Now you have tested it. Relying on your body, you are invincible in the transcendent 4th layer. Any extreme pattern martial arts in the large success stage can be severed. However, Li Fengge borrowed the strength of an ancient expert and can no longer be considered as a transcendent 4th layer expert. Your experiment should be over. At the same time, Purple Elder's anxious voice sounded. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to test his limits. Therefore, he used the Fiend God Overlord body in the battle. This also had its benefits. It allowed Lin Ling to be more familiar with the power of the Fiend God Overlord body. However, the experiment was just an experiment. Facing Chiyu, it was time for Lin Ling to erupt with his trump card. Purple Elder. I still want to test the strength of extreme pattern martial arts. However, at this time, Lin Ling faintly smiled and said. This made Purple Elder even more anxious. His Majesty was simply a martial madman. Don't worry, I have my own score. The conversation between the two was extremely short. No one in the outside world noticed it. They only saw the demonic aura enveloping Lin Ling. That move caused the heavens and earth to change color. Seeing this, many people in the distance shook their heads. Everything was over. Unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ling angrily shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, a terrifying power erupted. However, the crowd still sighed and shook their heads. They believed that Lin Ling was struggling before his death. Clang! The large sword tore through the air and ruthlessly slashed towards the black light wave. However, at the moment of contact, a deafening sound resounded. The ferocious demonic aura was obviously not something that Lin Ling could resist. That unstoppable sword seemed to have slashed an indestructible mountain. Lin Ling spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. Then, he was struck by the terrifying demonic aura and smashed into the ground. Boom! 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 The entire ground shook. The distant sea erupted into sky-high waves. Lin Ling was defeated in one move. Countless gazes were fixed on the scene in the distance. The crowd subconsciously swallowed their saliva. It was too terrifying. Li Fengge was indeed a peerless genius. He had probably reached a level where he had few opponents in the transcendent realm. After all, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. But now, he was defeated in one move. This also showed how powerful Li Fengge's trump card was. How pitiful. This is the result of overestimating oneself. Evil God Northern Darkness and the others sneered. Lin Ling was finally dead. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Su Xing also laughed. He stepped into the void and prepared to leave. Ancestor Blood River, is Lin Ling dead? The second Life Ghost King was also watching the battle. He was terrified by Li Fengge's demon Venerable Qiyu. At the same time, his prided son's voice sounded. However, he did not speak at this moment. For some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was not dead yet. Is that all? The Sea Lookout corner was silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lady Shui Wu Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other masters all frowned. From what they knew about Lin Ling, this young man was extremely tenacious. It was impossible for him to be killed in one move. But the truth told them that Lin Ling's rise seemed to have failed. This is fate. Tian Xiangzi shook his head faintly when they found it hard to accept the outcome. He felt that Lin Ling's death was normal. As for Yang Gan, he had stopped fighting at this moment. He stood at the edge of the Sea Lookout corner and stared at the vast scene in the distance. His eyes flickered constantly. A sentence rose in his heart. His comrade, his partner, the insignificant young man from the 6 sacred regions, was he dead? Lin Ling, if you die, what will happen to everyone? Yang Gan roared towards the sea in the distance. Lin Ling, their flag, their belief, how could he die here? You everyone, your grandfather, what will happen to them? With another roar, Yang Gan's eyes became moist. He knew that Lin Ling had worked very hard, harder than anyone else. He had supported everything with his thin and weak shoulders. However, could it be that Lin Ling couldn't withstand this great calamity? No matter how big the storm was, Lin Ling was able to withstand it. Could Lin Ling not use his tenacity and perseverance to withstand this door test? Lin Ling, you will not lose. Yang Gan roared again. He believed in Lin Ling's belief. He would not fall here and would not give up. Chapter 1245. Heavens will idiot. Idiot. Looking at Yang Gan, who was on the verge of madness, the crowd gloated and laughed. They did not know how hard Lin Ling had worked since he was young. They only knew that Lin Ling was dead. And then there was a mad dog who refused to accept the cruel truth and barked. However, what could this change? After a cold laugh, the crowd looked at the sea in the distance. Only Qiyu was floating there. It was as if Li Fengge was the ruler of the continent. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the seawater in the distance flowed backwards even more crazily. A figure slowly floated up from the ground under countless gazes, and an indifferent voice drifted into everyone's ears in an instant. Sorry, Yang Gan. I made you worry. I only wanted to test how strong my recovery and defense are. The warm-up for this battle is over. Boom! The voice was like thunder, layer upon layer, shaking everyone's hearts. Lin Ling returned to the battlefield once again. How is this possible? Countless people seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Lin Ling. Boom! Yang Gan stared at the youth, who seemed to have returned from hell. His eyes were moist but his mouth revealed an excited smile. His comrade had stood up again. At the same time, Empyrean Void Star's footsteps stopped. His eyes narrowed and he slowly turned around. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him, causing him to be shocked. Of course, it wasn't just him. Evil God Northern Darkness, Lord Water Mist, and the others all had their eyes wide open. Impossible. How can he still be alive? Tian Xiangzi muttered to himself. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. The sea lookout corner was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were filled with rumbling sounds. Lin Ling didn't die. They even heard Lin Ling say that everything before was just a warm-up. A second stage transcendent realm cultivator, facing a peak supreme pattern martial art was just a warm-up? This was too crazy. Good. Seeing him rise again, my heart is boiling. This battle isn't over. Boom! After a moment, many martial artists began to shout out. They had traveled thousands of miles to witness this earth-shaking battle in vain. Lin Ling was truly worthy of being called the craziest monstrous genius of the present age. His faith and will far surpassed everyone's imaginations. At this moment, in the center of the sea, two figures were floating in the sky. They were like two peerless kings facing each other. Their gazes were like the very beginning of the battle. They looked at each other indifferently, and an oppressive aura spread out. This shocking battle was not over yet. You're not dead, Li Fengge said in a low voice as he stared at Lin Ling. According to his estimation, Lin Ling shouldn't have been able to withstand his peak supreme pattern martial art. However, reality told him that Lin Ling was indeed still alive. I'm just warming up. How could I possibly die? Lin Ling lightly shook his head. His calm words drifted out, causing Li Fengge's eyes to widen. Facing his demon sovereign Qiyu, Lin Ling was actually warming up. To him this was a deep contempt. He said in a low voice, "You didn't die before, but now you will still die. You've said this many times. You're not tired of saying it, and I'm tired of hearing it. However, I have to say that your trump card is indeed powerful. Previously I was seriously injured. However, my recovery ability is beyond my imagination. I recovered in a short period of time." Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Through the experiment, he also knew how strong his fiend god overlord body was. It could be said that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Li Fengge. However, if Li Fengge wanted to kill him, it would be very difficult. Of course, Lin Ling thought that he couldn't defeat Li Fengge, was only in his current state. However, Lin Ling's trump card was definitely not limited to this. So what? If I use my true strength, your recovery ability will be useless. Li Fengge's eyes revealed a contemptuous smile. He was like a demon sovereign looking down on the world. It didn't matter whether Lin Ling was dead or not. What was important was that he would kill Lin Ling again. Lin Ling, do you believe in fate? Looking at the sky, Li Fengge opened his arms as if to embrace the heavens. Waves of terrifying demonic chi spewed out from his body. The shattered soul reminded him of the deeds of ancient times. At that time, he led his people to war in the north and south, and dominated the ancient Xianping province. Lin Ling, if Tianming wants you dead, you will die. No one can stop Tianming. Also, I saw Tian Xiangzi before. He also said that I have the ancient emperor life of Qiyu the demon lord. And you are just an ant. You can't beat me at all. You can't be the stepping stone for the awakening of Qiyu the demon lord. You can stubbornly not believe in Tian Xiangzi, but this is the truth. His star divination Tao is able to predict the past and present. Who in Xianping province doesn't know this? Li Fengge's mighty voice drifted out from his mouth. The crowd had mixed expressions. Although Lin Ling was not dead, it did not mean that he could win. He still had to face the terrifying demon lord Qiyu. This also meant that the wheel of heaven and earth had not changed. Everything was fated. Then the crowd looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling frown. This expression moved many. They sensed that Lin Ling seemed to have lost the will to fight, and seemed to believe Tian Xiangzi's words. In a battle between experts, one's mentality was extremely important. If one felt that one could not win no matter how hard one tried, then no matter how hard one tried, it would end in failure. Lin Ling had been affected by Tianming. This is not a lie. I, Tian Xiangzi, never lie, let alone do things that shake the hearts of others. At this time, Tian Xiangzi's voice drifted out. He was not helping Li Fengge. He was just speaking the truth. He was speaking for Tianming. If I had not met Li Fengge, Lin Ling would indeed be the most distant hero. What a pity. Sigh. Many people shook their heads. There was always a higher mountain. Lin Ling was the most dazzling star today, but in the end, he could not compare to Li Fengge, who was favored by Tianming. Lin Ling, you have lost the will to fight. However, I do not want to see you in this state. I want to see your fighting spirit boiling, so don't be affected by Tianming. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Li Fengge said indifferently. He did not want to affect Lin Ling, because he had the strength to win, so he did not need to rely on Tianming's words to attack Lin Ling. I believe Tian Xiangzi's words, and I also believe in Tianming. Sigh. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made many people's hearts tremble fiercely. Lin Ling really believed it. In other words, he believed that Li Fengge would never be defeated. Sigh, you are even more trash than I thought. In a martial artist's life, you should not believe in Tianming. You should fight with all your strength. Even if you die, you should still shine. Li Fengge frowned and shouted angrily, as if a demon lord had descended to the world. Chapter 1246. Once you rise, you will fight the world. Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and placed his hands on his wrists. He said indifferently, when it comes to martial arts, you are just a waste who relies on external objects to become strong. You don't even know what martial arts are, and haven't fought many life and death battles in your life. Therefore, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Then, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. Smoke billowed in the sky and the sun could not be seen. It was as if night had fallen. This reminded him of the poor girl, the second dream. The second dream also believed in fate. She was destined to be a chess piece. Her life was just a dream. When she woke up from the dream, everything was just an illusion. Therefore, the second dream was dead. However, Lin Ling did not believe in fate. The second dream's death made him realize that the so-called heavens were just that. Fate wanted to end the second dream, but he wanted to go against heaven. Although I believe in Tian Xiangzi's words and believe that there are laws in heaven and earth, and that the wheel of fate will not be moved by anyone, it does not mean that I will submit. My fate is mine, not heaven's. If heaven wants to take me away, I will go against it. Lin Ling took a deep breath and spoke in a resolute voice. His voice was like thunder, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling believed in fate, believed in the heavens. But so what if he believed? He still wanted to defy the heavens. Was this Lin Ling's belief, his heart of martial arts? Hong. Over at Sea Lookout Corner, the crowd's breathing quickened. The expressions of Mistress Shui Wu and the other masters changed drastically. Lin Ling was so proud, his heart was higher than the sky. You, Li Fengge roared. He thought that Lin Ling had given up on himself. But who knew that this was not the case? Lin Ling believed in fate, but he also had the ambition to break the rules of heaven and earth. Haha, very ambitious, but unfortunately with your current strength? Li Fengge was so angry that he laughed. Lin Ling's words were very bold, but it was just a joke. If words could go against heaven, there would be countless top emperors in this world. Many people also nodded slightly. They were all influenced by Lin Ling's boldness, but the truth was the truth. Words could not change everything. Really? Lin Ling's hands were still clenched around his wrists. The cold light in the depths of his eyes became even colder. In the next moment, under countless gazes, the illusionary spirit lock was finally unlocked. Once the lock was unlocked, Lin Ling would not be able to bring it back for a year. At the same time, once the lock was unlocked, Lin Ling's 1 year of hard work finally blossomed. The white bracelet slowly disappeared. At this moment, the world seemed to have calmed down. Countless curious eyes stared at Lin Ling. What was Lin Ling doing? However, this curiosity didn't last long. A powerful aura erupted like a storm. Lin Ling's spiritual source erupted from his body, shocking the world. For spiritual sources appeared. What? He actually reached the transcendent third stage. The crowd stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. especially Northern Darkness Demon God and the others. They clearly remembered that yesterday, Lin Ling was still a transcendent second stage cultivator, and breaking through to the transcendent realm was very difficult. It was impossible to break through in a single day, so how did Lin Ling do it? Amazing! During the heroic trial, he was only a transcendent second stage cultivator, but now he's already reached the third stage. Good. Senior Shui Wu also became excited, but this excitement didn't last long. From the center of the sea, an even more majestic aura erupted as another spiritual source bloomed. At this moment, everyone forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling, a transcendent fourth stage cultivator, had a total of 5 spiritual sources. This was breaking through 2 realms in a row. Shocking, too shocking. Worthy of a shocking battle. Lin Ling had actually hidden such a trump card. From a heroic elite, he had instantly stepped into the realm of heroes, possessing the qualifications to challenge Li Fengge. Sure enough, everything was as Lin Ling had said. His fate was his own, not the will of the heavens. The surging aura stirred up the wind and clouds. The distant sea was already moving further and further away. In the center of the sea, 2 young men with majestic auras were standing there. Li Fengge's burly body trembled slightly, and anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling had reached Transcendent Stage 4, and possessed 5 strands of spiritual source. In terms of cultivation, he was already far above Yi Zichen's head. How about now? At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from his mouth. Looking up at the sky, he spread out his arms, as if he was feeling the enormous strength in his body. Obviously, after unlocking the Void Spirit lock, he didn't know he had broken through to the Transcendent 4th stage. His soft words were like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face. Previously, Li Fengge had said that Lin Ling was just boasting, but now Lin Ling had told him that he, Lin Ling, had no right. You're only a Transcendent 4th stage cultivator. Even if you have an extra spiritual source, you're still a Transcendent 5th stage cultivator. Such a cultivation level is still like a dog before me. Li Fengge said indifferently. As the Demon Lord Qiyu, do you only know how to boast? Previously, I was only using the strength of my physical body, but you needed to use the Demon Lord Qiyu to suppress me. I don't know where your arrogance comes from. Lin Ling retracted his gaze from the sky and stared at Li Fengge with a trace of mockery in his eyes. What Lin Ling is only using the strength of his physical body. His words undoubtedly shocked many people. Lin Ling's physical strength was too terrifying. In the previous assessment, he had the strength of 1 universe. Now, I'm afraid he has the strength of 2 universes. If he uses his full strength, I'm afraid he can reach the strength of 4 universes. Only then can he resist Li Fengge. Lord Water Mist said indifferently. Lin Ling's cultivation of his physical body was unique. If his physical body was already so strong, what would happen if he had 5 spiritual sources? At this moment, many experts' blood boiled. They were looking forward to the next battle even more. I've already shown off my strength with my mouth. Now let me see how amazing your trump card is. Trash. Li Fengge shouted. Wisps of black demonic aura gushed out in all directions. At this moment, he was even taller. Now that the warm-up was over, it was time for him to get serious. Demonic Cloud Annihilation Wave. He stretched out one hand and pointed 9 fingers at Lin Ling. Suddenly, the demonic law swept toward Lin Ling. This power could corrode any spiritual source or expert. It was terrifying. Looking from afar, it was like a black sun blooming with black light. From now on, you will be suppressed by me. However, facing the peak of a supreme martial art, Lin Ling coldly shouted. It was as if he would rise in a single day and slaughter the world. So arrogant. Countless people were shocked. After using his trump card, Lin Ling's aura was clearly different. Unstoppable. It was still the same huge sword move as before. Lin Ling turned into a rainbow and shot toward Li Fengge. The sword in his hand was filled with majestic power, as it ruthlessly slashed out. This sword could laugh at the world. Not only did it have the strength of 4 universes, it also had the might of a transcendent realm 4th layer. Kacha. The sword passed by, stunning to the extreme. The mighty black demonic aura was actually split into 2, causing everyone to forget how to breathe. That was the peak of a supreme martial art. Although this realm might not have been comprehended by Li Fengge himself, the peak of a supreme martial art was enough to describe its strength. Chapter 1247. The 81 Ancient Leaders. Sure enough, this kid has the power of 4 universes. With the addition of 5 spiritual sources, his power has greatly increased. Lady Shui Wu said excitedly. If Li Fengge was the reincarnation of an ancient warrior, then Lin Ling was the most special warrior in Xianpeng province. He cultivated both his physical body and spiritual source. You broke my martial art. At that moment, Li Fengge's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. It was actually able to cut through his supreme martial art. As he stared at Lin Ling, a trace of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. The combination of Lin Ling's physical body and spiritual source was actually so powerful. You're just borrowing the power of external objects. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. In terms of martial arts, how many times have you walked between life and death in your life? How many enemies have you defeated in your life? Lin Ling's sword slashed down fiercely. It was earth-shattering. Boom! In the distance, the sea was parted, and a terrifying sword mark appeared. Li Fengge's body was split into 2. His eyes were still filled with shock and anger, but the body that had been split into 2 could still move. He clapped his hands fiercely and shouted angrily, "You are not qualified to reprimand me, 9-colored demonic light." 9-colored light shot out majestically. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow, black and white. This ancient power obviously didn't come from Li Fengge, but from the demon lord Qiyu from ancient times. Blazing sea flame. At this moment, Lin Ling was still rushing forward. Blue flame spewed out from his left hand, turning into the undying Fire King fist. It blasted towards the 9-colored demon light at the same time as his sword. So powerful. He's doing 2 things at the same time. Many experts stared at Lin Ling. With a sword in his right hand and flames in his left, Lin Ling's control was too strong. Rumble. The majestic power collided again with a deafening sound. The center of the sea was dazzling. Then in the colorful light, a figure shot towards Li Fengge again. At the same time a cold voice sounded. Earth uprooting. A heavy sword slashed down fiercely like an axe. Crack. Li Fengge's pitch-black body was cut in half again. Heavenly. The sword slashed toward the ground, but that was not the end. The sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely toward the sky. Crack. With the second sword, Li Fengge's body was almost chopped into pieces. Boom. On the other side of the seawater was slashed into nothingness. It was terrifying. Throughout the entire battle, it seemed that the 2 of them had used a large number of martial arts moves. But in reality, the entire process only took a few breaths. The degree of sensation caused many people's faces to turn solemn. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. The moment Li Fengge revealed his trump card, he no longer had the right to be arrogant. Then, everyone looked at Li Fengge. They saw that Li Fengge, who had been cut into nothingness, was slowly wriggling. Like a piece of meat, he merged again and turned into a new demon lord Qiyu. Legend has it that the Qiyu demon venerable of ancient times was still alive, even after being cut into 360 pieces. It was the ancient god emperor, who cut his body in half, and sealed it in the polar region, that extinguished his arrogance. Some ancient cultivators said in shock. Li Fengge was too terrifying. He was simply unkillable. You've injured me. Li Fengge, who had recovered, had a ferocious look on his face. Lin Ling had said that he would suppress him, and indeed, after the battle, he had been suppressing him. This was a great humiliation to him. Based on your words, I know that you have never been injured. How dare you be so proud of your martial arts? On the path of martial arts, there has never been anyone who has not been injured. Only with great setbacks can a martial artist progress further. Li Fengge, you've lost. Lin Ling did not continue to pursue. He floated proudly in the sky. One person, one room, his arrogance soaring to the clouds. Lin Ling indeed had the right to be arrogant. Compared to Li Fengge, who had the inheritance of an ancient cultivator, Lin Ling was a martial artist who had walked through storms and waves. Although Li Fengge's talent was terrifying, he had always had a strong backing to protect him. Such a person was like a flower in a greenhouse. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think that you can win just because you've injured me. Li Fengge's expression became even more ferocious. He stretched out his hands, and the fingernails on his 9 fingers suddenly grew longer. He suddenly pierced them into his own head. Great Lord Qiyu, please bestow upon me strength. Heaven and earth will lose their color for my lord. I will lay down the ancient banner and conquer the world. Rumble. Terrifying black demonic chi ripples appeared around Li Fengge. An illusion of Qiyu demon lord appeared behind him, as if he was looking down on the world. What's that? Everyone in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. Martial artists below Transcendent Realm were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They were frightened by the aura. Even though they were far away from the sea, they were still frightened. This showed how terrifying Qiyu demon lord was. Sacrifice. Tian Xiangzi's pupils constricted. He knew that Li Fengge was sacrificing an ancient soul fragment. Come out, king of the 81 tribes. A cold voice sounded from the middle of the sea. Phantoms began to walk out from behind Li Fengge. Some of these phantoms had the head of a bull and the body of a human, while others had the body of a bird. They exuded an ancient aura. They were the tribal leaders of the ancient era. According to legend, Qiyu was the leader of all the tribal masters in the ancient era. He was also the demon god of war. And now, all the deceased tribal masters were summoned by him. Although Li Fengge's current strength had not reached the peak of the ancient era, these ancient totem leaders were still domineering existences in the transcendent realm. King! An orderly shout drifted out majestically. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. 81 tribal leaders? How terrifying! Any of the ancient elders there are at least at Transcendent Realm level 5, and they are definitely heroic existences. The crowd was shocked. This was too terrifying. If Li Fengge's strength increased by another 10%, the ancient masters he could summon in the future would be even stronger. It was even possible that he could become one of the 7 kings. Right now, what else do you have to say? Standing quietly in the sky, Li Fengge said indifferently. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his own rise. Lin Ling was arrogant, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. I said, from the moment I use my trump card, I will always suppress you. However, facing a large number of ancient masters, Lin Ling's face was still indifferent. I hope that after you die, you can still be so confident. Kill. Li Fengge nodded and waved his hand. It was as if he had returned to the ancient era. Kill. A majestic roar sounded. Countless ancient masters roared and rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can stop one transcendent realm elder, but you can't stop 81. In the distance, evil god Bei Ming sneered. His palms were sweaty, because he had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. His strength was too terrifying, but now he was still going to die. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling retreated 1,000 kilometers, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. His mouth curled into a sneer as a bright blue lotus appeared in his left hand, causing the void around him to ripple like water. Fire at this moment swept out in a mighty manner. Chapter 1248. Suppressing Qiyu, Earth Rank Saint Physique, Sea Heart Flame. Could it be that Lin Ling still has a trump card? Lord Water Mist was inexplicably nervous. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This is you, Li Fengge. You either borrowed the prestige of the 9 Li tribe, borrowed the reincarnation of ancient warriors, or borrowed the hands of others. You, Li Fengge. When can you be a little more capable and defeat me with your own strength? 81 ancient tribe leaders are very powerful, but that's all there is to it. Now I'll wipe them all out for you to see. See fire of 10,000 families. After the voice, Lin Ling gently waved his left hand. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, as though it had fused with the laws of heaven and earth. The people in the distance didn't want to miss anything as they stared at the resplendent lotus. As expected, Lin Ling still had a trump card. Peak of Extreme Mark Martial Arts. An ancient expert sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Li Fengge was also at the pinnacle of the Supreme Mark Martial Arts, it was obvious that he hadn't comprehended it himself. Instead, it had come from Qiyu. However, Lin Ling had comprehended it himself, so its power was probably even more terrifying. This child is truly a peerless genius. Old man Dong Fu and the other experts exclaimed. Lin Ling had only arrived in Xiamping province for a short period of time, yet he could comprehend the peak of extreme martial arts. His comprehension was even more terrifying than the golden armor king of the 10 halls of Langia. He only comprehended it, but as for how powerful it is, it's hard to say for sure. Maybe it's just a joke. Some of the experts were unwilling to admit that Lin Ling had already surpassed them. However, the truth was the truth. How could Lin Ling's 1 year of bitter cultivation be in vain? They didn't want to admit it, but the scene in front of them made them shut their mouths. Boom! At the same time, an earth-shattering scene appeared. In the middle of the sea, tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. Every azure lotus was an extreme martial arts, but when tens of thousands of them gathered, it was a terrifying world of flames. Beautiful. It was extremely beautiful. The sea seemed to have turned into a world of flowers. Rumbling sounds constantly erupted as a lotus soared into the sky. However, the other lotuses weren't to be outdone and also bloomed. So beautiful. Many women's eyes flickered. This martial art was too beautiful. Unfortunately, although they looked beautiful from afar, they were not just beautiful on the other side of the sea. Rumble. Countless flames erupted as the ancient cultivators let out cries of agony. When the lotuses bloomed, their faces contorted as they were burned to ashes. They were all transcendent realm cultivators. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't stop Lin Ling's world of flowers. How could this be? Even Li Funga's body exploded from the explosion of the lotus flower. He was constantly recovering and fusing, but he was furious. Lin Ling had destroyed all his pride in one move. Sure enough, Lin Ling's words were true. After Lin Ling's rise, everything was suppressed. Even the reincarnation of an ancient devil sovereign couldn't stop Lin Ling's rise. Damn it! Li Funga roared. It wasn't until the world of the flower began to wither that he slowly recovered. However, in the middle of the sea, only the blue-robed youth stood quietly and looked at him with contempt. All of this was too surreal. When he saw Lin Ling not long ago, Lin Ling could only rely on the rules of the sea lookout corner to not be afraid of him. In his opinion, if they were to fight, this insignificant ant was nothing. However, he now knew that if they were to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. In the distance, the people of the sea lookout corner were also staring at Lin Ling. At this moment, the blue-robed youth was as pure as the blue sky, and as resplendent as the flowers. So powerful. Will I never have the chance to surpass him in this lifetime? Will I have to be a toad forever? Luo Xueman gritted her teeth. At this moment, her heart was dead. Although she didn't admit it, she knew that the youth who made the flowers bloom was indeed very handsome. This was Lin Ling, who she had always thought of as a toad. At this moment, everything was silent. The whole world seemed to have become Lin Ling's martial stage. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he looked at Li Funga indifferently. You, what right do you have to be arrogant? This sentence was like a silent slap to Li Funga's face, making him dizzy. So what if he was the demon Lord Qiyu? He could still crush him. I still have one last trump card, Li Funga said word by word. At this moment, he really didn't have the right to be arrogant. Lin Ling was arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. However, he didn't believe that he would lose to Lin Ling. He still had one last trump card. He wanted to see Lin Ling fall short. Show it. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm appearance made Li Funga grit his teeth fiercely. Lin Ling was too calm, as if he wasn't worried about his trump card at all. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. The final battle will start eventually. You will use your trump card, and I will also use mine. Who lives and who dies will be left to fate. Lin Ling said again, making the crowd's breathing quicken. They were looking forward to the final battle. The battle of the pinnacle? As you wish. Li Funga took a deep breath and nodded coldly. In fact, before I met you, I met one of the 7 emperors, the heavenly smelting emperor. At that time, he came for me and was also surprised by my talent. After that, he told me that I would definitely become one of the unfettered 10 palaces' existences. So he told me to gain more experience and find him after I reached the Saint Realm. I think that after I kill you, I can go find him. The 7 Emperors. In the distance, many people's eyes narrowed. The 7 emperors were mysterious figures, but they actually went to find Li Funga in person. Li Funga received more attention than they imagined. Of course, after witnessing Li Funga's strength with their own eyes, they also thought that Li Funga was very strong. Unfortunately, the world was fair. There was a peerless genius like Li Funga, but there was also a genius like Lin Ling. 2 peerless geniuses have risen, but a mountain cannot hide 2 tigers. One of them must fall. Will it be Lin Ling, who is favored by King Yu, or Li Funga, who is favored by the heavenly smelting emperor? The battle of the pinnacle will prove everything. Lady Shui Wu shouted in her heart. Every year, there would be a new genius rising, and at the moment of their rise, millions of geniuses would be buried with them, allowing one of them to become a peerless genius. This shocking battle would decide everything. It was finally the moment of the pinnacle. Not far away, Tian Xiangzi's eyes were solemn. He still believed in his divination. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was, if he died in the end, he would be nothing. He said indifferently, Lin Ling can be considered an alien star, but fate is everything. Under fate, Lin Ling will definitely die. Xiao. As soon as his words fell, a sword slashed towards him from the sea, causing his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was attacking him. Get lost. If you're the heavens, I'll kill you. At this moment above the sea, Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Tian Xiangzi. Lin Ling's heart was filled with disdain towards this arrogant middle-aged man, because Tian Xiangzi reminded him of the second dream. You. Who was Tian Xiangzi? He was an important figure in the Kuan Palace. How dare Lin Ling not be afraid of him? If Li Funga loses, you'll kowtow to me 3 times, and you won't perform any more divination. Lin Ling's eyes were still fixed on Tian Xiangzi. His firm gaze made Tian Xiangzi's heart tremble violently. He suddenly had a feeling that he had misjudged Lin Ling Rumble. Chapter 1249. A battle at the pinnacle. In the end, Tian Xiangzi nodded. Lin Ling, you're very arrogant. You even dare to make a move on me. However, you're in the middle of a world-shaking battle, so I won't make a move on you for now. Furthermore, I promise you that if you lose, you will die. If you win, I, Tian Xiangzi, will no longer perform divinations. Boom. Tian Xiangzi was still very confident in himself. You're just putting on an act. I'll show you what kind of trash your so-called destiny is. I'll wait for your kowtow. I'll defy the heavens. Boom. Lin Ling pointed his sword at Tian Xiangzi. The crowd was silent. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. It was as if someone had touched his reverse scale. He wasn't even afraid of an ancient character. One had to know that Tian Xiangzi was as famous as Lu Susu, and was even stronger than Venerable Si Kaming. Look over there, the maple leaves are floating. Boom! At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. At the center of the sea, a domineering and ancient aura pervaded the air, layer upon layer. In that space, maple leaves fluttered, forming a beautiful and divine scene. The maple leaves had a spirit, and an ancient mountain-river diagram appeared. In the mountain-river diagram, 2 armies were fighting, and corpses were piling up like mountains. It's the ancient Xianping province. The crowd was even more shocked. In the map, they could faintly see the archdevil Venerable Qi Yu. This meant that the ancient archdevil Venerable Qi Yu had conquered the world. 8,000 miles of maple and fire. A tyrannical voice sounded at the same time. Under the ancient map, a fiery red tiger appeared. The tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its body was covered in raging flames. On its back, there was a tall man riding on it. It was the archdevil Venerable Qi Yu. Roar! Roar! The angry tiger let out a low roar that shook the heavens. It's the 72 archdevil fiery maple tiger. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. It was said that the fiery maple tiger was the 23rd archdevil. During the demon god unification stage, Li Funga actually relied on the reincarnation of Qi Yu the demon lord to possess the demon emperor's qi, causing him to become one with the furious maple flaming tiger. Furthermore, his furious maple flaming tiger seems to have recovered to its peak. It seems that the 9 Li clan spent endless resources to restore the fiery maple tiger to its peak for Li Funga. The crowd discussed. The 72 demon gods of the heavens came from ancient times, and after they were obtained by modern cultivators, most of them had yet to return to their peak state. If they wanted to restore themselves, they would need a lot of cultivation resources, but once they returned to their peak state, they would be truly invincible in the transcendent realm, unless they encountered another 72 demon god of the heavens. This was also why the 72 demon gods of the heavens were so terrifying. And now, Li Funga's demon god had returned to its peak state, which meant that he was invincible in the transcendent realm. What did that mean? One had to know that Li Funga was only at transcendent realm stage 4. She had achieved great things with the identity of a hero. In the younger generation, apart from the carefree Ten Halls and Langya Ten Halls, who else can defeat him? Many people shook their heads. He was too freakish. There was no way he could win. Thousand Mountain. At the same time, an angry roar came from the ancient emperor. The ancient map scattered and endless maple leaves floated out. The entire sea was filled with maple leaves. Pung pung pung. As the maple leaves floated over, some martial artists curiously touched them with their hands. However, as soon as they touched them, their bodies exploded, and they were burned to death. These maple leaves are formed by fire. The crowd was even more shocked. Seeing the maple leaves filling the sky, they started to panic. What kind of martial arts was this? It was too scary. Save me. Get out of here. Those maple leaves form heavenly rules. Anyone who touches them will die. Impossible. I'm a transcendent venerable Sunday. How can I not block these maple leaves? Transcendent venerable Sunday. Even transcendent venerable sun cultivators were burned to death. Is he going to kill everyone from heaven and earth palaces? Mistress Shui Wu frowned. She did not want to interrupt Li Funga. Large numbers of cultivators died. In the end, they retreated far away. This battle of the pinnacle was indeed earth-shattering. It's the rules of martial arts. The world of maple leaves is already under Li Funga's control. He controls the life and death of any cultivator. And the rules are heavenly martial arts. Tian Wenzi muttered. Li Funga was indeed the son of heaven. To be able to control a heavenly martial art at such a young age, who else but him could do it? Many nodded in agreement. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling. They realized that Li Funga did not kill Lin Ling immediately. It was as though he wanted Lin Ling to witness his proudest moment. As for Lin Ling, he was also very strong. He was at the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. He had the power of 2 universes and 5 spiritual sources. His attainments in essence and chi were very deep. However, Li Funga had used the Demon Lord Chiyu to fuse with the furious maple flaming tiger. He could also use the furious maple flaming tiger's full strength. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not win. Lin Ling has moved. But how can he resist? At this moment, some people saw Lin Ling's movements. His blue and white robes fluttered wildly in the wind as he slowly sheathed his great sword. However, his eyes were still as cold and calm as ever. Many people secretly admired him, because when faced with Li Funga's powerful attack, even transcendent 6th stage experts like them had to be wary and fearful. However, Lin Ling wasn't. Did you see that? This is my power. Lin Ling, how can you defeat me? An ancient voice sounded at the same time. It was Li Funga. At this moment, he was riding the furious maple flaming tiger. He looked like an ancient emperor who was conquering the world. His left hand held the god-slaying halberd, and there were 3 drums behind him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was silent. His expression was still indifferent. Haha, Li Funga laughed. He thought that Lin Ling was regretting and afraid. It's too early for you to be happy. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. Li Funga's laughter stopped. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. You're so useless. Do you still have the right to resist? You have the 72 demon gods. But you seem to have forgotten that I have the demon gods too. Lin Ling shook his head. He raised his finger to his mouth and bit it gently. A stream of blood flowed down his finger. This was what he had comprehended during his cultivation in the Violet Palace realm. Only by sacrificing the ancient flame devil could he and the ancient flame devil reach the final stage of the demon gods. This stage was the transformation. What is he doing? Many people frowned. Lin Ling's actions were too strange. That drop of blood was too dazzling. Come out, ancient flame devil. At the same time, a vast cloud of smoke floated out. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Lin Ling's final trump card had been revealed. It's useless. The ancient flame devil is only ranked 60th among the 72 demon gods. It can't be compared to the furious maple flaming tiger. Some experts who knew Lin Ling said indifferently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable aura filled the air, evaporating the entire sea. It was extremely sharp. Chapter 1250. Transformation stage. What? Human form? Everyone gasped as they stared at the scene. Li Fengge had used the demon god, and was half demon, half human. However, Lin Ling was in human form. The two were completely different. How could this be? Li Fengge frowned. His dark face was solemn. For some reason, the eight-tailed white-haired demonic man gave him a strong sense of pressure. It was as though he was looking at a demon instead of a human. However, he quickly shook his head. No matter what Lin Ling had transformed into, he was no match for his raging maple psychic flaming tiger. That's all. What a disappointment. After shaking his head, Li Fengge smiled disdainfully, like an ancient emperor laughing at the mountains and rivers. Previously, you used the lotus flame grand momentum. Now, I will show you what fire is. Compared to my fire, you are simply an ant. 8,000 miles of maple and fire, complex maple diagram. He waved the God Slayer halberd in his right hand. In the sky and on the ground, countless maple leaves fluttered, causing the void to fluctuate. Those beautiful maple leaves shot towards Lin Ling. It was said that these maple leaves were transformed from the people of the demon lord Qiyu. They supported Qiyu and formed the ancient country. The entire world is controlled by Li Fengge. How can Lin Ling fight? Staring at the vast scene, many people were nervous and excited. Who would be the king in this battle of the demon gods? 3 mountains and a half fall beyond the blue sky. 1 water divides the egret continent. However, under countless gazes, the white-haired, 8-tailed man was as demonic as ever. He did not show any signs of solemnity. Instead, he walked forward slowly as though he was playing a game. His white hair fluttered behind him. His handsome, demonic face made the hearts of countless girls beat violently. It seemed that Lin Ling had become even more demonic and handsome after becoming a demon. He gave off an indescribable sense of mystery, but people could not help but want to get close to him. Strolling in the world, a poem floated in the sky. Accompanied by endless maple leaves, this scene was even more beautiful. This guy is demonic. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing the endless maple leaves, Lin Ling was actually singing leisurely. They had a feeling that if Li Fengge was the ancient emperor, then Lin Ling was the Jianghu swordsman. Boom, boom. At the same time, countless maple leaves enveloped Lin Ling and exploded crazily. A black hole exploded in the void, shattered, and then reformed. The sea turned into shattered mountains, and the name Sea Lookout Cape disappeared forever, because there was no more sea. Everyone stared fixedly at the terrifying explosion in front of them. They subconsciously clenched their fists and became even more nervous. Lin Ling was actually leisurely chanting in the face of such a terrifying attack. Is he dead? No one could clearly see the scene in front of them, and the anticipation in their hearts grew even stronger. The floating clouds can cover the sun, and Chang'an can't see it. How worrying. However, at this moment, the carefree and charming voice drifted out again. The figure with white hair and 8 tails made Lu Susu's heart skip a beat. At this moment, she did not see Lin Ling. Instead, she saw a carefree man with a smile on his face. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. This was Lu Susu's impression of the man. He was too carefree. Amazing, he actually avoided Li Fengge's maple fire world with a leisurely chant. Too amazing. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, their hearts filled with deep admiration. It's speed. The experts saw the flaw. Lin Ling avoided the attacks of the maple fire with his unimaginable speed. Impossible. Lin Ling's ancient flame devil ranking is lower than the angry maple fire tiger. How can he avoid the rules of martial arts? However, more people shook their heads. Could it be? Finally, someone thought of the legendary demon god realm. His words made many people look at him in shock. That person frowned and said, "Legend has it that the demon god is the assistant, and the human is the king of the transformation realm. It allows the strength of the demon god and the martial artist to fuse. Lin Ling's physical body is already strong, and coupled with the physical body of the ancient flame devil, that realm is indescribable. Moreover, he has 5 strands of spiritual source." Everyone came to their senses, and their pupils trembled. Transformation realm, how is this possible? One had to know that the demon god was arrogant and unruly. It was impossible to have it as an assistant. Even Li Fengge, the reincarnation of Qiyu, could not do this. How did Lin Ling do it? This battle is starting to get exciting. Although Lin Ling's ancient flame devil ranking is lower, his integration with the demon god is stronger. This gives Lin Ling a 50% chance of winning. Many people's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was forever unfathomable. This shocking battle was not completely one-sided. "You're courting death." Li Fengge's face was extremely ugly. He was the ruler of the world, and the maple fire earth enveloped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling let out a long sigh, as if he was a heavenly general who could see through the flames of war, and easily avoided his attack. This action had undoubtedly violated his dignity, and he could not let it go. God-slaying halberd. With a roar, Li Fengge rode on the furious maple fire tiger, and waved the halberd in his hand. At this moment, the universe was reversed, and the illusions of the 81 tribe leaders appeared again. Dragons and snakes danced together, and the halberd pierced through the void, and shot toward Lin Ling, at an incredible speed. Rumble! The halberd was faster than lightning, and the crowd could not see it with their naked eyes. There will be a time when the wind and waves will break, and the sail will reach the vast sea. However, the heroic voice drifted out again, accompanied by smoke that filled the world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling disappeared, easily avoiding the terrifying god-slayer long halberd. He appeared in another direction, and walked toward Li Fengge like a free and unfettered emperor. Terrifying. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling seemed to be in an invincible position. The demonic flame is burning in his body, and it is also burning his small world and spiritual source, allowing his explosive power to reach the peak. This may be the advantage of the ancient flame devil. Many experts saw a flaw. The ancient flame devil looked like a 9-tailed fox, and foxes were the fastest. When the demonic flame burned, it was like the blood in the human body was burning. At that moment, the speed and power could reach the peak. It was like a person lifting a stone, but when the body was boiling, it could erupt with extraordinary power. Of course, this power could not last long. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that, although the ancient flame devil was a fire elemental demon god, its demonic flame was obviously not as good as Li Fengge's maple fire. Therefore, Lin Ling did not use the demonic flame to fight. Instead, he used all his strength on speed. The smoke is also very important. It blocks people's vision and senses, forming an illusory and mysterious trace. Even soul power can't detect it. An elder with powerful soul power said lightly, "Lin Ling was simply a freak." 1,000,000 flame birds. At this moment, Li Fengge's eyes were like knives, and the god-slaying halberd appeared in his hand again. He hit the flame drum behind him, and the sound of the drum was earth-shattering, as if blowing the horn to attack. Woo woo woo. Chapter 1251. Who's the king? Who's the king? Yin Mountain snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xian Yuantai. However, in the face of those terrifying flame birds, the heroic voice did not stop. It was like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face. In the distance, smoke filled the air. All the ancient flame birds could not catch Lin Ling's figure. Lin Ling moved left and right. It seemed dangerous, but he dodged those terrifying attacks every time. 1,000,000 flame beasts. Li Fengge glared at the sky, his halberd striking the second drum. Countless ancient flame beasts rushed out of the fire drum, as if to wreak havoc on the world. Qilan's Qiongqi Juin, Bayan, made the world seem to have returned to the ancient era. The distant crowd's heart pounded. Such a terrifying war drum. If a 7th-stage transcendent expert was here, they'd be filled with hatred. Lin Ling, you're just a lowly transcendent realm cultivator. How can you stop me, the demon sovereign Qiyu? The day I reincarnate, the ancient continent will be under my control, 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. After beating the drum, Li Fengge roared at the sky and beat the last drum. The fire drum vibrated and terrifying flame rippled out. The ancient gods and demons had arrived. War god Xingtian, star god Quafu, water god Gonggong, and even demon god Qiyu. When the drum ended, the stars shone and demons danced. That part of the world had completely turned into an ancient battlefield. Li Fengge had brought all the people from the ancient era to this world, and they all pounced on Lin Ling. Heavens, Li Fengge is worthy of being chosen by the human emperor. With such talent and strength, who can compete with him? These are soul fragments, they only exist in legends. He actually brought them all here. That world belongs to Qiyu, the demon lord. The distant crowd held their breaths, watching the ancient battlefield, their hearts pounding. Li Fengge was so terrifying. Then they looked at the proud man, and found his white hair fluttering in the wind. He had a touch of the vicissitudes of life, but also a sense of freedom. His 8 tails swayed in the wind, fearless even in the face of an army of thousands. Yin Mountain snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xian Yuantai. The proud and aloof voice drifted out again. Lin Ling's body passed through the demonic smoke. None of the 1,000,000 flame beasts could touch Lin Ling. My worries and the bright moon will follow you until the end of the world. His voice was illusory and ethereal. Lin Ling was like an outsider, allowing countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly deities to walk past him and see all the lives in the world. 1,000,000 celestial soldiers, none of them could attack Lin Ling. What? Everyone stared at this scene, feeling that it was too mysterious, too incredible, and too thrilling. How could Lin Ling be so fierce? Facing Li Fengge, who was almost invincible in the transcendent realm, he was actually safe and sound. When did Xianping province have such a godly figure? Li Fengge's eyes narrowed. The ancient emperor Qi he was exuding turned solemn. He unleashed all of his techniques, enough to kill a transcendent 7th-level cultivator. However, all of this was useless against Lin Ling, who relied on the strange fox footwork to evade everything. Moreover, he saw Lin Ling walking towards him step by step. Although the speed was very slow, for some reason he felt a strong pressure. The slower the pace, the more terrifying it was. All of this was too surreal. He thought that Lin Ling's arrogance would end when the angry maple flame tiger and demon venerable Jiuyu appeared. But who knew that Lin Ling would merge with the ancient flame devil and reach the transformation stage, erupting with even more terrifying strength. What's the use of a cultivator who only knows how to run? Li Fengge shouted. He was still surrounded by the maple leaf great law, which made him temporarily helpless against Lin Ling. But Lin Ling would never be able to touch him. It's time to end this. However, at this moment, the evil voice became indifferent. The white-haired youth with 8 tails seemed to want to end everything. End? How? Although Lin Ling is undefeated, he's only using the ancient flame devil's speed as an advantage. It's impossible for him to defeat Li Fengge. He can't hurt Li Fengge. If he gets close, he'll give up his advantage and put himself in a disadvantageous position. Many experts said indifferently. They knew that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil couldn't hurt Li Fengge. Haha, you think you can? Li Fengge knew his advantage better than anyone else. He laughed loudly. I admit that I can't touch you in the short term, but after 3,000 moves, you'll definitely die. You can't burn the devil flame for long. And if you want to kill me, it's impossible. I'll only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. I only need 1 move to kill you. Lin Ling's evil body became illusory, and his words made countless people's faces stiffen. He would only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. This meant that Lin Ling didn't need 3,000 moves to kill Li Fengge in 1 move. What a fool's dream. Countless people thought so. How could it be possible? Li Fengge also thought that it was impossible. Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was in an 8-tailed state, but even if it had 9 tails, it wouldn't be able to kill him. This was because based on the demon god ranking, he was above the ancient flame devil. What was the ancient flame devil? It was just a trash little beast. Just one move, then come. Li Fengge raised his eyes, and his voice was like thunder. I'm here. However, just as he raised his eyes, a white-haired figure appeared above his head. That evil smile was revealed, and Li Fengge would never forget it. It was undeniable that his demon god ranking was higher than Lin Ling's, but in terms of speed, Lin Ling's ancient flame devil exceeded his imagination. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling appeared. Then come. It was still that arrogant voice. Li Fengge quietly held the god-slaying halberd in his right hand. Lin Ling had appeared, and perhaps he could take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. He only needed one move to succeed. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The crowd in the distance saw Lin Ling appear above Li Fengge's head. The two kings looked at each other from a distance. Suddenly, they felt that this shocking battle had finally ushered in the peak of the battle. One move, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. You've been fooled, Chiyu god-slaying halberd. Finally Li Fengge let out a roar. The halberd pierced the sky, and strange phenomena appeared. That's not necessarily true. At the same time, Lin Ling finally made his move. Smoke filled the air, and it was mighty. It was like the palm of a demon king. The palm carried the power to shatter heaven and earth as it heavily slammed down. Soul-sealing seal. This palm was earth-shattering. Boom. The moment Chiyu god-slaying halberd appeared, it pierced through the sun, moon and stars. Everyone saw that the halberd had penetrated Lin Ling's chest, stirring up all of Lin Ling's vitality. In less than a breath's time Lin Ling would die. But at this moment the giant palm slammed down. Buzz. Terrifying invisible ripples burst out. It was soul power. The most terrifying thing was that with the invisible soul power, the power of this palm was enough to move mountains and rivers. A large number of martial artists in the distance lost their footing and fell to the ground. They felt as if their souls had been attacked, and they spat out blood. Puff! Even Tian Xiangzi's face turned pale. His soul trembled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A frightened voice came from his mouth. Rank 40 soul power. Chapter 1252. At the same time, Li Fengge was still rejoicing at having killed Lin Ling. But in the next instant, his soul power exploded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His soul went blank, and he realized that Chiyo's soul fragment had been shattered by Lin Ling. This soul fragment was one of Chiyo's reincarnated souls, but now it had disappeared. Without Chiyu, his strength had decreased by a full 70%. No! He roared and raised his head to look at Lin Ling instantly. He saw Lin Ling's evil smile as he pulled the god-slaying halberd out of his chest. Then his corporeal body was covered in smoke as he slowly recovered. The god-slaying halberd was also in Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, Li Fengge was afraid. His strongest trump card had disappeared, and he had returned to normal. Lin Ling had defeated him. Indeed, he had taken only one out of the 3,000. One move was enough. His defense was strong, but his soul power was not as good as Lin Ling's. And after returning to normal, his martial heart was not strong at all. He quickly begged, "I admit defeat." These 3 words floated out, shocking the crowd. Li Fengge actually admitted defeat? I've said it before. Without external objects, you're just trash. Lin Ling looked down and said coldly, "And it's too late to admit defeat now. What are you going to do?" Li Fengge's face was pale. He could vaguely guess what Lin Ling was going to do, but he did not dare to imagine that he would die before Lin Ling. "What I'm going to do is what you're going to do to me. Die." His hand reached out, and his 5 sharp fingers pierced into Li Fengge's body. A strong suction force was generated, and Li Fengge's spiritual yuan and demonic spirit power were sucked into Lin Ling's body. No, Li Fengge had no strength to resist. He no longer had the domineering demeanor of the ancient emperor. His pupils dilated. How could this happen? After all, he possessed the broken soul of the reincarnated demon Lord Chiyu. In the future, he was going to become one of the 7 emperors. He was going to laugh at the heroes and command the wind and the clouds. Today's battle against Lin Ling was also the battle of his rise. After this battle, he was going to claim the credit of the 7 emperors and prove that he was a peerless genius. However, He had lost the battle that he never thought he would lose. Furthermore, he had lost to Lin Ling, a puny saint. No, I won't lose. Li Fengge's voice was getting softer and softer, and his body was trembling. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. His domineering aura and strength came from external factors. He himself had not experienced any tempering, so his martial arts heart was extremely fragile. Without external factors, he was like a piece of trash. How dare you? At the same time, the Holy Mother of Ninely roared. Her voice was majestic, and the sound waves rushed towards Lin Ling bastard. Lady Water Mist angrily shouted. The Ninely Holy Mother had violated the rules. It was supposed to be a fair battle, but she actually interfered. It was only because she was shocked by Lin Ling's shocking talent that she tried to stop her. But it was too late. Fatty, you want to touch me? However, under the countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his head. His other hand swept out like a claw, as if it could cut the sun, moon, and stars in half. Rumble. Wherever the claw passed, the devil flame finally erupted. The earth-shattering sound wave attack was actually cut off by Lin Ling's claw. What? Countless people's expressions changed drastically. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Ling had 9 tails behind him. This was the peak state of the ancient flame devil. Could it be that he had devoured the fire elemental energy of the furious maple flaming tiger and strengthened the ancient flame devil? Everyone looked at the furious maple flaming tiger and found that the ancient demon god had become illusory, about to dissipate from the world at any time. Sure enough, Lin Ling had absorbed the power of the furious maple flaming tiger and become a peak ancient flame devil. This boy is going to dominate and become an emperor. Countless people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil and had been in a state of dodging. However, with one move, he had immediately killed Li Fengge. Today, Lin Ling had become famous in this battle. Moreover, for many ancient masters, Lin Ling not only had powerful essence and qi, but even his soul was extremely terrifying. He was a rare cultivator who cultivated essence, qi, and soul. At this moment, Ninely Holy Mother was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could block the attack of her Saint Realm Master. The fat on her body trembled in anger. Just as she was about to attack again, a calm voice rang out. Ninely Holy Mother, don't make a fool of yourself. The voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Ninely Holy Mother looked over, and a deep sense of dread appeared in the depths of her eyes. In the end, she coldly snorted and gritted her teeth, not saying a word. The person who spoke was Lord Pu. She, Ninely Holy Mother, could not give face to anyone, but she had to give face to Lord Pu. She knew how terrifying that handsome middle-aged man could be when he was angry. Today's shocking battle happened in front of everyone. If you attack, you will lose face for Kuan Temple. Lord Pu said again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling in the distance. There was a deep sense of horror in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling, a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and soul, it was too unbelievable. Of course, he wasn't the only one. The others felt the same way too. Li Fengge was a peerless genius with all kinds of trump cards that could shake the world. Even a 7th heaven transcendent realm cultivator would die in front of him. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling in this battle. In fact, at the beginning, everyone thought that Lin Ling could force Li Fengge to use some of his trump cards. However, they never thought about Lin Ling's trump cards. With those trump cards that were impossible to appear in heaven and earth, Lin Ling ruthlessly crushed Li Fengge from the beginning to the end. Even the ancient demon commander Qi Yu was shattered alive. Li Fengge, the peerless genius of a generation, had fallen before he could rise. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand pulled back, causing Li Fengge's lifeless body to slowly fall from the sky. Li Fengge's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Perhaps this was his only thought before he died. He was indeed unwilling. He had failed to rise as a peerless genius. All his dreams were just a pipe dream. Trash, Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at Li Fengge. Indeed, if Li Fengge wasn't trash, what was he? He had an innate advantage, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. After the belief in his heart was shattered, he immediately lost the will to fight. If it wasn't for those strong advantages, Li Funga was nothing. Who else doesn't like me? Heroes, welcome to the battle. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sea-gazing corner and shouted in a domineering manner. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Welcome to the battle. He had fought for a long time, but he was still not afraid of anyone. Who else in Xiamping province could beat him this year? Unfortunately, although Lin Ling was arrogant, no one dared to fight. Everyone smiled bitterly. The eyes of the demon god North Sea, Heavenly Lord Su Xing, and the other experts were filled with fear, especially the demon god North Sea. He could sense that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. It was too terrifying. After all, how long had it been since Lin Ling had grown so strong? As for the experts, they all had different thoughts as they looked at the handsome young man. Some were happy, some were gloomy, and some were depressed, especially the experts of the martial pavilion. Their faces were ugly. In this shocking battle, someone had bet on Lin Ling's victory, and they had bet 30,000 primary stones. Now they had to pay 300,000 primary stones. They had lost all the money they had earned. Tian Xiangzi, get over here. Chapter 1253. To soar into the sky previously, Tian Xiangzi was so confident that Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, he used a righteous tone to speak on behalf of the heavens to affect Lin Ling's fighting spirit. Although Lin Ling did not mind, Lin Ling naturally did not have a good impression of him. Finally, the first hexagram of my life has failed. Tian Xiangzi's face was as pale as death. He had performed countless divinations in his life, and had never failed. In fact, he had even performed a divination for the human emperor, and had succeeded with 60% success. However, today he failed for the first time. Moreover, his opponent was just a nameless young man. With this defeat, all of his efforts went down the drain. His reputation as Tian Xiangzi in Xiamping province was completely ruined. This made him smile bitterly. He had played with eagles his whole life, but in the end, he was pecked blind by an eagle. He had been too confident in himself. However, he also knew why his divination had failed. There were two reasons why he had failed. First, the other party's soul power surpassed his. Second, the other party did not belong to this world. Obviously, it was the first reason that had caused him to fail. However, he didn't know that the second point was also one of them. I lost. Sighing, Tian Xiangzi walked out and looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with fear. This was the first time he had encountered a young man he couldn't see through. Then he dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Ling, then turned and left. From now on, I won't perform any more divinations. The crowd was astounded. Not only had Lin Ling defeated a peerless genius today, he had even forced an ancient figure to lower his head. Lin Ling had taken all the limelight today. Lin Ling's countenance was as calm as ever, unmoved. Tian Xiangzi's ending was a result of his own actions. He didn't deserve any sympathy. His gaze swept over the crowd before landing on the Dark North Demon God. The coldness in his eyes caused the Dark North Demon God's heart to tremble violently, as a sense of fear rose up in his heart. Back in the sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling was just an ant in his eyes. He could kill Lin Ling however he wanted. If Venerable Sea Calming hadn't shown up, he would have killed Lin Ling long ago. However, Lin Ling came to Xiamping province like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. He killed his son and defeated his daughter. At that time, Venerable Sea Calming realized that Lin Ling was quite powerful. But now he was not just powerful but terrifying. He was a little afraid of Lin Ling. It's just a glance. Why are you so nervous? Lin Ling's words made many people look at the evil god of North Darkness. They suddenly found that the latter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Had the evil god of North Darkness been frightened by Lin Ling's gaze? The Dark North Demon God's expression was ferocious. Lin Ling was toying with him. He roared angrily. Come and fight me if you dare. Why are you so agitated? However, Lin Ling replied calmly. His reply was casual. Compared to the Dark North Demon God's anger, everyone knew who was afraid. The Dark North Demon God had shocked Xiamping province with his evilness. However, compared to the white-haired, 8-tailed young man, whose evilness was like a child's play, Lin Ling was the real evilness. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze. He wanted to settle old debts. But he also knew that this was not the right place because there were too many people watching. Therefore, after looking at the Dark North Demon God, and then at the solemn celestial master Su Xing in the distance, he ignored them. Jin Luotong, you said that you were a genius of the 10 halls of Langia, and that you lost to me last time, because you were careless. Now I'll give you a chance to fight. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Jin Luotong as he spoke calmly. 10 moves. At this moment, Jin Luotong was standing in the crowd. He was shocked. The moment Lin Ling's gaze fell on him, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Lin Ling was someone who would repay kindness and take revenge. As expected, he would settle accounts one by one. Moreover, Lin Ling had used all his strength to defeat him in the past. But now he was giving him 10 moves. How domineering. Come and fight. Fight. Lin Ling spoke again, causing many people to look at Jin Luotong. Previously, when Lin Ling fought Li Funga, Jin Luotong had stepped forward to stop him. Now Lin Ling was giving him a chance. I admit defeat. Jin Luotong's expression kept changing. Finally, he spat out these words in shame. Seeing this, many people shook their heads and laughed. Jin Luotong was a genius of the 10 halls of Langia. However, Lin Ling was giving him 10 moves, and he didn't even dare to fight. He was obviously someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was extremely embarrassing. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he stepped forward and walked towards the sea-gazing corner. There was a meaningful look in the eyes of the various experts. In the end, they slowly left. No one had expected Lin Ling to win today's battle. Lin Ling seemed to have soared into the sky with a single leap. This child is young, but already has the strength of a hero. If he uses the ancient flame devil, he will become a hero. Very powerful battle strength. Most importantly, he's only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. However, a hero's aura is majestic. Lin Ling has threatened them with his identity as a hero. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. When they left, everyone was discussing fervently. Lord Pu calmly stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile on his face. He was looking forward to seeing if Lin Ling would become one of the 10 halls of Langia. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a triple cultivator. Although you don't have Li Funga's talent, your foundation is the most solid in Xianping province. Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling walking over, and couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Old man Nan Bei and the others were in a daze. In such a short period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have grown close to their level. Venerable Si Kaming really had good foresight to recruit a genius like Lin Ling. Hee. Interesting little guy. Hee. Lu Susu also smiled and left. Although she was surprised by Lin Ling's achievements, she felt that it was normal after thinking about it. With a mysterious expert as his master, how weak could Lin Ling be? This made her extremely curious about the mysterious expert. Who was this mysterious expert? He didn't seem that old. Lin Ling Hee. Yang Gan also came to Lin Ling's side. He smiled excitedly and thumped Lin Ling's chest. When Lin Ling defeated Li Funga, he was even more excited and proud than Lin Ling. I was just lucky. Hee. Lin Ling also smiled. He also saw that Yang Gan was the only one who cared about him. Such a person was a brother and a partner. It seemed that he had to forge a set of Emperor's refined armor for Yang Gan. Let's go. Hee. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling led everyone away. The next day, the news of Lin Ling defeating Li Funga spread throughout Xianping province. Who was Lin Ling? Chapter 1254. Return to home. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were ancient demon gods. Those who possessed them could become great heroes. Lin Ling possessed the ancient flame devil, so he would become a great hero in the future. But now, Lin Ling could unleash the strength of a great hero with the ancient flame devil. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Moreover, everyone knew Li Funga. This person came from the ancient Juli tribe and possessed a mysterious power. Even great heroes didn't dare to underestimate him. He was even valued by one of the 7 emperors and was called a peerless genius. However, he was still defeated. Although many great heroes didn't watch the battle personally, they knew that it must be extremely exciting. In Xianping province, countless experts remembered the name Lin Ling. At this moment, The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture was extremely lively. Venerable Sea Calming and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to become famous again in just a few days. This guy is really abnormal. Amazing. Venerable Sea Calming shook his head in shock at the miracle Lin Ling had created. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were also smiling. Although they didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling's achievements were, they knew a thing or two from Venerable Sea Calming's expression. At this moment in the Purple Mansion, Elder Z, Li Fengge's martial arts seemed to have formed the laws of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for my physical body and the ancient flame devil's speed, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. Lin Ling looked at Elder Z and said, Your Majesty, that's a heaven-rank martial art. It uses the laws of heaven and earth to create one's own martial Tao. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao. Elder Z explained. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao, Lin Ling muttered to himself. It seemed that if he wanted to form his own rules of martial arts, he would have to let his extreme mark martial arts reach the pinnacle stage. The extreme mark martial arts were divided into 4 stages: small success, large success, pinnacle and extraordinary. Currently, Lin Ling had just reached the pinnacle stage of the fire attribute general trend. He was still a bit away from reaching the extraordinary stage. Even though Lin Ling borrowed the ancient flame devil to fight against a transcendent 7th stage expert, the ancient flame devil was ultimately an external object and not a part of his martial arts. Hence, for the sake of his future, Lin Ling still needed to improve his extreme mark martial arts. In the 1 year in Zifu, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he constantly comprehended and fought. Even though his cultivation did not increase, it made Lin Ling's cultivation more solid. At the same time, Lin Ling's universe card also received 300,000 source stones. This was a huge sum of money. It allowed Lin Ling to unceasingly learn the way of forging in Zifu. Among them, Lin Ling had refined a lot of Emperor refined armors. However, for Emperor refined armors, Lin Ling still needed to spend a lot of time. Among the 300,000 source stones, Lin Ling had spent 100,000 source stones to purchase materials. Even though most of them were wasted, Lin Ling knew that today's losses would definitely be repaid in the future. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. The way of forging was also through spending money. After a long time, Lin Ling finally left Zifu. The universe card appeared in his hand, causing a slight smile to appear on his face. It was time to let his grandfather and the others go home. However, before that, he had to clean up the rainforest's sacred land. Little Flame, let's go home together. On Lin Ling's shoulder, the little red-furred monkey appeared. It looked at Lin Ling with a smile and nodded its head. Little Flame had been bitterly cultivating in Zifu for a long time. After all, 1 year in Zifu was 1 day in the outside world. Even though there were no cultivation resources in Zifu, Little Flame was still able to grow rapidly due to its innate ferocious beast nature. Right now, within its red fur, there was a faint red bone armor that was faintly discernible. Lin Ling knew that during this time, Little Flame had been cultivating in the myriad Devil Mountain. It fought against demons and devils. These demons and devils were all captured by Great Emperor Zhaixing in the past. Even though many years had passed and these demons and devils had become extremely weak, they were still valued by Great Emperor Zhaixing. Even if they were weak, they were still terrifying. With these demons as training partners, Little Flame's strength naturally increased greatly. It could no longer be called a ferocious beast. It had reached the level of a desolate beast, the same level as the ancient flame devil and other demon gods. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and made a sound. Lin Ling smiled. He knew what Little Flame meant. Was he not going to inform Patriarch Tai Yen and the others when he returned to the rainforest's sacred land? Even though the rainforest's sacred land belongs to me now, it is no longer the same as before. Hence, before grandfather and the others know about this, I want everything in the rainforest's sacred land to be the same as before. Lin Ling looked at the sky and said indifferently. Little Flame smiled and understood Lin Ling's painstaking efforts. Next, Lin Ling left the treasures to his family and friends. He then left Sky Tomb City. He put on the cloak again and used his cultivation technique. His aura became mysterious. Leaving the teleportation formation in Sky Tomb City, Lin Ling arrived at the closest place to the 6 Saint Regions. Then he walked. The direction he was in obviously did not lead him to the rainforest's sacred land. It was close to the 100 Regions. At this moment, in the direction of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 100,000 mountains, the scenery was beautiful. It was as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. Even though the rainforest's sacred land had changed, this was still a small place. Hence, it did not experience any major changes. It does not matter if it does not grow. It must be done. The Milky Way will be pulled up, and the whole world will be cleansed. Kai Jiao of the Qilin Pavilion will leave behind the powder. He will laugh and leave. How many people can do this in the past? In the endless green mountains, an old voice drifted out, creating endless echoes. In front of him, the waves were long and leisurely. A small boat moved along the sea, causing Lin Ling, who was in the sky, to smile. He stepped on the clouds, holding a flagon of wine in his hand. Looking at the people on the ground, a sense of heroism and freedom rose in his heart. After which, he passed the wine jar to Little Flame. Little Flame also smiled and drank a mouthful. However, that mouthful was too big, causing Lin Ling to feel a little heartache as he said, "Little Flame, drink slowly. This wine is extremely precious. You have to taste it slowly, and not swallow it in one gulp." Gigi. Little Flame made a sound of protest. Hence, Lin Ling and Little Flame's quarrel could be heard in the sky. They stepped on the clouds and flew into the distance. Even though they were quarreling, they were in a happy mood. It was as if they had returned home. It was as if they had returned home with honor. "Grandpa, look at the sky. Those martial artists are walking on air." There were 4 people on the small boat. At this moment, a child pointed to the sky and said, his eyes were filled with admiration, "Those are the powerful martial artists." The old man who was rowing the boat said indifferently. There was also respect on his face. The 2 of them were obviously boatmen. The other 2 people on the boat were dressed as martial artists. They had a look of disdain. "It's just walking on air. What's so great about it? Look at how excited that guy is. I'm afraid he has just learned how to walk on air. He can barely walk in the sky." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. That figure shot into the distance like a meteor and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 2 martial artists who spoke narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying speed. That young guy was not a newcomer, who had just learned how to walk on air. He might even be stronger than them. Chapter 1255. Mountain View Town in his memory. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement as he constantly spoke to Little Flame, which caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker. Was this the place where Big Brother Lin Ling first grew up? Soon enough, the familiar mountains and rivers appeared. It was still so tranquil and so nostalgic. Mountain View Town had appeared. Right now, Mountain View Town was still bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking along the streets. Compared to the past, the martial artists were much stronger now. Heaven Spirit Realm experts could be seen everywhere. Back then, martial spirit realm experts were all dominating existences. With a difference of 2 major realms, it was clear that the era had changed drastically. Apart from the fact that there are more and stronger martial artists here, everything is still the same as before. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and took off his cloak. There was no need to hide his identity now that he was back. Of course, even if he was back, not many people would recognize him. Subsequently, Lin Ling walked around Mountain View Town, searching for the memories he left behind. I'm afraid the Sky Crane sect doesn't come with good intentions for today's negotiation. Sect Master, all of our Guyan sect's experts have been mobilized. We are most afraid that we will be wiped out in one fell swoop. On the main street, a large number of experts were walking along the streets. One of them was speaking to a middle-aged man with a frown. What will come will come. Not only the Guyan sect, but the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has also changed. I don't know what happened to the sacred ground that caused so many foreign experts to appear. A middle-aged man with high brows sighed. He didn't expect for a small place like the 100,000 mountains to attract foreign experts. Right now, a massive sect called the Sky Crane sect had arrived and wanted to seize the number 1 sect position in the 100,000 mountains. Their Guyan sect and the Sky Crane sect had been fighting for a long time and suffered countless casualties. Today, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect had sent out an invitation for a negotiation between the two sects to determine the final victor of the 100,000 mountains. For this reason, all the experts of the Guyan sect had come to Mountain View Town. A group of people walked along the streets and arrived at the most bustling restaurant in Mountain View Town. They waited quietly for the arrival of the Sky Crane sect. On the streets, the pedestrians' eyes were flickering. In the past, the Ancient Face sect was glorious and was even famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This was the sect where the number 1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, grew up. However, as time passed, it was said that the number 1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, had fallen, which caused the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to change. The Sky Crane sect is a foreign sect. How arrogant are they? If Lin Ling was still here, would they even have the chance to invade so domineeringly? It is a pity that Lin Ling has fallen. According to the rumors, not only the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but even the Rainforest Sacred Land has changed. There are even more foreign martial experts there. Sigh, these foreign experts are eyeing us covetously. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Without a flag, he would be overbearing and arrogant. Guyan sect. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the streets. His eyes revealed a smear of nostalgia. He actually met the people from the Guyan sect. He wondered if sect master Imo Jingtian was doing well. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant where the Guyan sect was located. He was passing by this place because he wanted to resolve the issue between the Rainforest Sacred Land and the 100 regions. Now that he saw that the Guyan sect seemed to be in trouble, as long as it didn't take too much time, he decided to lend a hand. Stop right there. Who are you? Just as he approached the restaurant, a young man drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was a disciple of the Guyan sect and was in charge of guarding. This made Lin Ling even more certain that the Guyan sect was facing a formidable enemy. They were probably in big trouble. I am looking for Imo Jingtian. Lin Ling smiled as he drank a mouthful of wine. You are courting death. The young man shouted angrily. This person was about the same age as him, but he was arrogant enough to look for the Supreme Elder. What qualifications did he have? Sir, seeing that you are so young, I don't want you to walk the path of death. You should leave. The Guyan sect is in big trouble now, so they are more vigilant against others. Moreover, if you approach the Guyan sect rashly, you might get into trouble. A young lady in white walked out of the restaurant. She looked at Lin Ling and said calmly. When the others saw the young lady, they all bowed respectfully and greeted her as eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister, this person might be a spy from the Sky Crane sect. He might be here to investigate the situation. The young man who pointed his sword at Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe Lin Ling. Don't worry. He should have nothing to do with the Sky Crane sect. Let him go. The young lady in white shook her head calmly. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Sir, please leave. Don't let your life fade away because of curiosity. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. He was older than the young lady, but the young lady said that he was young? However, although the young lady was arrogant, her temper wasn't bad. At least, she told Lin Ling not to get into trouble. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of the young lady. Thank you. However, you seem to be younger than me. Moreover, to reach the martial spirit realm at such a young age, your talent is not bad. Lin Ling said with a smile. He remembered that when he was at the young lady's age, he was at most in the body refining realm. Everyone was stunned. This young man was so arrogant. After seeing the number 1 genius of the Guyan sect, he actually said that she was younger than him. Even the young lady frowned. She kindly reminded him, but he actually put on the airs of a senior in front of her. The young man angrily shouted, Impudent! How dare you talk to eldest senior sister like that? As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The bright light made it seem as if one was looking at flowers in the fog. No one could see through the sword. It's here. The 9 Dragons Sword Technique, created by Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. This sword technique was created by the most outstanding genius in the history of the Guyan sect, Lin Ling's 9 Dragons Strength. The crowd exclaimed. Obviously, this sword technique was quite famous in the 100,000 mountains. 9 Dragons Strength. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This martial art was the first martial art he learned when he was a beginner. He didn't expect Mo Jingtian to comprehend it and use it to create his own sword technique. This sword technique is not bad. However, because it's gaudy, it slows down a little. 100 swords in a breath can actually be converted into 50 swords in a breath, sacrificing 50 swords to increase the speed, Lin Ling said as he calmly looked at the sword. Arrogant. The crowd was enraged. This young man actually dared to evaluate the 9 Dragons sword technique. What qualifications did he have? Bastard. This sword technique was created to commemorate the number 1 genius Lin Ling. This brat is so arrogant that he has blasphemed the entire Guyan sect. The girl in white also shouted. Her impression of Lin Ling had plummeted. Commemoration? Lin Ling was stunned. The 9 Dragons sword technique was created to commemorate him? You can die now. At the same time, the dragon sword shot over. It was like the finishing touch of a dragon. No one could see through this sword. Of course, this sword was too weak for Lin Ling. Still drinking, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. With 2 fingers, the dazzling sword was caught between his fingers. At this moment, the crowd in front of the restaurant was silent. I've said that this sword technique is too gaudy. You must sacrifice 50 swords to increase the speed. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Even the girl in white's eyes widened. With her strength, she had to spend a great deal of effort to break that sword. However, this young man had broken her sword with just 2 fingers, and had even pointed out the weakness of her sword. You're courting death. Chapter 1256. Brother Yin, have a safe journey. This time, everyone's face stiffened. Using flesh and blood to crush a steel sword. This was too crazy. The young man's face turned ferocious, as he felt extremely humiliated. What happened? At this moment, a large number of figures walked out of the restaurant. These people were the upper echelons of Guyan sect. Sect leader, elder, this person is a spy sent by Sky Crane sect. He wants to investigate the situation of our Guyan sect. The young man immediately shouted. The experts of Guyan sect narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Moreover, this person insulted Elder Mo Jingtian's 9 Dragons sword technique. He said that this sword technique is useless. The girl in white frowned and said she could not tolerate anyone slandering the commemorative sword, because it was the sword technique that commemorated the number 1 genius in her heart. Yeah, he said that the sword technique is too flashy. If out of 100 swords, give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed, then this sword technique can be called perfect. The crowd also voiced out and glared at Lin Ling. Now that all the big shots were here, how could this brat still be so arrogant? The ancient face sect leader and the other strong cultivators looked at Lin Ling indifferently. They realized that Lin Ling was still drinking his wine with a faint smile, as if he would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Finally, the ancient face sect leader frowned and said, Is this how you evaluate this sword technique? What qualifications do you have? He did not think that this young man was a spy. However, his words had insulted the number 1 genius of Guyan sect. After all, the commemorative sword was not something that anyone could evaluate. Give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed. So that's why. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, a shocked voice came from the restaurant. This sword technique is perfect. The crowd quietened down. The person who spoke seemed to be saying that the sword that Lin Ling evaluated was the perfect sword. This caused the Guyan sect leader to frown. Who was so arrogant? However, just as his voice faded, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the restaurant, causing everyone's gaze to fiercely tremble. Some of the younger generation members even respectfully bowed. Greetings to Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. They respected Mo Jingtian from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this ancient expert was said to be the sect leader of Lin Ling's generation. Just this fact alone was enough for everyone to bow down to him. The sect leader of Guyan sect was shocked. The Nine-Dragon sword technique was created by Elder Mo Jingtian, and it was the most mysterious sword technique. But now, Elder Mo Jingtian actually agreed with the young man's words. Elder Mo, this is? Everyone asked in confusion. At this moment, Mo Jingtian did not care about the crowd at all. Instead, he was staring at Lin Ling. His eyes were fixed there for a full 10 breaths. Gradually, the crowd noticed that Mo Jingtian's body was trembling. What the hell is going on? Everyone was even more surprised. This sword was created to commemorate the number 1 genius, Lin Ling. Therefore, if the person involved does not have the right to evaluate it, what right do others have? Tears welled up in Mo Jingtian's eyes. He took a big step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. This made the crowd even more confused. What's wrong with Mo Jingtian today? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. Mo Jingtian walked towards the young man and knelt down on one knee. A dignified voice could be heard. You're back. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. One should know that Mo Jingtian was an ancient figure. Even the current sect leader of Guyan sect had to bow down to him. Mo Jingtian had never bowed to anyone before. But now he was bowing to a young man. This was too surreal. Yes, I'm back. Lin Ling smiled faintly and helped Mo Jingtian up. Mo Jingtian swept his gaze across the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling waved his hand to stop him. I'm just passing by. I don't have much time. Therefore, if you can avoid it, please don't. Mo Jingtian felt indignant on behalf of Lin Ling previously. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling was the Guyan sect, and even the Heaven of Heaven Mystic's kingdom. However, since Lin Ling had said so, he naturally wouldn't announce Lin Ling's identity. At the same time, he was impressed by Lin Ling's calm state of mind. If it was someone else, they would be eager to announce their honor. However, Lin Ling didn't. He would avoid it if he could. This kind of calmness wasn't something that anyone could do. Let's talk inside the restaurant. Tell me, what happened in Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Lin Ling smiled and stepped into the restaurant. Mo Jingtian quickly followed behind, leaving the crowd outside the restaurant stunned. They still didn't know what had happened. As for the young man who had his sword broken, his expression turned even uglier. The white-robed young lady's brows were tightly knitted. She was the number 1 prodigy of the Guyan sect, but she didn't receive such treatment. What right did that young man have? Alright, since Elder Mo has said so, everyone shouldn't take the previous incident to heart. The sect master of the Guyan sect said indifferently. He didn't know what had happened, and was even suppressing a gloomy feeling in his heart. That young man actually ignored him? However, Elder Mo had spoken. Hence, even though he was gloomy, there was nothing he could do. At this moment in the restaurant, Mo Jingtian looked at Lin Ling in shock. In the rumors, Lin Ling was already dead. However, today Lin Ling had actually returned. The rumors couldn't be trusted indeed. Have a seat. Just like a friend. Oh right, what happened in Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Lin Ling sat down and asked with a smile. After asking Mo Jingtian to sit down, he replied, Currently, there is a huge change in Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Many people have died in Cloud Sea City. The foreign martial artists are overbearing. Only a faction from the Rainforest Sacred Ground is holding them back. However, it's difficult for a lone tree to hold them back. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. Although he had guessed that the Su Xing Divine Palace controlled the Rainforest Sacred Ground, and that every day here would feel like a year, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Where is the current emperor Yunixuan? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Sigh, the current emperor passed away half a year ago. Mo Jingtian sighed softly, causing Lin Ling's expression to freeze. Yunixuan was dead? The second prince who had helped him in the past, his former comrade, his supporter, and his brother who had fought side by side with him, was dead? A wisp of anger, a wisp of killing intent, and a wisp of grief silently erupted from Lin Ling's body. It caused the entire restaurant to shake violently. Everyone felt a heavenly might. At this moment, they actually had the urge to kneel down. What frightening strength! Emo Jingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was closer to Lin Ling, so he felt as though he had seen the wrath of the heavens. Of course, this terrifying pressure quickly disappeared. In its place, a low voice rang out. Suxing Divine Palace. Lin Ling. The people outside the Suxing Divine Palace are the masterminds. However, the ones who killed Yunixuan are from other sections. They are all from sects outside the rainforest's sacred ground. It seems as though the walls of the rainforest's sacred ground are being pushed down by everyone. Emo Jingtian gritted his teeth and said, not long ago, he had been to the Cloud Sea city of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That was why he knew all this. I will end everything. Lin Ling sucked in a deep breath and looked at the sky through the window. It was as though he saw his handsome comrade of the past. Yunixuan seemed to be smiling at him and saying, being able to meet you, Lin Ling, means that I, Yunixuan, have not lived in vain. Wine come. Countless ripples appeared in his heart. Lin Ling shouted and waved his right hand. All the wine on the table floated up and then fell down. Brother Yin, this wine will accompany you on your journey. If we fight side by side in our next life, Lin Ling promises that blood will be repaid with blood. Swoosh. Chapter 1257. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. At this moment, the people of Guyan's sect were all sitting on the first floor. The girl in white still felt uncomfortable. She looked at the sect leader and said, Sect leader, that young man is too arrogant. It's fine if he humiliated me and my junior brother, but he dared to blaspheme the number one sword technique. That sword technique commemorates the number one genius of Guyan sect, Lin Ling. Alright, Elder Mo has spoken. Don't take what happened before to heart. The sect leader of Guyan sect waved his hand and said. The girl in white clenched her teeth and became even angrier. The person who came was frivolous. In fact, she did not care. What she cared about was that he blasphemed the idol in her heart. She was able to become the number one genius of Guyan sect because she knew about Lin Ling's deeds since she was young. She used it to motivate herself and eventually became the strongest genius of Guyan sect. Haha, you're really timely. At this moment, a smiling voice floated into the restaurant. A large number of people stepped into the restaurant. People of Sky Crane sect. The eyes of the people of Guyan sect focused. They were finally here. They were looking at an old man with white hair and a white beard who was trembling in spirit. The old man's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking down on the cultivators of the 100 territories. He was the sect master of the Sky Crane sect. The Sky Crane sect was not a sect from the rainforest's holy land. Instead, it came from a place that was even weaker than the rainforest's holy land. If it was before, Sky Crane sect would not dare to be arrogant in the 100 territories. But now the rainforest's holy land was in chaos. Heroes were rising, so they had the courage to do so. He Tianhe, what do you want to talk about? The sect leader of Guyan sect stood up and said indifferently. The old man smiled disdainfully, but his eyes looked at the young man beside him. He then showed a respectful and flattering look. Young Master Shao, we have done what you asked. All the experts of Guyan sect are here. Who is this person? The experts of Guyan sect stared at the young man. He Tianhe was an outsider, so he was extremely arrogant. He rarely bowed his head to others, but now he bowed respectfully. This showed that the young man's background was not ordinary. Yes, He Tianhe and my family have some friendship, so I decided to help you today. Are these the people you want to get rid of? Not bad, we'll be able to catch all of you in one go. The young man in luxurious embroidered clothes played with his fingernails as he spoke indifferently, and he seemed like an emperor that ruled over everything. He came from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, and although he belonged to the lowest level of disciples in the sect, but in the 8-star Saint region, he was an existence that could dominate. The Sky Crane sect is indeed untrustworthy. They're here to catch all of us in one fell swoop. The faces of the people from Guyan sect changed drastically. The other party had indeed invited them here with ulterior motives. Sir, this is a matter between the Guyan sect and the Heavenly Crane sect. I hope that you will not interfere. Moreover, if you really want to fight, then fight fairly. Deceiving all of us to come here and catch us all in one fell swoop. Sir, You are truly too treacherous and cunning. While everyone was shocked, the white-clothed young lady angrily said, Your appearance is not bad. Then aside from you, everyone else will have to die. However, the young man spoke calmly, staring at the girl in white with interest. You're going too far. The people from Gu Yen sect all shouted angrily. The other party had deceived them and wanted them all dead. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. The Gu Yen sect leader took a step forward. In the face of disaster, as the sect leader, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Just a trash sect from the countryside. You think you have the right to speak to me? The young man's cold smile became even more intense. He lightly slapped out with his palm, and a majestic power exploded, causing the Gu Yen sect leader to spit out a mouthful of blood, as if he was blown by a strong wind. He smashed into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. So strong. Everyone's faces changed drastically. In one move, the Gu Yen sect leader was defeated. The white-clothed young lady's beautiful eyes narrowed. In her heart, the sect leader could be said to be invincible. But the young man told her from above that the sect leader she worshipped was also trash. Young Master Xiao is indeed the #1 genius. I'm afraid that in the younger generation of Xianpeng province, you can be ranked in the top 10. Sky Crane Sect's sect leader also sucked in a breath of cold air before flattering the young man. Although it was flattery, the young man seemed to be enjoying it very much. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the people of Gu Yen sect. 1, 2, 3. Forget it. 10 of you come at me together. He could clearly kill everyone in an instant, but he did not do so. Instead, he wanted to prove his strength and slowly show his brilliance. Bastard. The faces of the people from Gu Yen sect were ugly. The other party was humiliating them. A large number of elders walked out. Gu Yen sect was going to be destroyed today. But even if their heads were broken and their blood flowed, their proud backs could not be bent. Even if they died, they would not be afraid of a battle. A group of trash, do you have the right to be arrogant? The young man calmly attacked, and the elders were all repelled, shocking the entire Mountain View town. At this moment on the second floor, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. He drank a cup, then poured another cup, as a sacrifice to his comrade Yin Yishuan. His heart was extremely cold at this moment. Yin Yishuan, the former second prince of the Cloud Sea Empire. At that time, Lin Ling, who was still very weak, joined his camp. After offending the third prince, it was Yin Yishuan who protected Lin Ling. Later on, Lin Ling grew crazily, attracting the attention of the crown prince, the empress dowager, and the imperial advisor's residence. It was also the second prince who helped him, until Lin Ling completely rose. Yin Yishuan's martial strength was not strong, but he did his best to help him. Moreover, unlike the third prince and the crown prince, Yin Yishuan was truly doing it for the common people. Just like this time, he died for the common people. Yin Yishuan died tragically. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain stopped. Looking up, I roared to the sky. My heart was filled with passion. 30 achievements, dust and soil. 8,000 miles of cloud and moon. Heroic words came out of his mouth. Lin Ling slowly poured the last cup of wine in his hand onto the ground. After that he finally stood up. The sacrifice was over, and it was time to settle everything. Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian had been waiting quietly by the side. When he saw Lin Ling stand up he murmured. Naturally, he also heard the explosion on the first floor. However, Lin Ling was mourning for his comrade, so he did not dare to disturb him. I'm leaving, Lin Ling said softly. With a wave of his right hand, a green ring appeared. He passed it to Mo Jingtian and said, There are many treasures in this ring. Enough for your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked down the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor, everyone was still shocked by the strength of the mysterious young man. On the other hand, the people of Sky Crane sect were gloating over the misfortune of Gu Yen sect. Some of them were even filled with pride and complacency. Gu Yen sect was indeed powerful. However, after they invited an even stronger expert, Gu Yen sect was nothing but trash. If you want to blame someone, blame your backer for being too weak. The sect leader of Sky Crane's sect smiled faintly. His disdainful voice made the people of Gu Yen's sect grit their teeth even more. The 100 Territories is our hometown. Now that our hometown is declining, you outsiders are eyeing it covetously. What's the use of not dying? Chapter 1258. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tianxian wouldn't die. This guy. The white-clothed girl naturally recognized Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling reprimand the other party. She felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Haha, you have a problem with that. As for the youth from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, he tilted his head. This person seemed a little mysterious. But no matter how mysterious he was, as long as he was an 8-star Saint Realm expert, he wasn't afraid. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? Impudent. Go die. As soon as the young man finished speaking, an old man from the Sky Crane sect walked out. He had a murderous aura, and his snow-white broadsword appeared in his hand. He stomped on the ground and pounced towards Lin Ling. Be careful. The people from the Gu Yen sect subconsciously shouted. No matter what, the youth who walked down from the second floor was speaking for them. You can die now. Die. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Yin Yishuan's death made him sad. And it made him hate these outsiders who were eyeing him covetously. Everyone kicks a man who's down. The rainforest's sacred land was occupied by the Void Star Divine Palace, and they were too lazy to care about it. Therefore, all the cultivators from various domains came here to plunder everything. These greedy and ruthless people must all die. Buzz! Lin Ling's eyes emitted a strange light that was incomparably terrifying. It could penetrate everything, and a vigorous soul force burst out. Boundless Demon Eye. Boom! The soul force martial art that he hadn't used for a long time was unleashed at this moment. Bang! In the air, a bloody mist burst out, extremely dazzling. The elder's body exploded. With just a glance from Lin Ling, he had stepped into the Yellow Springs. What? The crowd was shocked. How domineering was that? An Earth Spirit Realm expert had been killed with just a glance. Sir, this is a matter between me and the Gu Yen sect. I hope you won't interfere. The Sky Crane sect leader's eyes widened, and he quickly bowed respectfully. He guessed that he had met a foreign expert. After all, the experts in the 100 Territories were not powerful, so the young man should be an outsider. This expert had helped the Gu Yen sect on a whim, so as long as the Sky Crane sect leader was respectful and gave some rewards, the other party should not care about this matter. Interfere. Lin Ling's eyes grew even colder as his hoarse voice drifted out. I'm from the 100 Realms. This is my home. You're telling me not to interfere? Bang bang bang. The boundless demon eyes bloomed once again, and the people around the Sky Crane sect's patriarch all exploded. With their strength, how could they withstand Lin Ling's terrifying soul force? This sudden change made the Gu Yen sect's people widen their eyes. They never thought that this young man's strength would be so terrifying. The entire body of the Sky Crane sect's sect master was trembling. Such terrifying strength. There was no fluctuation of spirit chi, and he had instantly killed all the elites. Moreover, this mysterious young man was actually someone from the 100 Territories. When did such a powerful figure appear here? Young Master Shao. The Sky Crane sect's sect master hurriedly looked at the young man from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, waiting for him to make a move. However, at this moment, the young man's face was solemn. He did not have the arrogance from before. After pondering for a while, he immediately knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. Boom. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Just now, that young man was so arrogant. He had easily defeated the Gu Yen sect's sect master. But now he was kneeling down and begging for mercy? How could this be? How could they know that the young man knew what method Lin Ling used to kill everyone? It was soul force. If he could use soul force to instantly kill everyone, then his soul force must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. I said all of you must die. However, Lin Ling's handsome face was still cold, begging for mercy when he could not win. How could that be possible? From another perspective, the Gu Yen sect's people were no match for him today. Would that young man let them go? Senior, I'm a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. The young man knelt down and kowtowed. His face was pale. Anyone could see that he was extremely afraid. Not to mention that you are from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. Even if you are from the Langya 10 Palace Halls, I will still kill you. Lin Ling slowly walked down the stairs. His words made the young man's eyes widen. Although he was an insignificant existence in the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, he had naturally heard of the name of the Langya 10 Palace Halls. To him, it was a huge force that he had to look up to for his entire life. Now the handsome young man in front of him dared to kill him. May I know Senior's name? The young man said in fear. I am Lin Ling. An ice-cold voice drifted out, causing the entire restaurant to become silent. Lin Ling, who did not know this name, Guyan sect's #1 expert, #1 genius, and #1 legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. To the disciples of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, Lin Ling's achievements were not limited to these. The most terrifying thing was that he fought Li Funga and became a hero. His name shook the Xiamping province. Why is it you? The young man's face was even more terrified. He stood up and rushed out of the door without saying anything. At the same time he said, Senior Lin Ling, I am just passing by. I am not the real mastermind. Please spare my life. As he ran, he tried to ask Lin Ling not to kill him. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was a dream. A genius expert from an ancient force, not only did he not dare to fight, he even ran away and begged for mercy. This was a 180-degree change from his previous arrogance. How could this be? The sect master of the Sky Crane sect stood there in a daze. He invited the expert to decide everything in the 100,000 mountains. Now the expert he invited had run away. He did not know what to do next. As for the name Lin Ling, he naturally heard of Lin Ling. However, he only knew that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Guyan sect. Who knew that this #1 genius was so terrifying that even the disciples of the super sects were afraid of him. Did I say that you can go? Ice! At this moment, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. An invisible soul ocean exploded, forming a small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing and shooting towards the young man. The soul martial technique that he had not used for a long time appeared once again. Nirvana blade. Bang! Just as the young man stepped out of the door, his body instantly exploded. Not only was his soul shattered, even his physical body was crushed by soul force. He wanted to escape? In his dreams. After that, Lin Ling did not even look at the sect master of the Sky Crane sect, as he said indifferently, Die on your own. Die. With that, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant's door. His slender back made the sect master of the Sky Crane sect reveal a bitter smile. The background of the Guyan sect was so terrifying. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect committed suicide under countless gazes. He also knew that he had offended such an expert. Even if he did not commit suicide, he would still die. Therefore he might as well commit suicide. He could only blame himself for thinking that there were no experts in the 100 territories. The Sky Crane sect disintegrated just like that. The members of the Guyan sect were even more silent. They had spent so much effort to deal with the Sky Crane sect, but they actually committed suicide because of Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, the background of the Guyan sect, had such terrifying strength. Mo Jingtian, I have to rush to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom now. You handle the matters here. All right. Chapter 1259. Undying Faith. Everyone in the restaurant had already rushed out. The sect master of the Guyan sect saw that carefree figure and immediately knelt down. Plop! Everyone from the Guyan sect knelt down as well. Their eyes were filled with reverence and worship. He is Lin Ling. The white-robed young lady let out a bitter smile. She had met the person she worshipped, but she actually looked down on him. This made her extremely regretful. She still wanted to tell her idol about her worries, and wanted to see the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a pity that she missed out on all these. As for the youth who drew his sword on Lin Ling, his face was even paler. He was completely convinced by Lin Ling's evaluation of his sword art. Elder Mo, You really hit it well. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect was still looking at the sky and let out a bitter smile. He didn't want to cause too much trouble and wanted to avoid it as much as possible. That's why he asked me to hide it. Furthermore, he was just passing by and didn't have much time. Mo Jingtian said indifferently. Then where is he going? Sigh. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling might be much younger than him. But in his heart, Lin Ling's seniority was comparable to the sect master of the Gu Yen sect. It was his fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling in this lifetime. He is going to end everything. If Lin Ling doesn't die, Tian Xian won't die. Sigh. Mo Jingtian let out an excited smile and said word by word. Everyone was inexplicably excited. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tian Xian wouldn't die. Their legend had returned today to end everything. At this moment, the ancient Cloud Sea city was dilapidated and desolate. As the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, this was obviously the source of the chaos. Rumble. Every day, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The spirit energy light seemed to be breaking through the sky, causing all the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to gather together and form an alliance to resist the enemies. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away, a large number of experts were standing quietly and were divided into 3 sections. Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Not bad. It can be a branch of our Cloud Light sect. Currently, this is the Void Star Divine Palace's territory. As long as a sect joins the Void Star Divine Palace, they will be able to move anywhere in the 6 sacred regions. No wonder so many sacred regions super sects have come. It seems like we have to work harder. I heard that the other places in the 100 regions have been occupied by other sects. But our Heaven Mystics Kingdom has yet to be devoured. Originally, the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was nothing to worry about. I thought that after Yinixuan died, everyone would surrender. Who knew that a faction called the Great Serpent Mansion would appear and obstruct the attacks of our 3 major factions? The Great Serpent Mansion is said to have come from the Rainforest Holy Land. However, their arrogance has come to an end. Sir Zhan Tianxiu of the Void Star Divine Palace has issued an order that we must conquer this place within a month. Moreover, he told us not to have any misgivings and to do as we please. The members of the 3 major factions were constantly conversing. The leaders were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. It was obvious that the 3 of them were the representatives of their respective factions, and their strength had reached the level of heaven and earth. At this moment, the vast Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in chaos. Cloud Sea City was the first to bear the brunt. Blood flowed like a river within the city, murder and rape were committed, and humiliation could be seen everywhere. These outsiders had received an order to conquer this place at all costs. Anyone who stood in their way was to be killed without mercy. Therefore, with such an order, those martial artists naturally became unbridled. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Damn you! Why did you destroy my hometown? Father! Mother! In every corner, the members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were roaring, crying, and filled with grief and indignation. When facing the experts from the outside, they didn't have any strength to fight back. The only force that could resist the experts from the outside was the Tianxian Alliance, which was led by the Great Serpent Mansion. However, they were barely able to resist. Suddenly, many people thought of that ancient legend. Their belief, that emperor's figure. Unfortunately, according to the rumors, that young emperor had fallen. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, the war drums sounded and shook the heavens. A large number of experts shot over from all directions of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and gathered together. The Tianxian Alliance is finally here. On the mountain peak in the distance, the experts from the 3 major sects smiled faintly. They allowed the martial artists to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to kill, rape, and humiliate everything just to make the Tianxian Alliance appear. This time, they were going to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the drums reverberated and spread across the heavens. It seemed to represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's undying heart, the unyielding belief, and the battle intent. An old woman walked out in front of everyone. She was the serpent matriarch from the rainforest's sacred land, the Great Serpent Mansion. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, she was the only one who could resist the enemies from the outside. This group of beasts kill. The serpent matriarch's aged face had a smear of anger. She waved her hand heavily and ordered a large number of Tianxian Alliance's martial artists to rush out. Among them were plenty of people that Lin Ling was familiar with. For example, the former 4 sovereigns of the Cloud Sea City, Grandmaster Dan Ding Hiyenshan, Ghost Marshal, and many others. They weren't familiar with the serpent matriarch, but the serpent matriarch was fighting for her hometown. Thus, they were all on the same side. Of course, they knew that this kind of resistance was completely useless. All of them would eventually die in battle, but if they didn't fight, were they supposed to surrender? They couldn't surrender. They would rather die in battle. In the distance, the people from the 3 major sects stood on the mountain peak with disdainful smiles on their faces. They had witnessed the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists being killed. Today, they were going to eliminate the source of the problem. Rumble. A huge battle broke out in the Cloud Sea City. Spirit light shot into the sky, but it was obvious that the battle was one-sided. The Tianxian Alliance couldn't resist the alliance of the 3 major sections. Countless people stood on the city walls and prayed with both hands. They prayed for a miracle to happen. Perhaps this was the only thing they could do. Mother, are we all going to die? Mother. On one of the city walls, a child pulled his mother and asked, Child, we won't die. In the past, the saint race invaded our Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but they were all annihilated in the end. Thus, as long as our faith still exists, no matter how great the storm, we will be able to overcome it. The mother smiled at the child. Although she knew that they couldn't escape this calamity, she didn't want her child to lose his faith and fighting spirit. I know that faith is Lord Lin Ling. When I grow up, I will follow in Lord Lin Ling's footsteps and protect our hometown. The child immediately said with a smile, causing the other children around him to nod their heads. The mother looked at those children and smiled bitterly in her heart. Children were pure and innocent. They didn't know the cruelty of this world. Kill! Kill! Shouts of battle resounded throughout Cloud Sea City. The Tianxian Alliance was retreating repeatedly, and it caused a wisp of worry to appear in the snake mother's aged eyes. She knew that this was Lin Ling's hometown, and she'd interacted with Lin Ling a few times. In the past, her great serpent's estate had been driven out of the sacred rainforest by Lin Ling. However, she couldn't be considered to be helping Lin Ling. Instead, she'd appeared here because she was a small snake from the Bodhi ancient tree. Thus, she had deep feelings for her hometown. She couldn't allow the land that had nurtured her to be invaded by others. Rumble. Chapter 1260. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The legend returns as countless people watched this scene. They felt as if history was repeating itself. In the past, the army of the Saint race had pressed down on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was on the brink of destruction, the king had returned. But today this scene was completely different. However, according to the rumors, their legend had fallen. The person who came couldn't be a legend. Perhaps he was an enemy. Rumble. As the figure got closer, everyone could finally see clearly that it was a giant red-armored ape. This ape was running in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Furthermore, it was covered in red bone armor, making it look like an ancient demon king had descended. However, everyone could still see a slender figure standing on top of the giant red-armored ape. The giant sword was illuminating the world, and the blue-white robe was like a dream, causing the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to be silent. Blue represented the legend. It was as pure as the blue sky. Is it a dream? Everyone's eyes were wet. The similar scene, the same situation, the same robe. Was it a dream? Lin Ling, are you back? In the silence, the 4 emperors suddenly cried out excitedly. Grandmaster Dan Ding, Hiyenshan, Ghost Marshal, and everyone else who knew Lin Ling looked at the sky excitedly. Uprooting the heavens. At this moment a sword slashed out. It was as if it wanted to sever this merciless world. The sword light was like a pillar, and a large number of experts from the three major sects were destroyed by the terrifying power. Looking at this scene, the crowd was even more shocked. They were sure that this person was a friend. Blazing sea flame. Just as everyone had this thought, a giant fist formed from blue flames descended from the sky. That extremely familiar flaming fist caused the hearts of everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to stop beating. If the sword didn't necessarily represent that legend, then what about the flames? In the past, that legend destroyed a city with a single punch. Today, who in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't know? He's back. At this moment, the entire Cloud Sea City and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were in an uproar. Just as the legend said, every time a calamity approached, their legend would step on the five-colored clouds and save the world in the name of the flame. The king had indeed returned. Boom! Wherever the fists passed, the disciples of the three great sects were burned to ashes. On the mountain peak in the distance, the eyes of the people from the three great sects instantly narrowed. The person who came over was so terrifyingly strong. Who are you? Could it be that you want to go against the Void Star Divine Palace? Don't make trouble for yourself. If the three of us join forces, you will regret coming here. The three experts roared furiously. Their voices were like the might of the heavens, and it intimidated the entire city to the point it started shaking. The pupils of the members of the Profound Sky Alliance narrowed. Even though their king had returned, they were even more clearly aware that the calamity they were about to face this time wasn't comparable to the calamity the sacred race faced all those years ago, and it was even more terrifying and formidable. The Void Star Divine Palace has broken its promise. Back then, he had said that this place belonged to him, and that he would not put the people here into misery and suffering. However, the words of an ugly person do not count. Since that is the case, the Void Star Divine Palace will also die. Just as the three experts finished speaking, they suddenly realized that a slender figure was standing behind them. This person had a handsome face and was extremely young. He wore a blue and white robe that was as clean as the blue sky, but his eyes were extremely cold and murderous. What speed! The three of them opened their eyes wide, because they'd actually been unable to sense when this person had arrived. Wait, we're just following orders. One of the old men spoke with vigilance, and he was extremely fearful of the young man. Should I regret coming here if the three of you join forces? It was Lin Ling who'd appeared behind them. At this moment, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it at them. I'm going to kill all of you now. Try your best to resist me. How arrogant. The expressions of the three experts and their disciples changed drastically. Who is he? How arrogant. Not only has he come to kill us, he's even telling us that he's going to kill us. And we'll see how you resist me. You'll pay the price for being arrogant. The three experts exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with rage. They executed formidable martial techniques in succession, causing the entire mountain to explode apart. On the other hand, the experts from Ocean of Cloud City had solemn expressions on their faces. They were very clearly aware that those three experts were even stronger than the Snake Mother. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, a sword slashed out as if it was coming from the horizon. Rumble! All of their martial techniques were slashed apart, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. They wanted to say something, but they could only make blood spray from their necks. In the end, they felt like the sky was spinning, and their heads fell off from their necks. A single sword strike had separated the heads of the representatives from the three sects. Little flame kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Use their heads as a sacrifice to Brother Yin. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword, and then he started walking slowly towards the city. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame's body transformed, and he transformed into the height of a human, before shooting into the midst of the disciples of the three sections. Those disciples who'd killed, raped, and humiliated others earlier were howling with pain. They weren't able to resist Little Flame's bestial nature at all, and it was even to the extent that they regretted coming here at the moment of their deaths. They thought that there was no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but who knew that a man and a monkey would annihilate them all? Lin Ling is back. At this moment, the city was completely silent. Everyone was watching the battle from afar, and their hearts were thumping violently. They watched as the heads piled up to form a tower of heads. In their impression, all of those heads were extremely greedy and ugly, but now, they revealed terrified expressions, and it made everyone feel extremely comfortable. Was this a sacrifice to His Majesty, Yin Yixuan? In the past, a great enemy invaded, and they wanted Yin Yixuan to lead everyone to surrender. However, His Majesty refused and was killed in the end. His courage shone through the heavens, and today, all his enemies would use their heads as a sacrifice to him. At this instant, many people's eyes were moist, and they were even more excited as they watched the young man walking step by step towards them. Mom, he really came back. Outside the city walls, those children were laughing with joy, and their eyes were filled with tears. Their parents were crying as well. Yes, so long as they persevered, then hope would come. Lin Ling. The serpent mother looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the past, she had conflicts with Lin Ling. But today, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the first to come back to help in the great calamity of the 6 Saint regions. This is my home. Lin Ling landed on the ground, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He glanced at all his acquaintances, and then looked at the serpent mother. He also knew that the latter had been guarding this place. Although there were conflicts between them in the past, at this moment, those conflicts had been blown away with the wind. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling didn't say anything touching, and he only said one sentence. The serpent mother's body trembled, and she was inexplicably excited. She could also see that the young man in front of her was extremely powerful, and he could kill her with just a flick of his finger. However, the young man didn't do that, and instead, he treated her as one of his own and even thanked her. That thank you was obviously precious. Chapter 1261. To the Rainforest Sacred Land. Sorry I'm late. Sorry. These words represented Lin Ling's guilt. These people had been waiting for him. It's fine, it's good that you're back. Everyone relies on you. You're our sky. Yes. They didn't blame Lin Ling, because this world was heartless. Most cultivators only cared about themselves and didn't care about others. Lin Ling coming back to help them was enough to make them owe him a great favor. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had helped them. Their legend, Lin Ling, was indeed a righteous person. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. However, he didn't have the time to say these pretentious words. After the matter of the 100 territories was settled, only the Rainforest Sacred Land was left. Little Flame, can you clear all the trash in the 100 territories in a day? Yes, Lin Ling said nonchalantly, as he looked at Little Flame in the distance. Roar. Little Flame roared furiously, its voice shaking the heavens, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Since when did Lin Ling have such a terrifying mount? After which they became excited. As expected of their legend, every time they met, their legend's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He continued to look at Little Flame, knowing that it wouldn't be a problem. Big Snake Mother, have some people familiar with the 100 territories take my brothers to other territories to kill the enemies. At this time tomorrow, I want all the enemies to disappear. Lin Ling looked at Big Snake Mother and said. Big Snake Mother sucked in a cold breath. The 100 territories was huge, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. He wanted to get rid of all of them in a day. Lin Ling, shouldn't we consider this matter at length? Big Snake Mother said worriedly. Moreover, the Rainforest Sacred Land still has experts from the Void Star Divine Palace. If we act too rashly, we might make the situation worse. Yes, many people agreed with this idea. After all, Lin Ling was going to face the top experts of the outer territories. In a day, the enemies in the 100 territories will be dealt with. In another day, I'll chase away all the enemies in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his voice filled with determination. Have the enemies in the rainforest been driven away as well? Everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Their myths actually wanted to sweep through the Void Star Divine Palace in a single day. This was too crazy. However, even though they felt that it was impossible, if their myths said it out loud, then it would definitely work. Lin Ling had created countless legends in the past. He would definitely be able to do the same today. From now on, the entire 6 sacred regions belongs to me. Anyone who dares to invade will die. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Okay, Lin Ling, let's go to the rainforest sacred land. Count me in. The snake mother was more excited than anyone else. Was her hometown going to be reclaimed? Count me in. Although my strength is very weak, this is our hometown. Even if we die, we will still contribute. I'll go too. The 4 emperors, He Yenshan, the ghost marshal, and the others all roared in anger. They wanted to witness such a glorious moment together. Moreover, when His Majesty Yin Yishuan died, he was most concerned about his hometown. Therefore, they wanted to represent His Majesty Yin Yishuan and see their hometown return. Okay, let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Although these people wouldn't be of much help, he knew that Yin Yishuan's death had caused everyone to suppress the anger in their hearts. Therefore, they all wanted to contribute. Moreover, although the Void Star Divine Palace was terrifying, with his current strength, there weren't many things that could cause him to be wary of it. In the following day, Lin Ling didn't leave, and quietly waited for Little Flame's news. Old Z, in the star-picking nation, how did you all protect the nation? Lin Ling stood quietly in his purple mansion, looking at the endless mountains and rivers in the distance. Your Majesty, you can lay down an ancient array, the 1,000-sound 10,000-star ancient array. It can protect the star-picking nation. Old Z said beside Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to protect the rainforest sacred land, so he thought of an ancient array. After all, Lin Ling couldn't stay here forever. Therefore, he found the most suitable ancient array for Lin Ling in the star-picking nation. Your Majesty, this array isn't difficult. As long as you can refine the Emperor refining armor, you can lay it down. However, there are many requirements for the construction materials. Your Majesty has 200,000 source stones left, but once the array is completed, it can kill all transcendent realm cultivators. Obviously, spirit arrays were more difficult than the Tao of forging. The only drawback of a simple spirit array was that it was expensive. Only by solving this problem can I relax and go out adventuring. 200,000 source stones is worth it. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Looking at Old Z, he sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Old Z, he might still be struggling in the early transcendent realm. Once the enemy is driven away, I'll lay down the array and protect the mountains and rivers. Lin Ling said boldly, and left the Z mansion. At the same time, Little Flame returned with the group. At this moment he was squatting on the shoulder of one of the group, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and drinking with a smile. The group looked terrified. Obviously, Little Flame's feat of sweeping through the 100 territories in a day shocked them, and even made them revere him. After all, they saw how terrifying Little Flame was with their own eyes. When he transformed into an ancient desolate beast, no cultivator was his match. They're back. Serpent Lady and the others looked nervously at the people who returned. What's the result? Once Lord Little Flame appears, even gods and demons will avoid him. The people who returned were trembling with fear. He really succeeded. Serpent Lady and the others gasped as they looked at the little monkey drinking wine. Their hearts trembled violently. Sure enough, a monkey couldn't be judged by his appearance. Okay, the 100 territories is settled. Let's head to the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and stood at the gate of Cloud Sea City. A smile appeared on his face, but it was a cold smile. The group became nervous. Were they finally going to set out? If they dealt with the rainforest sacred land, then it would belong to them forever. Lin Ling, we can't help you this time. Only you can deal with it. So, shouldn't you think about it at length? Serpent Lady tried to persuade him once more. 1 sword per person. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His smile was filled with boundless confidence, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. Even though he couldn't eliminate the entire Void Star Divine Palace right now, it wasn't difficult for him to drive them away. The group moved forward in an imposing manner. At this moment, the enemies of the 100 territories had either been killed by little flame or fled. This caused the cultivators of the 100 territories to gather in the Rain Ocean. They'd sensed that some experts were about to attack the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, so they'd come. Even though they couldn't shake the Void Star Divine Palace with their strength, this was their home, so they had to help. Yesterday, a demon king appeared, and all the experts from the middle 3 regions were killed. It's the same in the upper 3 regions. That's a terrifying demon king. Thousands of people couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. An outsider sect was dealt with in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I wonder whose mount that demon king is. It looks like the heavens are on our side. Chapter 1262. 100 Empire Conference. He's here. He's so handsome. Is that him? Then the crowd looked into the distance and saw millions of people walking over. The person in the lead was drinking wine and carrying a big sword on his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Many people were shocked. That person was very young, but he was like a dragon among men. It's Lin Ling. Finally, a loud shout rang out, causing everyone at the edge of the Sea of Rain to be stunned. Lin Ling, who in the 100 domains didn't know that this person came from the tiny lower 3 domains. As a youth, he climbed up step by step, creating miracles and legends time and time again. In the end, he became the strongest and youngest emperor in the sacred land of the rainforest. Even in the 100 domains, countless stories about Lin Ling were known by every family. In many sects and empires, young martial artists regarded Lin Ling as their idol to inspire themselves. It's him. I can't believe I'm able to see him in my life. Countless youths were excited. Some young girls' hearts were beating wildly. Was that handsome young man the legendary Lin Ling? There's quite a lot of people. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the Sea of Rain. The sea of people by the sea surprised him. Lin Ling, our emperor. At the same time, everyone shouted at the same time. They were excited. They finally knew who helped them yesterday. It must be Lin Ling. Plop. Countless people knelt down on one knee. Their faces were filled with worship and reverence. There were elders, children, and youths kneeling down. The majestic scene shocked the Serpent Mother and the others. They didn't expect that Lin Ling was not only a legend in the Cloud Domain, but also in the 100 domains. Rise everyone. Lin Ling was a little excited. In his previous life, he was just a very ordinary person. In this life, he had never thought that there would be a day where he would be regarded as a legend by tens of millions of people. However, he had never planned to become a legend. He only wanted to do his best to protect his hometown. Lord Lin Ling, I represent the Tsungnan region to fight alongside you. A child of about 5 or 6 years of age ran out with a bowl of wine in his hands, looking at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he couldn't help but laugh loudly. All right, I'll drink this bowl of wine. Here's to our victory. After he finished speaking, he boldly picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he carried the child and set off on his journey. Let us be victorious. Everyone's blood was boiling as they followed Lin Ling towards the rainforest's sacred land. Such a vast and mighty scene shook the heavens and the earth, and it caused all the residents of the city to smile. At this moment, they were very proud because the legend of their cloud domain had become the symbol and belief in their hearts. After that, they strode forward and followed Lin Ling. At this moment, everything in the rainforest sacred land was under the control of the Void Star Divine Palace. Clearly, the Void Star Divine Palace didn't care about a rural area like the 100 territories. However, the rainforest sacred land had the Bodhi ancient tree. This ancient tree had many treasures, which was why they valued it. Congratulations to Lord Dao Reverend for becoming the master of the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, a large number of experts were gathered on the Bodhi ancient tree. They came from various sects and clans in Xiamping province. Their goal was very simple. They were here to buy slaves. Perhaps this was the only thing that moved them in this tiny rainforest sacred land. Today, I'm indebted to everyone for giving me face in the 100 Dynasties Assembly. My Dao Reverend's face has been enhanced. An old man smiled faintly as he looked at the crowd. He was the person with the highest authority in the rainforest's sacred land, and his strength had reached the transcendent sixth stage. Lord Dao Reverend is too serious. Lord Dao Reverend will probably become a great existence in less than a month. Everyone smiled politely, and their words were filled with respect. One of them stood beside the Bodhi ancient tree's leaves and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, Lord Dao Reverend, although the 6 saint regions aren't strong, they have the advantage in numbers. Since Lord Dao Reverend is able to rule this place, it's not strange for you to be called a king. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. Although their strength was above tens of thousands of people, it was difficult for them to become the ruler of a region. After all, that was controlling hundreds of millions of people. Humans were also extremely precious resources. For example, the various sects and clans needed some slaves to do things. Ordinary disciples were very noble, so who would do such lowly things? Everyone here is in existence of great virtue and prestige. Being able to invite everyone here today is my Dao Reverend's face. Now let the 100 Dynasties assembly begin. Dao Zunzi smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to take a seat in the banquet. The 100 Dynasties assembly meant that there were 100 super sects here. They were also quite famous in Xiamping province. Among them, there were the Triple Elemental Golden Dipper sect, the Northern Nether Dark region, the Thousand Era Ghost sect, the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace, and even the Celestial Phenomenon sect. Hearing this, the elders of the various sects all smiled. They were quite fond of these words of virtue and prestige. Of course, with their strength, they were worthy of such praise. Bullshit. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds billowed in the distance. An angry roar reverberated through the air, causing endless echoes. On the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone's eyes narrowed. Someone actually dared to say bullshit? The 100 Dynasties assembly sounds nice, but it's actually discussing how to buy slaves. You guys are all cruel and unscrupulous. You're worse than pigs and dogs. The voice rang out again, pointing at the 100 Dynasties assembly. Bastard, who is so bold? On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, the dignified experts' faces turned cold as they released their powerful auras, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. One had to know that they represented a super sect, and their strength wasn't weak at all. Most of them had reached the transcendent 4th layer. 3 of them were at the transcendent 6th layer, and one of them was from the Celestial Star sect. With such combat strength, they couldn't be underestimated even in the Great Xianpeng region. However, in the tiny sacred ground of the rainforest, there were actually people who dared to say that they were inferior to pigs and dogs. So arrogant, who is it? At this moment, everyone in the sacred ground of the rainforest heard the scolding and felt relieved. One should know that in the past, they wouldn't dare to speak out even if they were angry. However, the person who came had scolded them out. Look over there, there are so many people. At the same time, the people in the sacred ground of the rainforest saw a large number of people walking in the direction of the rain sea. There were more than 100 million people there. Although they were as weak as ants, when there were a lot of people, even ants could make people respect them. Who gave them the courage to come to the sacred ground of the rainforest? At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, Dao Zunzi also saw the scene from afar. He could tell that those people were from the 100 territories. He didn't put the people from the 100 territories in his eyes. After all, that place was weaker than the warriors in the sacred ground of the rainforest. But now, people from the 100 territories actually dared to come here and scold him. Chapter 1263. Majestic mountains and rivers, void star divine palace, heed my command. Dispatch 1,000 saint spirit powerhouses to kill those 100 million people. Yes, Dao Master issued a merciless order. In order to prove his authority, it was time to make an example out of these people. Yes. In all directions of the rainforest holy land, a large number of void star divine palace powerhouses moved out, causing the local martial artists of the rainforest holy land to frown. Dao Master was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to kill 100 million people. Hurry and leave. This is not a place where you can come. They've come to kill you. A large number of people from the rainforest Holy Land roared. They came from the 7 great martial arts halls, the 5 great ancient countries, the 7 profound martial house, the great Tang Empire, and even the 4 great desolate races. But in these past years, they had been suppressed by the Void Star Divine Palace, so they didn't dare to voice their anger. But now, the people of the 100 territories were their friends and comrades. Seeing them about to be killed, how could they not be worried? However, under their warning, not only did the mighty group not flee, but they instead walked towards the Bodhi ancient tree. This momentum of cutting off all means of retreat caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Were the people of the 100 territories willing to throw caution to the wind? They would rather die in battle than become slaves. Follow them. The people of the rainforest Holy Land clenched their teeth, a heroic spirit rising in their hearts. No matter who was leading them, they would rather die in battle than become slaves. More and more people joined in, causing Linling's camp to grow even larger. The 1,000 powerhouses of the Void Star Divine Palace were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. In the rainforest Holy Land, they could be considered overlords. It had to be known that in the past, the only transcendent powerhouses in the rainforest Holy Land were the 4 great patriarchs. But even so, the crowd did not stop. A bunch of ants seeking death. Everyone, let's continue with the 100 Dynasties Assembly. Dao Zunzi looked disdainfully into the distance and said indifferently. He waved his hand, and people brought food and wine one after another. Everyone began to eat and drink, and they did not care about what was happening in the distance. In their hearts, although there were many people there, how could they be a match for 1,000 experts? How can ants compete with the heavens? At this moment 1,000 powerhouses moved out, their auras filling the mountains and rivers. But the people in front of them still continued to move forward, each one of them with a look of determination. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure shot out from the crowd. His sword was majestic, as if he wanted to dominate the world. How can the heavens compete with me for glory? A cold voice rang out, causing the eyes of the 1,000-strong cultivators to widen. How arrogant! He wanted to block 1,000 of them by himself? He was simply courting death. Disdain rose in their hearts as they unleashed powerful martial arts. However, just as their martial arts blasted towards the incoming person, the person slashed out with his sword. This sword was as majestic as a pillar, and as domineering as the heavens. It also seemed to represent the anger in the hearts of countless people in the rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. Wherever the sword passed, it destroyed all merciless rules. Boom! All of their martial arts techniques were cut apart. The eyes of the 1,000 people narrowed. This person was so powerful. Since when did the 100 territories have such a terrifying expert? However, this could only be the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, everyone was hacked apart by an enormous sword pillar. Blood scattered down like rain, shocking everyone's hearts. Victory at the start. The people at the back could not help but shout excitedly. This was their legend. Then, the crowd did not stop, and continued to move towards the Bodhi ancient tree. They allowed the blood in the sky to fall on their bodies. Instead, the battle intent in their eyes grew stronger. This was the blood of their enemies, and they longed to drink it. A bunch of people worse than pigs and dogs. At the same time, the crowd shouted loudly. This time, their voices caused the clouds in the sky to tumble. At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, the people from the super sects were still drinking. However, when they heard the voices, their hands trembled and their faces turned ferocious. Among them, Tao Master Z's face was the ugliest. Shame, a great shame. They people of virtue and prestige were actually scolded by some ants. Moreover, 1,000 of them had not been able to kill the other party. Everyone move out. Tao Master Z shouted angrily, ordering all the strong cultivators of the Void Star Divine Palace, stationed in the rainforest Holy Land, to move out. After he finished speaking, he regained his calm and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't bother with those ants. Continue drinking. The 100 Empire Conference will continue." The intruder was arrogant, but could he stop more than 19,000 Transcendent Realm Masters? He wanted to see if that person could make it here. Haha, a wild child doesn't know etiquette. Sir Dao Master Z is right. Let's continue drinking. Perhaps the moment we finish drinking, the riot will disappear. It's a pity that too many people died. My 3 yuan Golden Dipper sect needs 100,000 slaves this time. With so many people dead, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recruit enough. An old man shook his head helplessly. He did not feel guilty about the number of people who died. Instead, he felt a little regretful that there were too few slaves. Haha, don't worry. The 6 sacred regions are big regions. They don't have much, but they have a lot of people. But soon someone comforted him. Moreover, the rioters are rebellious by nature. Even if they become slaves, it will be difficult to control them. So it's better that they die. The others nodded and slowly drank their wine. They did not seem to care about what was happening in the distance. However, they did not know that Lin Ling's spiritual eye could see things thousands of miles away. Therefore, every word they said was seen by Lin Ling. Unstoppable. With a roar, Lin Ling soared into the sky and flew towards the crowd of 10,000 people. These people were all early Transcendent Realm cultivators. In the rainforest Holy Land, they were indeed terrifying. But to Lin Ling, they were still too weak. So strong. The crowd behind looked at Lin Ling with excitement. Lin Ling was actually fighting 10,000 people by himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was cold as a terrifying power erupted from his body. The power of 2 universes allowed Lin Ling to rush into the crowd of 10,000 people like a death god. Between his arms, the power was like a dragon and a tiger. Bo bo bo. A punch killed more than a dozen people, and a kick seemed to shake mountains and rivers. Facing early Transcendent Realm cultivators, he did not even need to use his sword. His physical body alone was enough to crush them. What? The faces of the masters from the Void Star Divine Palace changed drastically. They thought that Lin Ling was just one person, and that no matter how strong he was, his strength would be limited. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so fierce that he could easily kill them without using his spiritual yuan? Wait, who is your excellency? Someone asked in a dignified voice. They had never seen such a terrifying master before. However, the answer they received was a single punch that killed them all. Tens of thousands of people were killed without a single one remaining. The clouds in the sky churned and blood rained down like rain. But what made everyone gasp was that even though the blood rained down, Lin Ling's blue robes still fluttered elegantly, not a single drop of blood staining his robes. From the looks of it, he did not seem like he was killing people, but rather like he was practicing martial arts. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Chapter 1264. 1 against 10,000 Lord, save me. Panicked cries rang out, causing the faces of the experts of the 100 Empire Assembly to change drastically. They stopped drinking and walked to the side of the tree leaf. Their eyes narrowed as they looked around. What they had imagined did not happen. The people from afar were still walking over in a grandiose manner, as if an army was surrounding the Bodhi ancient tree. Out of the 10,000 people of the Void Star Divine Palace, countless were dead or injured. There were even some who ran back with broken limbs. It was extremely humiliating. At this moment, the people of the 100 Empire Assembly gritted their teeth. They were still thinking that the riot would end after the wine. But who knew that before they could finish drinking, the army had already arrived. The most terrifying thing was that although there seemed to be a lot of people, there was only one person who could fight. Kill. Kill. Who is this brat? How arrogant. He actually dares to kill the people of the Void Star Divine Palace. Kill. No matter who he is, he must die today. Otherwise, where will our face go? Kill. On the huge tree leaf, the experts roared. They could also see that Lin Ling was at the Transcendent Realm, and the weakest among them was at the Transcendent Realm. Therefore, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. Instead, they felt that he was courting death. Let me kill him with one slash. Kill. An elder from the Kuan Palace's Kongli sect took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. This person was at the Transcendent Realm and was an ancient hero. He was also famous in the Kuan Palace. With a space-time lightsaber, He could defeat all the heroes in the world. Clang! When the saber struck out, it was as though heaven and earth had disappeared. The space-time momentum appeared and countless sabers surrounded Lin Ling. That resplendent light made people not dare to look straight at it. This saber was a supreme pattern martial art at the large success stage. At the same time, the people of the rainforest Holy Land in the distance had grave expressions. They could feel that the pressure on their bodies was extremely great, as though they were about to be killed by the saber. That saber was so terrifying. But their footsteps did not stop. No matter how arrogant you are, under my time saber, you won't be able to dodge a single slash. The saber light was like a shadow as it surrounded Lin Ling Dai. Lin Ling didn't even look at the blade of time. Although this blade of time's light was flowing everywhere, it was impossible to guard against. However, his soul force was powerful, so he didn't need to fear it. His left hand reached out and grabbed the blade of time. His 5 fingers were like pliers, grabbing onto the blade of time. His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the blade of time immediately melted like water. It was actually turned into a metal disc by Lin Ling. That tyrannical power was transmitted from the blade to the old man's body, causing him to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. What a terrifying power! It had actually caused his King Grade Saint artifact to explode. Lin Ling was expressionless. He took a step forward and punched out. Rumble! Unstoppable! The power of 2 universes exploded out to 4 universes in an instant. The punch landed on the old man, causing his entire body to tremble violently. His meridians and dantian instantly shattered, and under countless gazes his body exploded. In one move, a transcendent realm elder had fallen. Elder Yang! On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, the experts all shouted. Shame, this was a great shame. They came to hold the 100 Empire Assembly, but it was actually disrupted by a single person. If this were to spread out, their sect would lose all face. Kill him. Even more experts from the super sects moved out. Swords, blades, spears, fists, palms, all kinds of extreme martial arts were released. The power of heaven and earth gathered together, causing the Bodhi ancient tree to become a calamity. Ignorant brat, your arrogance should end now. Along with the terrifying attacks that filled the sky, there were the angry voices of the super sects experts. Being arrogant in my territory and selling my people as slaves. I want to see if you super sects will feel pain. Come at me as many as you can. A loud shout came out from Lin Ling's mouth, shaking the heavens. The people from the rainforest's sacred land afar felt their blood boil. Lin Ling was fighting against so many experts by himself. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the light was dazzling. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was facing the experts' attacks, and ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Earth uplifting heavens! The terrifying sword pillar seemed like it could destroy anything. One had to know that the first layer of the Fiend God Overlord body, Earth uplifting heavens, was a simple move, but it contained endless mysteries. The second layer, Unstoppable, increased Lin Ling's strength to 4 universes. But it wasn't a move. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded incessantly. The extreme pattern martial arts were all cut apart. Even if they weren't cut apart, the extreme pattern martial arts were shattered by Lin Ling's furious roar. This was the power of the Emperor's armor refinement. Clang! At the same time, after Earth uplifting heavens cut down the extreme martial arts, the sword's momentum caused many experts to stagger and retreat in the void. Many of them were even killed by the sword. How is this possible? They are all peak mid-grade Transcendent Realm experts. And there are even 5th grade Transcendent Realm experts among them. Who is that young man? Is he not human? Why is he unscathed in the face of extreme martial arts? Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They had never seen such a terrifying 4th layer Transcendent Realm master before. One had to know that it wasn't rare for a 4th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator to be able to fight across realms. But the young man in front of them was not only able to fight across realms, he was even able to fight against 100. Icy Rain Pagoda. One of the 3 elements Golden Dipper sect's masters roared. Like a god descending from the heavens, he spread out his arms and sent an endless rain of ice towards Lin Ling. This person's extreme martial art was also at the grand accomplishment stage, but his innate saint physique was obviously stronger than the people before him, reaching the earth grade. Of course, with such strength, his status was naturally not low. He was an elder of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. The Icy Rain Pagoda was extremely terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of frost, it was also capable of easily killing a fourth-layer Transcendent Realm Master. Little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. In front of us ancient masters, do you think you have the right to be arrogant? After the elder executed his martial art, he shouted coldly. His aura was like that of a divine king. In his eyes, the ice rain was unstoppable. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Lin Ling was frozen into an ice sculpture in front of his eyes and was being killed by the ice rain. He's finally dead. We can finally drink the wine without worry. On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone smiled faintly. They could finally relax. Lord! Far away, the crowd was still moving forward. Their eyes were filled with worry. It was too terrifying. The heavens and earth had already been frozen. Moreover, the ice rain was like swords piercing through the earth. How is Lord now? As expected of the Ice Elder, with the might of his martial art, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. Lord Dao Venerable smiled faintly. This made many people from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect puff out their chests proudly. The elder said modestly, "It's just that he's too weak. It's not that my martial art is strong. There are many people in this world who are stronger than me. Indeed, I'm one of those people who are stronger than you. Fire of the myriad families." As soon as his voice faded, the frozen heavens and earth erupted. Layers of blue flames gushed out, destroying all the ice. A young man covered in blue flames walked out in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, the sea of flames didn't stop. The sky was filled with blooming lotuses. It was like a world of hundreds of flowers. Bang, bang, bang. Resplendent blue lotuses floated over. Near the Bodhi ancient tree, a large number of experts were blasted to death. Even if they didn't die, they were burned alive by the blue flames. Chapter 1265. Unstoppable. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Those experts were so arrogant, standing at the peak of the clouds, talking and laughing, as if they were looking at the world. They even wanted to drink wine, but now, there were countless casualties. Impossible. My martial art is at the great success stage of the extreme pattern martial art. In addition, I have an earth-grade saint physique, ice soul physique. How can you break my martial art? The elder of the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect shook his head. His attack had failed to kill the young man. Instead, the young man had killed one of his men. My martial art is at the peak of the extreme pattern martial art. Moreover, are you the only one with an earth-grade saint physique? In the 100-flower world, Lin Ling, who was covered in blue flames, walked over step by step. He looked like a blue flame god. Although his steps seemed slow, he appeared in front of the elder in an instant. The elder's face turned deathly pale. This was the first time he felt fear towards the young man in front of him. Speak. Weren't you very arrogant before? Speak now. I want to see where your arrogance comes from," said Lin Ling indifferently. The elder's body was trembling. How could he still be arrogant? He couldn't say anything. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Enough. At this moment, an angry voice resounded. It was Dao Zunzi's voice. Do you know who he is? He is an elder of the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect. If you dare to touch him, you will offend the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Boom. Just as the sound of his voice faded, Lin Ling punched out. The blazing sea of flames transformed into a gigantic flaming fist, smashing the old man into smithereens. A mere transcendent fifth-stage cultivator, yet he was still insta-killed. What did you say before? After killing the elder, Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at the sky. He asked Dao Zunzi indifferently. It seemed like a casual question, but in fact, everyone knew that Lin Ling was asking the obvious. He was telling Dao Zunzi that he knew that the elder was an elder of the Three Yuan Golden Dipper sect, but he still wanted to kill him. Don't be too arrogant. There are hundreds of super sects here, and my Void Star Divine Palace is here. Do you know the consequences of provoking us? Dao's sovereign was furious, and his voice was extremely low. The people beside him were also furious. This mysterious young man was too insolent. The consequence is that all of you will die too. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the various experts in the sky. Blue flames blossomed from his left hand, transforming into a raging flaming fist as he viciously punched towards the sky. Although he appeared to be at the transcendent fourth stage, he actually possessed 5 strands of spiritual yuan. In addition to his powerful essence, energy and spirit, he could even kill a transcendent 6th stage expert in a single move. Rumble! Fists soared up into the sky, burning the dome of heaven. Above the Bodhi ancient tree, more experts were burned to death. At this moment, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They came to the rainforest to purchase slaves, but they didn't expect that once they came here, they wouldn't be able to return. Save me! The blue flames crazily burned the ancient trees, and painful screams rang out incessantly. In the distance, the people of the rainforest Holy Land were all stunned. Lin Ling was really fighting by himself, and it wasn't a battle to the death. Instead, it was a one-sided battle. With one sword, he would kill anyone who came. He only needed one sword strike. With one flame, he would burn anyone who came. He only needed one fist strike. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. These people came to the rainforest Holy Land and dared to treat others as slaves. Then, let's see if they would feel pain, if they were afraid of death. At this moment, everyone in the rainforest Holy Land shouted, "Victory! Victory!" Their voices shook the clouds. To Dao Zunzi and the other experts, these voices were filled with sarcasm. Being burned by my flames, you're about to die. Why bother saving? Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot towards the Bodhi ancient tree like a cannonball. At this moment, he finally reached the top of the ancient tree. Cruel child, you've killed countless people. Is your heart made of steel? On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, there were 3 transcendent realm experts. One of them was Dao Venerable, the other was Venerable Qing Yun, and the other was 3 Leaves Monk. The one who spoke was 3 Leaves Monk. He came from the Heavenly Dragon Temple, which was also one of the major powers of the Kuan Temple. I will kill you on behalf of the world. Dust's 6th ancestor bell. Wung Wung. When Lin Ling shot towards the ancient tree, an ancient golden bell fell from the sky. Endless Buddhist chants spread out, forming mysterious Sanskrit characters in the sky. These Sanskrit characters recorded 4 sentences of Buddhism. The Bodhi ancient tree is not a tree. The mirror is not a platform. Originally there was nothing. Where did dust come from? Bang bang bang. In the rainforest Holy Land, hundreds of millions of people felt their heads buzzing. They couldn't help but sit down on the ground. They looked up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with respect, but more of it was anger. That old monk didn't care about the lives of hundreds of millions of people. He only wanted to buy slaves. Lin Ling led everyone to resist. He actually dared to say that Lin Ling was cruel. Compared to cruelty, that hypocritical monk was even crueler and more insidious. You think you can kill me? The ancient bell fell and purified the dust. However, Lin Ling's head was still looking at the sky. His speed, which had been suppressed, exploded once again and shot straight at the ancient Sanskrit bell. Soul Sealing Seal. An even more terrifying soul force erupted from his body. He slapped his palm on the ancient bell, and with a buzzing sound, the sound of Buddha resounded throughout the world. Soon after, under the gaze of countless people, the ancient golden bell shattered and turned into sparkling lights. You broke my dust 6th ancestor bell? The 3 Leaves Monk sucked in a breath of cold air. One should know that his dust 6th ancestor bell wasn't formed by spiritual energy. It was formed by soul power. He guessed that no matter how powerful this young man was, he wouldn't be able to block his soul power attack. Who knew that this young man could break his golden bell with a single palm? Not only did I break the bell, but I also want to kill you. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of him. His sword stabbed towards him. The sword was like a knife, piercing into his dantian and crushing everything. Then, Lin Ling put away his sword and walked past him. The 3 Leaves Monk was still standing in the same place. He looked at his dantian in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? How can this old monk die here?" Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back. The remaining people on the giant Bodhi leaf fell into a dead silence. All of them looked at the young man, who was slowly walking forward. It was as if they were looking at the arrival of the Grim Reaper. This young man was unstoppable. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Instead, he walked past the table and picked up a cup of wine, drinking as he walked. His boldness shocked everyone. They could only watch as Lin Ling came to kill them. "Who are you?" In the silence, one of the old men frowned. He was Venerable Qing Yin from the Celestial Phenomenon sect. The three of them were existences that couldn't be underestimated even in Xianping province. However, this young man who came from the rainforest Holy Land killed them like dogs. Therefore, he guessed that this young man wasn't an ordinary person. "I'm Lin Ling." A soft voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. It made everyone's heart tremble. "He's Lin Ling?" All the mysteries had been solved. Although they hadn't seen Lin Ling before, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? It was just that none of them expected Lin Ling to be from the rainforest Holy Land. "So you're Lin Ling. My senior brother Tian Xiangzi lost to you." Chapter 1266. I'll help you. How about giving my celestial phenomenon sex some face? Today's matter will end here. Sigh. Venerable Qing Yin shook his head and said helplessly. He knew that Lin Ling was not only powerful, but also had a powerful background. However, he knew that Lin Ling might not take his suggestion seriously. Therefore he said, "I am Venerable Qing Yin. You should know that those who can be called venerable naturally have powerful backgrounds. For example, the Lord above you, Venerable Sea Calming, also has the title of Venerable." Sigh. You think you have the qualifications to ask me to give you face? Scram within 3 breaths, or I'll kill you even if you're a venerable. Sigh. Lin Ling did not give him any face at all. The other party had sold the people of the rainforest Holy Land as slaves. So what if he was a venerable? You. Sigh. Venerable Qing Yin's face turned ugly. Lin Ling did not give him any face, and even told him to scram within 3 breaths. Otherwise he would also kill him. However, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. Although Lin Ling was not a venerable, his strength was still very terrifying. Venerable Qing Yin, you don't need to be afraid of him. He fought so many people before, and his spiritual yuan is almost exhausted. We still have more than a dozen people. If we work together, we can definitely kill him. Venerable Dao roared, as if he had seen through Lin Ling's current weakness. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's only a transcendent 4th-layer cultivator. Adding on the fact that his spiritual yuan is exhausted, he's probably just strong on the outside. Sigh. Lin Ling, let me ask you, did you consume a lot of spiritual yuan? Sigh. The others were moved. It was indeed possible, and Lin Ling seemed to be giving them a chance to scram within 3 breaths. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's current state, they decided to stay. After all, the Void Star Divine Palace was also a powerful force, and they had to give them face. Moreover, helping Venerable Dao could also earn a favor from the Void Star Divine Palace. So why not? Looks like you have to choose death. Lin Ling sneered and shook his head. The sharpness in his eyes deepened. He had given him the chance, so he could not be blamed for what happened next. He sneered and pointed at Dao Sovereign. Little Flame, kill that man. He said. GG. On his shoulder, Little Flame poked its head out with an innocent and curious look. Dao Zunzi and the others were stunned. What was this monkey? Whoosh. Just as they had this thought, a fiery red figure shot toward Dao Zunzi. Little Flame had made his move. You want to stop me with this beast? Not only was Dao Sovereign not angry, but he even began to laugh. Lin Ling didn't dare to attack. This meant that he had exhausted a great deal of his spiritual source. As long as he killed this monkey, he would be able to kill Lin Ling. Perhaps he would even be rewarded by Empyrean Void Star. Lin Ling, I'll show you what it means to be a transcendent 6th-stage expert. The Wood Birth Pearl Star Zone, shouted Dao Zunzi in a low voice. A mysterious aura bloomed from his body. A starry sky descended, ancient and deadly. Countless planets appeared in the sky, the pinnacle of an extreme martial art. On the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone was shocked. As expected of Dao Zunzi, even the most difficult extreme martial art had reached the pinnacle. Then they began to look forward to it. After killing that monkey, Lin Ling would no longer have the capital to be arrogant. Roar! At this moment, the fiery red figure released a tyrannical aura. It grew larger in the sky, and its red bone armor seemed to be dyed in blood. The little monkey turned into an ape. Looking at Dao Zunzi, it slammed its palm heavily. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the huge ape's palm was actually covered with a hard red bone armor. It was extremely mysterious. Pop, pop, pop. The palm swept through the nebula, and the starry sky seemed to collapse. Dao Zunzi's eyes were fixed on it, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Seventh stage wild beast." One had to know that demonic beasts were divided into several ranks. First, wild beasts. Second, demonic beasts. Third, ferocious beasts. Fourth, wild beasts. For example, the 72 demon gods were wild beasts, but they were at the peak of the wild beasts. However, Little Flame had transformed into a 7th stage wild beast. From a certain perspective, he was almost on par with the 72 demon gods. Therefore, how could Dao Zunzi not be shocked? Lin Ling actually used a wild beast as a pet? This was too terrifying. Roar! The giant red palm carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it continued to blast towards Dao Zunzi. After Dao Zunzi's face changed drastically, he patted his belt with his right hand, and a dazzling black light bloomed, forming a black light that protected him. It was as if he was being protected by a planet. He was using the Star Charm Heavenly Armor, a low-level heavenly soldier. With the protection of an ancient star, its defense was extremely terrifying. It could withstand any attack from a transcendent, and its defense was stronger than Lin Ling's Emperor Refinement armor. Of course, its flaw was that it had a time limit, and was not as convenient as Lin Ling's Emperor Refinement armor. This Dao Zunzi still has a trump card. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he secretly nodded. Famous masters were indeed not easy to deal with. Of course, no matter how strong his defense was, he would still die in the end. Everyone, I will be responsible for stopping this beast. You all quickly go and kill Lin Ling. This time, Lin Ling did not dare to come and kill me. He must have exhausted his spiritual yuan. This is a great opportunity. Within the black light, Dao Zunzi anxiously shouted. There was a sneer in his eyes, as if he was sure that Lin Ling would be defeated. His Star Charm Heavenly Armor could resist for a while, and that was enough time for Lin Ling to die. The others' eyes flashed, and they were even more certain that Lin Ling's spiritual yuan had been exhausted. They all stepped forward, ready to attack. I'm not participating. At this time, Venerable Qing Yun suddenly said lightly, causing the remaining people's eyes to narrow. Venerable Qing Yin was not joining the camp to kill Lin Ling? Why? Someone asked in surprise. However, Venerable Qing Yin ignored him and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm not participating in today's matter. Moreover, I'll help you. Hong. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling should be at his weakest right now. Venerable Qing Yin not only did not want to kill Lin Ling, but also wanted to help Lin Ling kill them. Venerable Qing Yin, do you want to offend Heavenly Venerable Su Xing? Dao Zunzi immediately roared. How could things turn out like this? His friend had become his enemy. Venerable Qing Yin looked at him indifferently and said calmly, You should take care of yourself. Good. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling and bowed slightly, expressing his position. He was very clear that although Lin Ling was a transcendent 4th stage cultivator, he was hiding a lot of secrets. Even his senior brother Tian Xiangzi couldn't see through him. Tian Xiangzi had once told him that there were many existences in Xianping province that couldn't be provoked, and among those transcendents, Lin Ling was one of them. He had always believed in his senior brother Tian Xiangzi's words. After all, his senior brother was a famous divination grandmaster in Xianping province. Who do you want me to help you kill? Tell me. Venerable Qing Yun said again, trying to sell Lin Ling a favor. No need, just watch from the side. All right. Chapter 1267. Repent. You guessed right. I did consume a lot of my spiritual yuan. But you seem to have forgotten that I didn't rely on my own strength to defeat Li Tiange. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he coldly glared at the remaining masters, causing all of them to freeze up, their murderous expressions instantly stiffening. And they had all forgotten that Lin Ling still had the ancient flame demon. The ancient flame demon was a desolate beast, and at its peak, it was invincible in the transcendent realm. Wait, I surrender. I won't participate in today's matter. Surrender. I've never interfered in the rainforest's holy land. Today, I'm only here to buy some slaves. The remaining masters all took a step back, fear written all over their faces. Previously, they had hoped to kill Lin Ling by a fluke, but now they realized that their greed was a mistake. If they flattered the Su Xing Divine Palace and offended Lin Ling, their end would not be good. Surrender? Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He slowly put his hand into his mouth and gently bit down. A drop of blood flowed down his finger, like the most beautiful red flower. This strange action caused the remaining people to turn even paler. An indescribable pressure rose in their hearts, as if they were watching a sealed demon slowly awaken at this moment. Smoke rose into the air. Above the giant leaf, a dreamy scene appeared. Amidst the smoke, a slender figure seemed to have walked out from the monster world. White hair like a sea urchin, 9 tails swaying in the wind, and a wicked smile appearing before everyone's eyes. Xiao! The smoke billowed, and in the next moment, an arm pierced through the chest of one of the masters. Ignoring the lives of hundreds of millions of people just to buy slaves, you elders of super sects have lost enough face. The hoarse voice was like the laughter of the Grim Reaper. Am I going to die? The master looked down at his chest, only to see that his dantian had been messed up by an arm, his vitality fading away. Putong. He fell on his back. He had never imagined that he would die here today. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave, but you were still hoping for a fluke. So you can go to hell with your luck. The evil voice drifted into everyone's ears. Smoke permeated the air as if flames were burning Lin Ling's body, causing him to erupt with a power that transcended the void. He returned to his original state and became a true ancient flame devil. Soon after, another figure fell. Kill. We have no other choice. The remaining people's eyes turned red. If Lin Ling didn't die, then they would die. Lin Ling was too abominable. They only came to buy slaves, but Lin Ling actually wanted to kill them all. Lin Ling was simply a demon. However, they didn't expect that they would casually trade the lives of others. To the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were the true demons. This was something they had never thought about. Perhaps they thought that the lives of ants were nothing to be taken seriously. Try this move, the fusion of demonic flame and sea heart flame. The voice drifted in the air. It was Lin Ling's voice. Then white and blue flames intertwined. It was incomparably resplendent. A large number of flame birds flew out in the sky. There were vermilion birds, phoenixes, double suns birds, and other ancient divine beasts. Lin Ling had learned this move after devouring Li Fengge's furious maple flaming tiger. This allowed flames to take the form of ancient divine beasts. It was the initial form of the law of flames. Bang bang bang. The flame birds flew across the sky, dazzling. On the ground, everyone's hearts beat violently. It was so beautiful. It had become a world of blue and white flames, and it was a scene of thousands of birds flying in the sky. Lin Ling's 9 tails swayed and his white hair danced in the wind. He didn't look like a demon, but more like a blue and white flame god. So handsome, everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land had such a thought. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were closed. Countless flame birds flew out from his body, allowing Lin Ling to constantly sense the rising law of flames. After all, the limit of the ancient flame demon was the peak of the transcendent realm. After Lin Ling surpassed this realm, the ancient flame demon wouldn't be of much help to him. Therefore, he needed to improve his Tao of flames. Above the ancient trees, everyone let out terrifying screams as they were pierced by the flame birds. No matter what extreme pattern martial arts they used, They couldn't resist the flames. In the end, they died one by one. Senior brother Tian Xiangzi really didn't deceive me. Venerable Qing Yun's body trembled as he watched this scene. He felt lucky for his previous actions. If Lin Ling used his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a transcendent 6th-layer cultivator. As for Dao Lord Zi, he was becoming more and more afraid. Lin Ling had indeed used up a lot of spiritual source, but he hadn't expected that Lin Ling's ancient flame demon would be so terrifying. It made him want to bow down and worship. Now Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to heavenly venerate Void Star's level. Bang bang bang. While Lin Ling was killing everyone, Little Flame's huge palms continuously attacked the black light barrier around Dao Master Zi's body, gradually causing cracks to appear. Stop fighting! Dao Master Z shouted in panic. At this moment, Lin Ling had already killed everyone and was slowly appearing in front of Dao Master Z. As long as the black light barrier disappeared, Dao Master Z would die. This kind of waiting was undoubtedly torture for Dao Master Z. The outside world was staring at him covetously, and he couldn't do anything but watch as death approached. Boom! Finally, the black light barrier disappeared. Clearly, the low-level heavenly soldier's time was up. Dao Master Z's body appeared, and he looked at Lin Ling, his body trembling. How do you want to die? Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at Dao Master Z like an evil fox. Don't kill me. Dao Master Z immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He didn't want to die yet. He was about to become a great hero, and his name would shake the world. Do you think it's possible? Lin Ling smiled evilly. Was it possible to make Dao Master Z's heart turn to ashes with just one sentence? It was impossible. Lin Ling would definitely kill him. And from another perspective, if he had the strength to kill Lin Ling, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. So, how do you want to die? Do you want to suffer all the suffering in the world? Or do you want to die quickly? Lin Ling said indifferently, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing in the world. I choose a straightforward death. Dao Master Z sighed and shook his head. The memories of his life flowed through his mind, and finally stopped at the scene in front of him. His sigh became even thicker. This king of the 6 sacred regions was really not easy to be. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come here. Go and repent to them, and then commit suicide yourself. Lin Ling looked at the crowd in the distance and said indifferently, many of them are innocent. Because of your invasion, their families have been destroyed, their wives and children have been separated, so you can die too easily. That's too easy for you. If you don't apologize, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. As the last sentence fell, Dao Master Z's body trembled violently. His gaze met with Lin Ling's. Inexplicably, he believed in Lin Ling's words. Living a life worse than death, Lin Ling would definitely do it. Chapter 1268. The next year would be spring. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Dao Venerable slowly came to the edge of the leaf and looked at the people in the distance. Finally he said sincerely. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he committed suicide under the eyes of countless people. Good. The hundreds of millions of people were silent for a moment before they burst into cheers. It's over, it's all over. Their legend Lin Ling had single-handedly dealt with all the experts and restored the peace of the rainforest. Lin Ling. Countless voices rang out again. Everyone's eyes were wet. There were voices of young girls, children, old people, etc. There were too many. Memories of Lin Ling flashed through their minds. Young Lin Ling, born in Guyan, battled against geniuses, entered the Sea of Clouds, stabilized Tianxian, then entered the rainforest, battled against a group of heroes, looked down on the world, and when enemies invaded, he raised his sword and beheaded a group of heroes. Flames were born, and mountains and rivers were set. These were the stories of Lin Ling since he was young. In the 100 territories, who didn't know about them? He was even praised by the people, as if he was an immortal emperor. Who said he's cruel? He's decisive in killing enemies, and saving hundreds of millions of people. He's fair and square. Venerable Qing Yun looked at the scene quietly. His heart was boiling. Hundreds of millions of people worshipping Lin Ling at the same time. That kind of scene was too sensational. He couldn't do it. He could use his strength to conquer millions of people, but he couldn't conquer people's hearts, let alone hundreds of millions of people. He's only in his 20s, but he's done something we can't do in our lifetime. Venerable Qing Yun sighed softly. He took a step forward and slowly left. He didn't have the face to stay here. Lin Ling glanced at him and didn't pay much attention to him. Venerable Qing Yun knew how to conduct himself. Otherwise, he would have left him here today. Lin Ling slowly returned to his normal appearance. He wore a blue and white robe and held a majestic sword. He smiled faintly as he looked at the world. At this moment, he revealed a brilliant smile. After suffering, he finally welcomed the sea and sky. His home was snatched back. I have a pot of wine, enough to soothe the dust. Pour it into the sea of sand, and spring will come next year. A soft voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. Good wine down his throat, he looked to the world. Bang! The Void Star Divine Palace. At this moment, the entire magnificent palace swayed. A middle-aged man in black robes quietly stood at the top of the palace. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at the sky, 4 pairs of eyes looking as if they could see through everything. He was Emperor Void Star. He had also received news of what had happened in the Rainforest Holy Land. All of his people had been killed. This made him realize that Lin Ling was provoking him and undermining the dignity of his Void Star Divine Palace. Right now, the same news was spreading through the great Xianpeng territory. The dignified Void Star Divine Palace had been completely annihilated by Lin Ling of the 8-star 6th Saint realm. The Void Star Divine Palace's reputation was undeserved. Unfortunately, just as Emperor Void Star was about to take revenge, a piece of news came from the ancient Koan temple. The 6 Saint domains did not belong to him, and had another master. Soon after, that mysterious master was found out. It was Lin Ling. This news was like a slap to the face, striking Emperor Void Star's anger. Unable to take revenge was his current mood. Moreover, Lin Ling could have used his status as the master of the 6 Saint domains to make them leave, but Lin Ling had not. Instead, he had erased everything. The junior who dared to look me in the eye has grown wings today. However, the news of the 6 Saint domains has spread like wildfire. Moreover, this Lin Ling seems to have a backer. This makes it difficult for me to kill him in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Emperor Void Star coldly muttered to himself. He knew that God Emperors were the most ruthless. In the past, a single sentence was enough to make the 6 Saint domains welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Now, a single sentence was enough to make the 6 Saint domains return. Unless he reached the strength of a God Emperor, he would not dare to offend the authority of those ancient characters. Just who is his backer? 4 pairs of eyes looked up at the sky. Emperor Void Star wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. He couldn't understand how the tiny Lin Ling could have such a mysterious strength. The Rainforest Sacred Land returned and began to rebuild. The enemies of the other sacred lands also slowly left. Finally, the Rainforest Sacred Land welcomed back Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. The moment these elders returned, they were all excited. They even knelt down and kissed the ground. The taste of their hometown was very good. Lin Ling. After Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others calmed down, they thought of Lin Ling. They knew that this was a great gift from Lin Ling to them. Lin Taiyan, oh Lin Taiyan, I have no choice but to admire you. Your Fire Ancient clan actually produced such a powerful character. Even we owe you a favor. Lin Ling, you're amazing. The experts of the Rainforest Sacred Land looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame with gratitude. This made Ancestor Extreme Flame feel very proud. Right now, their Fire Ancient clan had become the #1 clan of the 6 Saint domains because of Lin Ling alone. Moreover, in retrospect, every time there was a catastrophe, it was his grandson who blocked the storm and saved everyone. To have a family member like Lin Ling in this life, perhaps it was the blessing of all of them accumulated from 8 lifetimes. Lin Ling. Lin Ling's companions who had grown up with him, Lin Changxiang, Lin Qingcheng, and the others were also excited. In the past, the young man had fought side by side with them. Those battles were like yesterday, but today, the young man had fiercely surpassed them and even became the sovereign of the 6 Saint domains. As for the stubborn young man, they could only look up and admire him. As for the current Lin Ling, he didn't have much free time. He had to lay down an ancient array for the rainforest's sacred land. This array could not only protect his hometown, but also protect himself at a critical moment. Therefore, he went to the great hall of heaven and earth to buy a large amount of materials and spent all his vitality stones. Then he patrolled the entire rainforest's sacred land and laid down complex and mysterious array runes everywhere. Your Majesty, this array rune is incorrectly engraved. This array stone has some flaws. Your Majesty, it's better to change it. The 1,000 sound 10,000 star array required a total of 1,000,000 array stones. In fact, the array stones were a kind of low-level heavenly soldier. They were also forged by Lin Ling. If it wasn't for the fact that 1 year in the Purple Mansion was 1 day in the outside world, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to forge 1,000,000 array stones in such a short period of time. Moreover, the frequent forging had also increased Lin Ling's soul force to the 41st level. While forging, Lin Ling once again put on the Void Spirit Lock, which could increase his cultivation speed. Blacksmiths are really boring. After arriving at various places in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling buried array stones. Moreover, while burying the array stones, he also had to engrave array runes. This greatly increased Lin Ling's comprehension of array runes. He was afraid that there was only a layer of screen left before he could forge a mid-level heavenly soldier. As long as he pierced through it, he would be able to enter a new world of forging. Chapter 1269. Void Ripple. The late emperor had many things to learn, but I only have martial arts and forging skills. Naturally, my cultivation speed is faster than his. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. If he could kill Heavenly Venerable Su Xing, then he would feel a little proud. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from reaching Heavenly Venerable Su Xing's level. Lin Ling, let me help you. When Lin Ling was traveling around the rainforest's sacred land, Yu Munyan also followed him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't reject her. It's not tiring when men and women work together. I can't wait for Mingyan to help me. Annoying. When Yu Munyan heard that, her pretty face instantly turned red. She punched Lin Ling and smiled. That flushed pretty face made Lin Ling's heart beat violently. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to set up the formation now, he really wanted to have sex with Yu Munyan on the spot. After that, Lin Ling held Yu Munyan's hand and walked forward in the 100 territories. Rumble. On this day, thunder rumbled in front of them. Dark clouds rolled and formed a huge vortex. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Ling stopped and frowned as he looked at the sky. He faintly felt that something was about to happen. Yu Munyan was a little puzzled. At their level of strength, they could form the momentum of heaven and earth with the rays of their hands and feet. Therefore, this wasn't a rare thing. Why was Lin Ling looking ahead with a grave expression? Your Majesty, the void ripples. The void here is very fragile. I don't know where it connects to, but the void is about to be opened. At that moment, Elder Z's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. It made Lin Ling come to a realization. No wonder his soul power felt that something was wrong. It turned out that it was a void ripple. In that case, a black hole that connected to another place was about to be opened. Rumble. As expected, lightning snakes swam in the sky. A black dot quietly appeared in the vortex. It was a shocking sight. Dream clouds, be careful. Lin Ling, on the other hand, told Yu Munyan what he knew and reminded her. Then, his soul power spread out like water and gradually touched the black hole in the distance. It stretched out like a tentacle. If it was in the past, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do this. But now, his soul power had increased greatly, and he could cover an area of 10,000 miles, which was comparable to the psychic eyes. Sometimes, even Purple Elder would be surprised. Lin Ling's soul power was increasing at an abnormal rate. In a short period of time, he had surpassed the former emperor. However, Lin Ling knew that it was the effect of his eyes. Currently, among the 3 cultivators of essence, energy and spirit, Lin Ling's soul force was the strongest. Perhaps he hadn't shown any strong advantages yet, but in the future, he would definitely become the strongest reliance. Rumble. Inside the void black hole. Even a transcendent realm master would be torn to shreds unless the void black hole stabilized. The power of heaven and earth is really mysterious. No matter how strong a cultivator is, they will still be suppressed by heaven and earth. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he noticed that the void black hole was gradually stabilizing. Sir, we can leave the old tomb. After we leave, we will destroy the world and enslave everyone. This senior has finally been reborn. This senior will shake the world and dominate the world. Sir has reached the transcendent realm, invincible under the heavens. There seemed to be a large number of people inside the void black hole, all of them roaring with excitement. The old tomb. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. He had actually forgotten about the old tomb. One had to know that his ancient flame demon and Wuxia king were obtained from the old tomb. At this moment, he vaguely guessed that there was a powerful enemy hidden in the old tomb. It must be the Master Yen, and from the looks of Yen, he seemed to be only at the transcendent realm. All of this was like a dream. In the past, the masters in the old tomb were like the gods of the heavens to him. When he saw those masters, he could only be ruled by them like an ant. But now those masters were nothing in his eyes. Mengyan, do you still remember the time when we entered the old tomb during the Saints' era? And that Yen, they are about to come out. Lin Ling laughed. Memories surfaced in his mind. The destruction of the star-picking country was caused by these strange races. They seem to be the descendants of the demons, people from the demon domain. They are coming out. Then what should we do? Yumanyin said worriedly. In her memory, those masters were the most mysterious. They were like demons, so she felt that it was difficult to face them. Just chase them away, Lin Ling said with a light smile. Then, he bit his finger lightly, causing the ancient flame devil to erupt. Yumanyin also unleashed her great illusion White Dragon King. The holy white dragon appeared. It was extremely beautiful. Its clear eyes looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Then a large number of ancient ferocious beasts appeared. They had a majestic aura and occupied the entire world. The great illusion White Dragon King was powerful in its ability to summon demonic beasts. Lin Ling smiled. He could see that Yumanyan's demon god had not reached its peak. Moreover, she was still at the beginning stage of the demon god. If she wanted to reach the third stage of transformation, no one could help Yumanyin. She could only rely on herself. Rumble. At the same time, the black hole in the void rumbled and was completely formed. The huge black hole seemed to lead to hell, and no one dared to approach it. I'm coming out. I'm going to dominate the world. Finally, a cold voice was heard from the black hole. Then, a figure as tall as a demon king strode out. It was Yen. My lord, we're going to conquer the world, and let everyone know how powerful we are. We'll kill anyone who stands in our way. Behind Yen, a large number of people from the Yen clan walked out. Their aura was as if they were going to devour the world. No one could stop them. Haha, I'm finally out. This damned old tomb. The teleportation location changed frequently. It took me so many years to find it. The most despicable thing is that the treasures in the old tomb have been taken away by others. It's detestable. However, I'll find that young man sooner or later and make him regret his life. Yen floated in the air. His body was full of complicated runes. He opened his hands as if he was going to dominate the entire sky. My lord, you're mighty. The people from the Yen clan shouted excitedly. They were full of fighting spirit. We've been trapped for so many years. Now that we're free, the first thing we want to do is to kill for fun. Let them destroy this place. After Yen laughed heartily, he looked at his people with a domineering gaze. You've been trapped for so many years. However, are you pigs? Although the black hole in the void is difficult to find, it has a pattern. As long as you wait for a year in a place where you've appeared before, the black hole will open again. Now that you've found a way out, you deserve to be trapped. Chapter 1270. A man who rules the world. Someone's here. Everyone was stunned. Then they were all stunned. Previously, they were too happy to be reincarnated and did not notice that someone was looking at them from afar. This guy is courting death. Soon everyone was enraged. Their earlier complacency had been seen by others, causing them to feel somewhat embarrassed. Junior, hand over your life. Yin also felt a little embarrassed and immediately cried out coldly. Hee old acquaintances. Are you trying to kill me as soon as you see me? Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly. His words caused Yin to be stunned for a moment. Then, blue veins popped out on his face. It was that damn Junior, that little fellow who was as cunning as a fox. Yin recognized Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was reduced to ashes, he would still recognize Lin Ling. Back in the ancient tomb, he had set up an altar to destroy the soul of the ancient flame devil and obtain it. However, just as he was about to succeed, a cockroach appeared out of nowhere and obtained the ancient flame devil before him. This made him depressed for a long time. After that, he went to find the Wuxia king and wanted to obtain the ancient flame devil as well. However, that young man seemed to be his natural nemesis. He appeared again and snatched the ancient flame devil from him. Therefore, he hated that Junior to the bone. Good. My luck is not bad today. Not only did I manage to escape, the heavens even arranged for you to meet me. Ha. Did you know that the person I hated the most in the ancient tomb day and night was you, Junior? Yen seemed to have encountered the most satisfying thing in his life. He took a step forward and shot toward Lin Ling. The heavens arranged this meeting, so I naturally won't disappoint them. Junior, you should regret meeting me. His hand grabbed at Lin Ling. Demonic energy surged, and the sky changed color. That's right. This is God's arrangement. Naturally, we can't disappoint God. However, Lin Ling was even faster. Before Yin could react, smoke filled the air. In the next instant, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yen. His right hand reached out and grabbed Yen by the neck. His 9 tails swayed behind Lin Ling, as if he was looking at Yen with satisfaction. My lord, capture him. At this moment, the people of the Yin clan were still waving their fists, full of fighting spirit. However, as soon as they finished speaking, everyone was stunned. With just one move, the lord above their heads was subdued. Moreover, they even saw that the lord was being held by the neck, and his feet were constantly kicking in the air. He was in an extremely sorry state, but he was still unable to escape from the white-haired youth's grasp. You said that I was lucky? Lin Ling looked at Yen Dao with a teasing smile. I wonder if this Yen's luck is good or bad. You. At this moment, Yen was angered to the point his face turned purple. How could this Junior be so formidable? After all, this Junior was like a cockroach all those years ago, and he would flee in all directions whenever he saw him. Yet now he had easily subdued him. This is the ancient flame devil you've always wanted. Lin Ling chuckled. His words seemed light, but they struck Yen like thunder. He had been so anxious to take revenge that he had forgotten that Lin Ling had obtained the ancient flame devil. His luck was really bad. If you have the ability, don't use the ancient flame devil to fight me. Yen roared. It wasn't easy for him to escape, but in the end, he fell into the abyss again. The depression in his heart was indescribable. Sure, Lin Ling smiled. His body was covered in smoke, and the ancient flame devil disappeared. His handsome face appeared, but his hands were still holding onto Yan's neck, preventing him from escaping. After all, Lin Ling was now a transcendent realm 4th stage expert with a strong physical body. On the other hand, Yan's strength was lower than Lin Ling's. Even without using his trump card, Lin Ling could easily suppress him. In the old tomb, you've been thinking about me day and night. Now you have a chance. Moreover, you want to shake the world. Now you have a chance. Lin Ling said lightly again. Lord, defeat him. The crowd behind him was in high spirits. Without the ancient flame devil, how could that damn Junior be Lord's opponent? I can't resist. Yen resisted with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, he could only spit out a few words. What happened? The crowd behind him fell silent. Was he suppressed again? Didn't Lord say that he would take good care of that Junior? Now he still couldn't resist? How embarrassing. If you have the ability, let me go. Yin felt more embarrassed than anyone else. His heart was like thunder. How long had it been? That damn junior was already stronger than him. Taking his life was as easy as flipping his hand. Sigh, I should have killed you. But thinking about it, you're also my lucky star. The 2 demon gods that I obtained were related to you. So I'll let you go today. Consider it fate that we met. Lin Ling sighed. He didn't kill Yin. He was a person who distinguished between kindness and hatred. If someone killed his people, he would definitely take revenge. Since Yin didn't kill his people, Lin Ling didn't kill him. At the end of the day, Lin Ling wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Lin Ling's words were filled with nostalgia and lament, but when they fell into the ears of Yin, they were full of sarcasm. This junior actually had the nerve to mention the demon god. If it weren't for the fact that he had spoiled his plans twice, he would have already attained 2 demon god bodies. If you have the ability, kill me. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The Yin clan will never beg for mercy. Yen's eyes were filled with determination. He was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. Since that's the case, I can only fulfill your wish. Lin Ling glanced at Yin indifferently. Perhaps the other party was the kind of person who was unyielding and full of the spirit of a warrior. Rather than defeat, it was better to die. Lin Ling had always admired this kind of opponent. So he would kill him, because this was an act of respect. Wait, if I can live, it's better not to die. Yin was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly begged for mercy. Earlier, he had only spoken out of anger. But in reality, he was still very afraid of death. Lin Ling blinked when he heard this, causing Yin to feel even more humiliated. He didn't dare look at Lin Ling at all and said in a low voice, I still have a wife waiting for me at home. However, not to mention him, even his subordinates didn't believe this excuse. Then scram. Leave this place and never appear before me again. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He suddenly realized that this Yin was quite cute. Then, he waved his right hand and threw Yin out. Yin had finally survived from the hands of the Grim Reaper. He immediately shouted, Junior, you're not ruthless enough. Don't you know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? I won't be grateful if you let me live today. Just you wait. When I'm strong enough, you'll be the first person I come to kill. You'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his subordinates and fled hastily. His subordinates were shaking their heads. Obviously, they didn't believe what Yin said. Obviously, Yin was unwilling to lose face, so he'd left behind these ruthless words as he fled. Moreover, they were extremely depressed in their hearts. They'd been trapped in the ancient tomb for a few years, and it was difficult for them to leave. They originally wanted to command the world, but in the end, they encountered a detestable, maleficent existence like Lin Ling, causing them to fail and flee instead. Lin Ling smiled and said, Then you have to work hard. But I feel that you won't have the chance to surpass me in this lifetime. Yen, who was fleeing in the distance, trembled when he heard this, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This damnable junior is actually so humiliating. Chapter 1271. The Complicated Way of Forging. That fellow is quite amusing. Yuman Yin returned to her female form and walked towards Lin Ling, as she couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. Lin Ling rubbed his nose as he felt the same way. However, he wasn't afraid of Yin because up until now, as long as he surpassed his opponents, none of them were able to surpass him. Therefore, Yin wasn't a threat to him at all. I wonder how Big Brother Gu Zhantian is doing. Lin Ling looked towards the sky and thought of the ancient flame devil's soul Gu Zhantian. He guessed that Gu Zhantian wasn't in Xianping province, otherwise, he would have come looking for him. Lin Ling, is that Yin from a different race? Yuman Yin asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. He should be from the demon race. Yes, Your Majesty, he is from a branch of the demon race, the Yin race. The demon race is not to be underestimated. They are cruel by nature, and are extremely powerful. Their physical bodies are innately stronger than humans. In the past, the star-picking country was destroyed in the hands of the demon race. Of course, that Yin from before was very weak, and couldn't be considered as one of them. Old Zi's voice also sounded. Currently, there are 7 emperors in Xianping province. Therefore, this humble servant guesses that it was the 7 emperors who stopped the invasion of the demon race. Otherwise, Xianping province would have followed in the footsteps of the 4 great ancient countries. Yes, Lin Ling took a deep breath. It seemed that he was still very weak at the moment. Only by reaching the peak of the transcendent realm would he be able to step into the world of the strong. The spirit array has been set up. Let's go back. Yes. After that, Lin Ling held Yu Munyan's hand and walked forward. In his mind, he thought of the second dream. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm 4th stage, he could enter the ghost domain to search for the second dream. He told his thoughts to Yu Munyan and got Yu Munyan to agree. However, Lin Ling stopped her. The trip to the ghost domain's Yellow Springs mountain was filled with danger. If they failed, Lin Ling might become a ghost spirit of the Yellow Springs. Therefore, he didn't want Yu Munyan to take the risk. So, hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu Mingyan had no choice but to agree. She also knew that if Lin Ling left, she would have to help Lin Ling protect the rainforest's sacred land. Before that, I'd better settle some grudges. Lin Ling looked at the sky in the distance, and a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. In the past, the evil god of northern darkness used the heavenly fall era to kill him. Today, it was time to settle the score. After separating from Yu Munyan, Lin Ling headed towards the north of Xianping province. In the mountain forest, a monkey covered in red fur was weaving through the trees. From time to time, it would emit a powerful aura, causing the monster beasts in the forest to avoid it. They sensed that although the monkey looked small, its aura was extremely terrifying, like that of an ancient monster king. This monkey was naturally Little Flame. Little Flame had already become a desolate beast, and its body could change at any time. With a thought, it could become a giant ape, and with another thought, it could become the size of a fist. And at its neck, a fist-sized jade pagoda was hanging there tied by a rope. This was the Purple Palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was in the Purple Mansion. Because he wanted to seize the time to cultivate, he let Little Flame travel, while he entered the Purple Mansion. On a mountain peak, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree. The flames in his hand rippled, forming a large area of azure lotus flowers. In the end, he defeated an old man in the distance. The old man was one of the Undying Fire King's soul fragments, and had reached the transcendent 6th stage. I cultivate essence, chi and spirit, and I'm one of the best in the same realm. There should be very few in the transcendent 6th stage who can defeat me. If I use the 2 great demon gods, I can even kill a transcendent 7th stage. After a long time, Lin Ling jumped down from the mountain peak, with a satisfied smile on his face. He was currently at the transcendent 4th stage, but there were very few opponents in the mid-transcendent realm. As long as he reached the peak transcendent realm, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. The limit of the ancient flame demon, and Yuxia King, is invincible in the transcendent realm. But as my strength increases, the help they bring to me becomes smaller and smaller. Landing on the mountain peak, Lin Ling sat down and pondered. Soon after, he took out the Star Charm Heavenly Armor. This was a low-level heavenly weapon he had obtained from Tao Master Z. The defensive power of this heavenly weapon was even stronger than the armor refined by the Emperor, but its weakness was that it had a time limit. Your Majesty, after a cultivator reaches the transcendent realm, the effects of heavenly weapons will become more obvious. They can increase a cultivator's combat effectiveness by 50%. Some cultivators with good family backgrounds can even purchase powerful heavenly weapons to increase the combat effectiveness of their descendants by 90%. At this moment, Old Z appeared and said with a smile. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. As a cultivator became stronger, weapons became more and more useful. Come to think of it, they were both in the transcendent realm. The former cultivated for many years and experienced many hardships, while the latter relied on the accumulation of resources and had little combat experience. However, they had powerful heavenly weapons, such as the Star Charm Heavenly Armor, so the latter could easily defeat the former. Of course, from a long-term point of view, the former had a solid foundation and unlimited potential, while the latter relied on external help and had limited achievements in their lifetime. However, it was undeniable that when they were in the same realm, the latter was superior to the former. Although the former had a solid foundation, it was useless if they couldn't reach the future. The former with the support of a strong background is really enviable. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Although he had a purple mansion, it didn't have any cultivation resources. Compared to those super sects that could throw out tens of thousands of source stones at any time, he definitely couldn't compare. In the ancient four great countries, there was a heavenly weapon ranking and a divine weapon ranking. Oldzi added, this meant that those who could enter the heavenly weapon ranking and divine weapon ranking weren't strong, but they were famous because they had powerful heavenly weapons. Therefore, this humble servant taught your majesty the way of forging from the beginning. It will definitely be beneficial for your majesty in the future. At present, your majesty has already learned 99,999 types of primary array runes. What's left is to master them. There are roughly 7 types of array runes in the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. From these 7 types, there are millions of types. For example, there are fire array runes, explosion array runes, and so on. Wood array runes are further divided into origin array runes, life array runes, earth array runes, recovery array runes, and shock array runes. There are too many. Old Z continued to explain. The way of forging was more complicated than the way of alchemy because weapons, ancient spirit arrays, and even pills could be inscribed with array runes. The function of array runes was to suppress the world's principles into weapons and automatically absorb the world energy to form its own principles. Chapter 1272. Evil God Biming vs. Northern Tiger Gate. On the other hand, Lin Ling had always cultivated in all aspects, and he had always been a monstrous existence among those in the same boundary. Therefore, he naturally would not miss out on the path of smithing. But the path of smithing burns a lot of money, and I'm broke at the moment. Then Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He needed resources to cultivate his physical body, as well as his cultivation base. In addition to the path of smithing, he began to think of ways to find money. The only thing that Lin Ling could improve in his Zifu was his soul force, and this didn't require any resources. Moreover, Lin Ling's progress in this aspect was extremely fast. The Dark North region was located in the north of Xianping province. It was one of the more famous holy regions in the north. If one walked along the continent to the north, one would reach one of the 3 major regions in the human world, the Great Xianyuan region. The mortal realm had 3 great regions: Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuang. They were also known as the 3 Xian regions of the mortal realm. At this moment, the north wind was howling, and the mountains and rivers were covered in silver. Snow and ice filled the sky. The north of Xianpeng province had always been covered in ice and snow. It was the Ice Kingdom continent. At this moment, in the Dark North Palace in the Dark North territory, the entire palace was like a crystal palace, exuding an evil and majestic aura. In the palace, a man was pacing back and forth. His usually evil eyes were now filled with worry. He was the evil god Dark North. Father, Lin Ling has taken back the 6 sacred regions. Furthermore, he is actually the master of the 6 sacred regions. The Kuan Hall seems to be speaking up for him. I wonder how he did it. A bewitching woman looked at the man and said, "Evil mother, once this Lin Ling's wings are fully developed, he'll become a huge threat." Evil god Dark North stopped and said with a solemn expression. He also found it unbelievable that Lin Ling had taken back 6 sacred realms by himself. It could even be called a miracle. Moreover, the hatred between him and Lin Ling could not be resolved. The stronger the enemy, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. Let's not talk about Lin Ling for now. He has offended Celestial Venerate Su Xing and the Ninely tribe, so it is unknown whether he will live until tomorrow. Moreover, he can fight against a Transcendent Stage 6 expert, but I am a Transcendent Stage 7 expert. If I go all out, he won't be able to touch me. For now, let's focus on the enemy. Northern Darkness said indifferently. It's the Northern Tiger sect. Bei Xiahongyan's mouth twitched as she guessed. That's right. Back in Star-Picking Nation, I killed the son of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect's leader. Given that fellow's character, I'm afraid that he will come looking for me soon, said Evil God Bei Ming, smiling confidently. Evil Mother Bei Ming's eyes twinkled. Father, you're confident? Father has invited a great hero, Lu Lane. Evil Mother, all you need to do is to spend a night with him, said Evil God Bei Ming. Evil Mother Bei Ming was shocked. Lu Lane, the expert from the Unfettered 10 Halls. He is the Unfettered Prince's subordinate. How did Father manage to invite him? Everyone in the Kuan Hall knew about Lu Lane. He was a rare swordsman. His sword was as fast as lightning. He could kill his enemies before they could even react. On top of that, he was from the Unfettered 10 Halls, which was a testament to his strength. Besides, even though Lu Lane was not a hall master, he was stronger than Evil God Bei Ming. In addition, Lu Lane had fought against the Golden Armor King of the Langya 10 Halls for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Golden Armor King won the battle. After that battle, the Golden Armor King rose rapidly and became one of the Langya 10 Halls. Even though Lu Lane was no longer as strong as the Golden Armor King, it was undeniable that he was one of the peerless geniuses in the past. Apart from him, I have also invited the 3 Lives Ghost King from the 1,000 Lives Ghost sect. Evil God Bei Ming said. If the Northern Mountain Tiger sect dares to come, we will destroy them today. The 1,000 Era Ghost sect was an extremely mysterious super sect in the Great Xianpeng region. Even the Void Star Divine Palace did not dare to provoke them, because the 1,000 Era Ghost sect had many Ghost Kings. Besides the 3rd Era Ghost King, there were also the 4th and 5th Era Ghost Kings. However, these experts were too mysterious, so not many people knew about them. Father, you are well prepared. Evil Lady Bei smiled confidently. The two waited for a day. On the 2nd day, a large number of people arrived at the Crystal Palace. They were the people of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. The Northern Dark Territory was in an uproar. Everyone in the Sacred Realm was looking forward to the battle. A large number of people gathered on the snowy mountains. The sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect is a great hero. I wonder if Lord Evil God can win. In terms of strength, the sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect is stronger than Lord Evil God. He is a famous expert. However, Lord Evil God has ruled the world. He must have a way. Everyone looked at the Crystal Palace with anticipation. They could not participate in a battle of this level, so they could only watch. Evil God North Sea, sorry to keep you waiting. Tiger. At the same time, a tiger's roar reverberated, causing the snowy mountains to melt. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of a famous expert in Xianpeng province, his strength was terrifying. In front of the Crystal Palace, a tall and sturdy man stood there like an ancient tiger god. He was the sect leader of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect, Yang Hu. This expert was also very strong. He had been with the ancient Tiger King since he was young. Later on, he cultivated the Tiger sect's martial arts, and his strength increased rapidly. He became one of the top experts in Xianpeng province, with a transcendent 7th stage cultivation base. Haha, Yang Hu, the army is here. At the same time, Evil God North Sea walked out slowly with Evil Lady North Sea. He glanced at the Northern Mountain Tiger sect and said, not bad. A great expert, 6 other experts, and 100 other experts. The Northern Mountain Tiger sect is indeed powerful. Why? Do you want to defeat me today? He was a little worried. There were too many experts in the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. If he did not ask for help, he would have died here today. In this world, strength is everything. If Evil God North Sea has the strength to defeat my Northern Mountain Tiger sect, I don't think you will be merciful. Yang Hu understood Evil God North Sea's meaning. He was saying that the Northern Mountain Tiger sect was bullying the weak. However, in the world of martial arts, it was either you die or I die. Moreover, how could he not take revenge for his son's death? How about this? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Your son was killed by me in the star-plucking Violet Palace by mistake. Then you and I will fight. It's up to fate. Evil god North Sea said indifferently. Although he had asked for help, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect had the advantage in numbers. If a chaotic battle broke out, he could not guarantee that his people would not be killed. Therefore, he proposed a one-on-one battle to the death. Sect leader, don't listen to his nonsense. We are strong now. He is trying to tempt you to fight with your life. Someone from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect reminded. Evil god North Sea was famous in Xiamping province. His words could not be trusted. The great expert Yang who wants to use others to avenge your son's death. Your reputation as a great expert is not worth it. Evil god North Sea said indifferently. His words made Yang Hu's eyes narrow. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, as you wish, father." Chapter 1273. Battle of Life and Death. Don't worry. I, Yang Hu, am a straightforward person. How can I refuse an enemy's challenge? Besides, evil god Baiming has never been my opponent. I can win this battle. Yang Hu strode forward determined. The experts of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect could only nod helplessly. The worry in the girl's eyes deepened. Hee little girl, your brother is dead. If your father dies as well, I'll take good care of you. At the same time, evil Lady Bei's seductive voice rang out. The girl frowned and shouted, "If your father dies, you're dead too." She came from a super sect. She looked weak, but her heart wasn't weak. She knew what kind of person evil Lady Bei was. She was a vicious woman. If her father died, she would fall into evil Lady Bei's hands. Her fate would be miserable. Unfortunately, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect had a high chance of winning. They only needed to send out all their experts. However, her father had decided to have a one-on-one battle, making the situation difficult to control. Come, let's fight. At this moment, Yang Hu unleashed a terrifying aura. 7 spiritual sources shone brightly, as if they were engulfing the entire sky. A giant tiger formed from spiritual energy roared. You're very confident, but be careful not to fail miserably. Evil god Baiming's body also floated out. His purple aura carried an evil charm as it circled around him like colorful ribbons. Layer upon layer, it made it difficult for people to breathe. Kill! The 2 experts roared at the same time. Their power soared into the sky and collided at an unbelievable speed. Rumble! When the experts attacked, it was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. Thick icebergs tumbled in the sky like leaves, causing people's hearts to tremble. Not good. Some martial artists that were too close were caught up in the boundless energy and died in a single exchange. Of course, there were even more martial artists that were staring fixedly at the great battle in the skies. To them, such a terrifying battle was something they would never see in their entire lives. Yang Hu, long time no see. You're getting weaker and weaker. At this moment, evil god Baiming struck out with his palm. The wind and clouds billowed, and his evil aura formed a pinnacle supreme pattern aura that suppressed Yang Hu. Evil god Dark North, do you only know how to talk? Yang Hu, on the other hand, was like an ancient tiger king. His eyes were wide open, and like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, he viciously threw out dozens of palms. Those palms all turned into huge black and white tiger kings, mightily pouncing forward. Pop! Pop! Dark North Demon God's evil chi was completely suppressed by the Tiger King's aura. Dark North Demon God's eyes narrowed. Yang Hu cultivated martial arts similar to the Tiger King. Most importantly, his talent was also related to the Tiger King. When the two were combined, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the past, Dark North Demon God was no match for Yang Hu, and he was no match for Yang Hu now. Not good. The evil god let out a furious roar as hundreds of spirit origin tigers pounced at him. Go to hell! Yang Hu shouted coldly. His son's death had been avenged. You still can't get what you want. At that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A sword with the speed of thunder slashed towards the spirit origin tigers, splitting them into 2. After the sword was drawn, a cold man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a blue sword on his back, and lightning flashed on the sword. Clearly, the sword was also extraordinary. Your life and death battle will continue. A calm voice came out from the man's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to narrow. Who is this man? His strength is so terrifying. There are probably not many transcendent realm experts who can match him. Moreover, why did he draw his sword earlier? Many people were puzzled. The eyes of the people of the Northern Mountain Tiger clan flashed. They instantly understood that the so-called life and death battles were actually interfered by someone. Every time the evil god was about to lose, the mysterious man would attack with his sword and save the evil god. In this way, the evil god was always in a situation where he was undefeated. Looking at Yang Hu, even if he was stronger than Dark North Demon God, he couldn't withstand the exhaustion. Despicable, shouted Yang Hu's daughter from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. Outsiders can't interfere in a life and death battle. I'm the referee, said the man in black indifferently, as if he was looking down on everyone. Then why did you interfere? Shouted someone from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect. That man was too despicable. Not only did he help Dark North Demon God, he even had the nerve to call himself the referee. The man in black sneered when he heard that, as if he didn't care to explain. Anyway, whenever Dark North Demon God was in danger, he would draw his sword and stop him. However, he was too strong. The Northern Mountain Tiger sect was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Evil North Madam, you're so despicable. This is clearly between us. But you invited outsiders and lied to Father to have a life and death battle, said the girl, glaring at Evil North Madam. Evil North Madam smiled charmingly and said, this is a matter between the adults. Us juniors shouldn't interfere. Moreover, the referee is here. We don't have the right to speak. You. The girl's face turned ugly. The referee was on Dark North Demon God's side, so they must have said that. Haha. Yang Hu, didn't you want to take revenge? Why are you getting weaker and weaker? Dark North Demon God was finally relieved. Lu Lane had finally come. Dark North Demon God, I underestimated you. Yang Hu began to pant. His spiritual yuan was dim. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of spiritual yuan. After all, he had been able to kill the evil god several times. But he had been interrupted by the black-clothed young man in the distance. Yang Hu was consuming his spiritual yuan, while the evil god was waiting for him to exhaust himself. Therefore, the evil god's aura gradually became stronger. This is a life and death battle. Everyone is watching, so if I lose, neither of us can complain. Yang Hu die. Die. Dark North Demon God's aura reached its peak. He turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards Yang Hu. His eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Yang Hu was stupid. Now he could die. Yang Hu stared at evil god North Sea. He wanted to fight back, but his spiritual source needed some time to recover, so he was powerless to fight back. There was only one voice in his mind. Am I going to die? Don't get what you want. Haha. At that moment, a sword slashed down from the sky. The sword light was like a pillar. With a rumbling sound, it slashed between Baimingxia and Yang Hu, making Baimingxia stop. He looked at the sky furiously. He was so close to killing Yang Hu, but at the critical moment, someone interrupted him. Pop! Pop! At the same time, a large number of blue lotuses floated over. They were incomparably beautiful, and surrounded Yang Hu, as if they were protecting him and giving him time to recover his spiritual source. Those lotuses were formed by flames, and they carried a touch of fire law. No one dared to underestimate them. Bastard. Haha. Dark North Demon God didn't dare to get close to Yang Hu anymore. He roared again. That's too much. Chapter 1274. Backing up, it's you Lin Ling. Humph. The Dark North Demon God was stunned for a moment before he bellowed. It was Lin Ling who was causing trouble. This Lin Ling was too despicable. Of all times, he had to come at this moment. I am the judge. You guys continue to fight. Continue. The person who came was Lin Ling. After he appeared, he took out a bottle of wine and drank it. Like the black-robed man, he acted as the judge. Of course, although he was called the judge, everyone knew that Lin Ling would help Yang Hu at the crucial moment. All of this was extremely ironic. The evil god of Dark North was a cunning and astute man. He had invited helpers, and even called them referees. However, Lin Ling had also come and acted as a referee. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap to the evil god of Dark North's face. It was as if Lin Ling was saying, "If you want to play dirty, I will play with you. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling." Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. They had never seen Lin Ling before. But who hadn't heard of his name? It was said that he was this year's most dazzling peerless genius. This Lin Ling is too despicable. Oomph. The Dark North demon god was also furious. The black-robed man in the distance snorted in disdain. Lin Ling, he had heard of this name before. He had been in the limelight recently. Unfortunately, this junior didn't see through himself. With just a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivation, he dared to act as the judge? He overestimated himself. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, the members of the Northern Tiger sect were all looking at Lin Ling with gratitude in their eyes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded to them before turning his gaze to the black-robed man on the other side. The black-robed man gave him a strong feeling of strength. He should be a peak expert at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. I've heard of you, the rising star who wanted to challenge the Golden Armor King. However, don't you think you are too ignorant? Lu Lane said indifferently. Her expression was still filled with disdain. I am indeed a little ignorant. However, my ignorance is not for others to judge, and you don't have the right to judge me either. Lin Ling said with a calm expression. Although the other party was very strong, he had many trump cards, so there was no need to fear him. I'm not qualified. Ask Xianping Province, who was the one who fought with the Golden Armor King back then. You are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me ask you, have you fought with the Golden Armor King before? If you don't, then get the hell out of here. You don't have the right to be a judge. The man in black said again. Then may I ask if you won or lost? Lin Ling was shocked. The opponent was obviously a peerless genius in the past, which was why he could fight against the Golden Armor King. However, after hearing his words, the black-clothed man frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Ling naturally guessed the result. The man should have lost. Otherwise, he would have been one of the 10 halls of Langia. You've also been defeated by me. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Could it be that you've developed a sense of superiority after your defeat? That was why he went around teaching people a lesson. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hee hee. Hee hee. Many people couldn't help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lu Lane was very powerful. Her previous battle record was also very famous. However, the fact that she lost to the Golden Armor King and showed off her battle record was not enough to make people respect her. Instead, it made people feel that it was funny. She lost and she developed a sense of superiority. Whoever lost the most in the world, wouldn't that person have a sense of superiority? Your mouth is very powerful. Hee hee. The black-clothed man's face turned cold. A mere Transcendent Realm 4th layer junior actually dared to laugh at his defeat. We're the same. At least you're still so arrogant after losing. Your mouth can't be that weak. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. From the beginning to the end, he was fearless. This was also his first time facing a Transcendent Realm 7th layer expert. Fine, you want to be a judge? Sure, let's see how you do it. The black-clothed man didn't get angry. Perhaps to him, Lin Ling was just an ant. After nodding his head, he pulled out his sword. Lightning flashed as he looked at Northern Darkness Evil God. His meaning was obvious. Since both of us are judges, let's see who is the judge. Northern Darkness Evil God, you guys continue. An indifferent voice drifted out from the black-clothed man's mouth. Many people understood what he meant. They want to use the battle between Northern Darkness Evil God and Yang, who to form a different kind of exchange. Wow! Lin Ling is so powerful. How long has it been since he became famous? Now he dares to challenge a peerless genius of the past. Wow! I'm looking forward to this battle. Wow! The crowd in the distance was excited. Today's battle between Northern Darkness Evil God and Yang, who had quietly turned into a battle between Lin Ling and Lu Lane. Little friend Lin, I'll leave it to you. Wow! At this moment, Yang, who also knew the key to this battle, so he immediately smiled and said, Don't worry and fight. Wow. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders, as if he was Yang Hu's biggest backer. Yang Hu had interacted with him before. Back at the sea-gazing corner, this carefree middle-aged man was one of the experts who supported him. He had a good relationship with the old man of Dongfu. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to help Yang Hu, Northern Darkness Evil God couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling to vent his anger. However, at this juncture, he suppressed his anger and shouted angrily, Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. We'll settle our grudge another day. Go away. Although this has nothing to do with me, I like to meddle in other people's business. Lin Ling looked at Northern Darkness Evil God. This person's skin was so thick. He dared to say that this had nothing to do with him, as if the grudge between him and Northern Darkness Evil God had disappeared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wouldn't fall for it. Not only did he not leave, but he also wanted to help Yang Hu today. The calamity of the rainforest Holy Land has nothing to do with you. Didn't you also come to my house to slaughter? Today's matter is just an eye for an eye, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words stunned Northern Darkness Evil God. An eye for an eye? When the rainforest Holy Land was facing a calamity, he had wanted to take some treasures when he heard the news. It could be considered as robbing a burning house. Today, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect had come to his house, and Lin Ling was also robbing a burning house. This was indeed an eye for an eye. It seems that you've made up your mind. Very well, be careful that you don't die here. You're no match for Lu Lane. Northern Darkness Evil God knew that things couldn't be changed, so he continued to fight. He was also confident that Lin Ling would die at Lu Lane's hands. Fight. Yang Hu didn't wait for Northern Darkness Evil God to speak. After recovering his spiritual source, his majestic aura burst out, and he pounced on Northern Darkness Evil God like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. 100 tigers tearing sheep. Countless enormous hand seals appeared, and they were like countless primordial tiger kings, trying to tear Evil God Dark North to shreds. So powerful. Evil God Dark North narrowed his eyes. After Yang Hu had rested, his aura had become even more terrifying. Moreover, it was as if he had cut off all means of retreat. He had completely given up on defending, and had turned his back to Lin Ling. Of course, this kind of battle was very strong, but of course the defense was also the weakest. Thunder instant kill. At the same time, Lu Lane drew her sword. As the sword was drawn, thunder rumbled. It was like the fastest sword in the world, forming the rules of thunder. Clearly, he could see that Northern Darkness Evil God was in danger. He couldn't resist Yang Hu's aura. Uprooting heaven. Chapter 1275. Sword of Thunder so fast. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Lane's sword was like thunder. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's speed was not any slower than her? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you're borrowing the power of the demon god. Lu Lane's eyes turned cold. Her sword had been blocked. Is there a rule stating that demon gods cannot be used as referees? Lin Ling appeared in his white-haired, eight-tailed form. Smoke pervaded his body, making him look extremely demonic. He knew that it would be difficult for him to stop Lu Lane, so he had to use the ancient flame devil. A demon god is also a part of a warrior's strength. This is very normal. However, do you think you can block my sword with just a demon god? I can tell you that as long as I'm here, Evil God North Sea will definitely win today. Lu Lane said indifferently. Her sword was as sharp as the thunder in the sky. Rumble. At the same time, tens of millions of lightning appeared on his body, intimidating the heavens. The thunder body has reached the heaven level. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Lane was a transcendent realm cultivator with a heaven-grade saint body. She was indeed a peerless genius in the past. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lu Lane indeed had the right to be proud of her heaven-class sacred body. In terms of sacred body, Lin Ling was no match for her. Luckily, he had the ancient flame devil. Then I can tell you that the evil god of northern darkness will die within 5 moves. Lin Ling lifted his eyes and looked at Lu Lane indifferently. His cold words drifted out. Boom. Everyone was shocked. The evil god trembled violently. What did Lin Ling take him for? A plaything? Moreover, he said that he would lose in 5 moves. This was too much. 5 moves? Yang Hu's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was going to help him block Lu Lein's sword, and he was going to kill the evil god within 5 moves. What an arrogant young man. Very well, Yang Hu will fight alongside you today. Yang Hu shouted. His aura became even stronger, and a tiger's roar soared into the sky. Lin Ling's lips curled upward too. His white hair and 9 tails danced wildly as he pointed his sword at the peerless genius Lu Lein. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lu Lein's pupils constricted when he heard Sumo's confident words. But soon he laughed out loud. As you wish. Pop. Pop. At the same time, the evil god of North Darkness and Yang Hu started fighting again. The crowd widened their eyes, afraid that they might miss something. At this moment, Dark North Demon God's anger seemed to have caused a change in his mentality. A flaw appeared in his martial arts, and Yang Hu seized the opportunity to attack. He wanted to severely injure the evil god. Great Thunder Sword. However, at the moment when Yang Hu attacked, Lu Lein also let out a soft roar. Violent air currents gushed out, and the thunderbolts turned into a river, sweeping towards Yang Hu. Not only was the sword ferocious, but its speed was also unbelievably fast. The edge cannot be blocked. Break. Lin Ling let out a fierce roar, and his ethereal body seemed to pass through the void. The tyrant song sword descended from the sky and cut off the lightning river. Not bad. Lu Lein frowned. Lin Ling had broken his sword again. He roared again. Myriad thunder sword art. Rumble. A world of thunderbolts appeared in the sky and covered the earth. It was as if thunderbolts were raining down. Every thunderbolt was a sword, and they were all heading towards Yang Hu. The rules have changed. Lu Lein wants to kill Yang Hu. Many people gasped. Lu Lein had lost face twice in a row, so he had forgotten the rules. It seemed like he wanted to kill Yang Hu. At this moment, Yang Hu's pupils constricted. What a terrifying thunderbolt. However, he gritted his teeth and ignored the thunder punishment in the sky. He continued to pounce on Dark North Darkness. He trusts Lin Ling so much. The crowd was shocked again. Myriad sea fire. Boom. At the same time, the devil flame in Lin Ling's body merged with the sea heart flame. A large number of lotus flowers and firebirds gushed out from his body and floated towards the sky to fight against the thunderbolts in the sky, uprooting the heavens. Boom. While releasing the power of flames, Lin Ling's body was shrouded in smoke. He held his sword and slashed the thunderbolts in the sky. Such a fast speed. Before the thunderbolts had even landed, he had already slashed a few thunderbolts in half. Many people stared with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss something. Lin Ling's speed was actually faster than the sound of thunder, and in their eyes, a magnificent scene appeared in the sky. The huge sword was majestic, and the 9-tailed demon king was like a sword slashing towards the blue dome of heaven. Every slash would cut down a bolt of lightning. The peak of the ancient flame devil realm. This guy actually restored the demon god to his previous state. Ugh. Lu Lein's expression turned even uglier. Including the first move, it had already been 3 moves, and he was still helpless against Yang Hu. It was a great humiliation for him, a peerless genius. On the other hand, evil god Bei Ming's face turned pale. He was suppressed by Yang Hu, and had almost died a few times. What terrified him the most was that Lu Lein could not help him, and was blocked by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling did not come to kill him, in fact he was going to kill him, and he was going to kill him in a way that was different from ordinary people. He could not help but be in a daze. Had the insignificant young man in the past grown to the point where he could decide his life and death? You will definitely not be able to block the 4th move. If you can block it, I will never practice the sword again. Lu Lein growled again. He raised his sword high, and thousands of thunderbolts slammed onto his sword, forming a huge electric arc. The thunderbolt aura exploded, and there was a faint hint of the rules of thunder. 3,000 thunder swords. Lu Lein. He pointed his sword, and thunderbolts rolled towards Yang Hu like clouds. From afar, It looked like a huge lightning punishment was descending upon the earth. Then you will never practice the sword again. Lu Lane. At the same time, Lin Ling shot into the sky. His 9 tails were like wings, extremely dazzling. He seemed to be going against the sword with his body. Crazy. Crazy. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Was Lin Ling courting death? That was an attack from a transcendent 7th stage expert. This guy is so smart. Damn. However, Lu Lane's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling's action was not courting death, but because he knew the secret of the 3,000 thunder swords and the weakness of the rules of thunder. His supreme martial art had almost reached the transcendent realm, and he was almost able to form the rules of thunder. However, the process of forming the rules of thunder required some time, which meant that the longer the sword slash lasted, the more the rules of thunder would appear. And if he tried to break the sword at the beginning, the rules of thunder would fail. Lin Ling, you have sharp eyes. You actually know this secret. One must know that when ordinary people faced his terrifying sword, who would dare to attack? Most of them would focus on defense. However, Lin Ling did not play by the rules, and actually used his body to destroy the sword. Rumble. Lin Ling shot into the world of thunder, where the thunderbolts wreaked havoc, and thousands of swords crisscrossed. If any transcendent 6th stage expert were to enter, they would definitely die. Pa, 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 pa. The Emperor refined armor appeared, madly blocking the thunderbolts. At the same time, Lin Ling erupted with all his spiritual source, forming a terrifying world of flames. At this moment, his fire attribute supreme martial art had reached the transcendent realm. Chapter 1276. An intense clash. Pa pa pa. As the lightning struck, the 9 tails behind Lin Ling exploded one after another, filling the air with smoke. Although the ancient flame devil had recovered to its peak, it would still be injured after taking Lu Lane's sword head-on. Unless the ancient flame devil surpassed its previous peak and reached an unprecedented height, the limit of which was the Saint Realm. Everything was as Elder Z had said. The limit of the 72 demon gods was the peak of the transcendent realm, but some of them could reach the Saint Realm. Of course, even if the ancient flame devil had not reached a new height, Lin Ling had more than just the ancient flame devil as his defensive trump card. Boom! Finally, the lightning in the sky exploded and endless lightning snakes wreaked havoc on the ground. The scene was extremely spectacular, terrifying! Exclamation point. The crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies trembled. Overconfident! Exclamation point. On the other hand, Lu Lane sneered. Even though Lin Ling had seen through his sword, using his own body to test it was simply courting death. His sword had never been blocked by a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator before. Chi chi chi. However, at this moment, the smoke filled the air and under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's figure appeared again. The 9 tails disappeared and turned into a single tail. However, everyone could see that he had blocked the sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's recovery was strong, and the broken tail was slowly growing out. This was the ancient flame devil's other great divine ability, tail regrowth. After all, in ancient legends, 9 tails represented 9 lives. 4th move! Exclamation point. An evil voice drifted out at the same time, causing Lu Lane to be stunned. He blocked it. Lin Ling blocked it again. How was this possible? Previously, he thought that he was a senior, so his expression was calm. However, now his expression was ferocious and he said coldly, "You used all your strength to block my sword. If I use that sword again, before your 9 tails recover, you won't be able to block it." Exclamation point. That's true. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to use that sword now unless your spiritual energy recovers. At that time, I will too. However, Lin Ling also pointed out Lu Lane's weakness. Indeed, Lu Lane's spiritual source had been greatly depleted. It would be difficult for her to charge up that sword again. At this moment, Lu Lane fell silent. The crowd was shocked. They could see that Lu Lane had failed in 4 moves. Then they looked at evil god North Sea and realized that he was seriously injured. His face was full of pain. Lin Ling had said before that he would block 5 moves for Yang Hu. And now he was about to do it. What a terrifying Lin Ling. I'm afraid he has reached the peak of battle prowess among heroes. Many people's faces turned even more solemn. As of now, the only Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator who could block Lu Lein's sword was Lin Ling. Lu Lein's expression kept changing. Suddenly, she let out a sigh and couldn't help but laugh. Impressive. I haven't seen a junior who could make my blood boil for many years. You're not even 25 years old, but I'm almost 30 years old. With such a big age gap, you can block my 4 moves. Today's trip to the Northern Dark Territory was not in vain. In the past, I lost to the Golden Armor King. When I heard that you wanted to challenge the Golden Armor King, I thought it was a joke when I heard the news. No one knows the terror of the Golden Armor King better than me. But now, I see a glimmer of hope. As her voice drifted out, many people's eyes lit up. Lu Lein didn't seem to be angry anymore. Instead, she praised Lin Ling. So, are you going to give up? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile as he said lightly, "Have you ever seen a swordsman who gives up?" Lu Lein retorted. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, before he couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Ling wasn't a pure swordsman, he still had the pride of the sword. Lu Lein was a swordsman who could control lightning. She was a pure swordsman. Her pride of the sword naturally wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary person. The next sword will be my sword of fame. You have to be careful. Not only does this sword contain spiritual yuan and extreme pattern force, it also challenges willpower, soul force, and the heart of martial arts. Lu Lein's eyes didn't have any resentment. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Maybe because she lost to the Golden Armor King and lost face. She hoped that Lin Ling could defeat the Golden Armor King today. But before that brat had to take her final move. Otherwise, he wasn't qualified. Those who can take my final move will break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. If you can't take it, it means that you're only at this level. Clang. When the sword was drawn, it was dazzling. On the sword, lightning and fire burned. A sword intent that wanted to break through the heavens burst out, causing the crowd to feel a sense of worship. It was as if they were looking at a peerless sword saint. My sword, blazing lightning sword, a low-level heavenly soldier. It has a special characteristic, which is to fight with one's back to the river. It burns spiritual energy. If you don't die, I will. A cold voice drifted out. In the next moment, time seemed to have stopped. A sword pierced through the heavens, piercing towards Lin Ling. This sword, if you don't die, I will. Burning spiritual energy. It's said that a transcendent 7th stage expert can burn spiritual energy to erupt with unprecedented battle strength. After the battle, the cultivation of the one who burns spiritual energy will be weakened. Although the cultivation will be weakened, it's undeniable that this sword is terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, time and sound seemed to have disappeared. There was only that sword under the heavens. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, as expected of a hero at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. His strength was simply too terrifying. Each strike of his sword was fatal. But then again, the fact that his opponent's sword was fatal was a sign of respect towards Lin Ling. Fight with one's back to the river. Lin Ling's battle intent surged. Smoke filled the air as his strongest state appeared. The Fiend God Overlord body merged with the ancient Flame Devil. This strongest state was also his respect for Lu Lein. Unstoppable. Uprooting the heavens. World of Flames. Soul Sealing Seal. All the powerful trump cards were used. Lin Ling's heaven and earth was in chaos. Ancient fiend gods and flame birds shocked the world. Lin Ling actually hid such a powerful force. Many people were even more shocked. Lin Ling seemed to have no limit. Then, they looked forward to the clash of swords. Their blood was boiling. Clang. Under everyone's gaze, the two swords collided. Sword tip against sword tip. With both of them as the center, a huge amount of energy exploded. Spiritual energy burned, causing the lightning in Lu Lein's sword to become even more terrifying. It formed the rule of lightning. However, Lin Ling maintained his sword-pointing posture. Flame birds flew out from his 9 tails and circled the heavens and earth, burning everything. What a powerful sword. Yes. Lu Lein's face turned serious. He also felt the pressure. This young man had great potential. In time, he would definitely surpass him. Sword Intent Dynasty. Yes. With a low shout, Lu Lein's sword emitted a dazzling light. Dynasty represented the pride of her sword. It formed a sword's will. Arrogance and stubbornness that refused to accept the heavens and earth enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The pressure suddenly increased. Lu Lein's sword had affected his fighting spirit. Fiend God Overlord Body. Yes. However, at this moment Lin Ling also let out a low shout. The ancient aura of a venerable emperor erupted. He looked down on the world, and similarly refused to submit to the heavens and earth. Chapter 1277. Golden Skeletons. One is a former peerless genius. The other is a newly risen peerless genius. What a marvelous sword. In the distance, some powerful martial artists had dignified hearts. This was a true battle between peak heroes. As for some youths, their blood was boiling with excitement. When would they be able to be like Lin Ling, and step onto that glorious battlefield? As for the demon god Dark North, he was like a supporting character. No one was paying any attention to him. Only Yang who was still suppressing him. The last move? I'll come with you. Just then, ghostly chi rippled out, and tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. Then, a cold shadow shot over from afar, with a large number of ghosts floating behind him. It was the 3 Lives Ghost King. Come out, Golden Skeleton. The Tri-Era Ghost King shouted as soon as he appeared. He knew how terrifying Lin Ling was, so he used his strongest trump card. Moreover, Lin Ling was blocking Lu Lein's sword. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Lin Ling. A resplendent golden light appeared like a blazing sun. The 3 Lives Ghost King actually transformed into a golden skeleton. According to legend, this golden skeleton was the bone of an ancient emperor. No one knew what method the 3 Lives Ghost King used to obtain it, and refined it into his own skeleton. As if a deceased emperor had descended, the 3 Lives Ghost King's pitch-black eyes stared at Lin Ling with a sinister aura. Golden skeletons. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The Tri-Era Ghost King had arrived, and he had used his most powerful trump card the moment he arrived. Despicable. However, even more people were shouting angrily. The 3rd-generation Ghost King's attack could be considered a sneak attack. Thrice Ghost King Scram. Lu Lein also sensed the intentions of the Tri-Era's ghostly king. He shouted angrily. Moreover, Lin Ling had attacked the Tri-Era's ghostly king when he was dueling with his sword. This meant that Lin Ling was humiliating him. Lu Lein was going to win beautifully. Even if he were to lose, he had to lose fair and square. Lu Lein, you can't suppress him. Let me join hands with you. The golden skeleton stood above the heavens and earth, laughing sinisterly. After saying that, it pounced towards Lin Ling. How dare you? Lu Lein shouted angrily. Unfortunately, he could not retract his sword. When a swordsman unsheathed his sword, he would fight to survive. How could he retract his sword casually? Lin Ling, be careful. The people from the Northern Mountain Tiger sect started to shout. In their eyes, Lin Ling was fighting with Lu Lein, and could not divert his attention to deal with the Trailakian Ghost King. This was a pincer attack. The 3rd Life Ghost King knew this as well. His sneer deepened. With a pincer attack, how could Lin Ling not die? Shameless. Lin Ling growled. He really couldn't split his attention to deal with these 2 experts. However, the 3rd-generation Ghost King was still a step away from killing him. Rumble. At the same time, the giant golden claw grabbed towards Lin Ling. It was as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected from hell, causing many people to shake their heads. Lin Ling was going to fall here. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, and a tall, pitch-black demon god rushed out, clashing with the golden claw amidst a cloud of dust. The 2 figures were like a clash of gold and darkness. Pop, pop, pop. The void exploded, and a majestic power erupted. Under countless gazes, the tall golden skeleton collided with the dark demon king. The golden skeleton lost its balance, and was forced to retreat, causing the ground to crack. In the end, It crashed into the dark North Demon God's crystal palace. Only then did it stop. Someone helped Lin Ling? At this moment, everyone forgot how to breathe. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. After all, no one could survive against two great heroes. However, at the crucial moment, someone saved Lin Ling. Who are you? The three-generation Ghost King was furious. He was so close to killing Lin Ling. But he was interrupted. Dust filled the sky. The tall shadow was like a demon king from hell. He was nearly 100 meters tall, comparable to the golden skeleton. But the demonic chi around his body was rippling, making people tremble with fear. Soon after, he slowly walked out with heavy steps, letting the crowd see that this was a giant that was completely gray. He had a demonic horn, gleaming cold teeth, and his facial features carried an ancient and domineering aura. Could it be the legendary Wuxia King? The older martial artist was stunned for a moment, before he cried out in surprise. The 72 demonic gods in the sky were scattered throughout the Xianping province. Currently, it was not clear who was the owner. However, the demonic gods' appearances were recorded in ancient records. Therefore, some people knew that it was the Wuxia King. At the same time, the tall Wuxia King emitted a dense demonic aura. His body gradually shrank, until he was as tall as an ordinary person. However, he still had demonic horns and fangs. Many people were even more shocked. This was the transformation stage between a demonic god and a martial artist. Most importantly, the Wuxia King with demonic horns and fangs was very handsome. It was a stark contrast to the demonic aura. Moreover, his appearance was very familiar. Everyone present had seen him before. Subconsciously, they looked at the ancient flame devil. Who are you? The three-generation Ghost King roared again. I'm Lin Ling. Ha! The Demon King's deep voice drifted out from his mouth. Silence. Everyone was silent. The Wuxia King was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling have two demonic gods? That was too terrifying. Lin Ling. The three-generation Ghost King's golden skeleton trembled. Lin Ling was the Wuxia King, and had reached the transformation stage. He had two demonic gods. This meant that Lin Ling was equivalent to two Transcendent Stage 7 experts. That's still you. Lu Lein's eyes changed drastically. This was too surreal. What secrets was this young man hiding? Your heart is wavering. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. The sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword intent. He was like an emperor or a sword saint. Ka. The two swords collided. It was a battle of will, and the heart of martial arts. Lu Lein's heart was wavering, and immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. His expression changed again. He had lost. He was an ancient peerless genius, an expert who once fought against the Golden Armor King. However, he had lost to a rising star today. He had lost in terms of swordsmanship, pride, and the heart of martial arts. It was impossible for him to kill Yang Hu in 5 moves. I look forward to your future. I've lost. From now on, this sword shall be covered in dust. Lu Lein took a step forward and floated to the back. He sheathed his sword and sealed it. After he surrendered, the enormous pressure disappeared. Many people felt that it was unreal. Lu Lein had lost just like that? Then, they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had fought against 2 great heroes alone. He was still fearless and had won the battle. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked at the golden skeleton, took a step forward and shot over. Trailera's Ghost King, you chose to barge into hell when there's a path to heaven. At the same time, Wuxia King let out a cold voice and pounced towards the golden skeleton. 2 great demon gods teaming up against the Trailera's Ghost King. The Trailera's Ghost King's giant skeleton body trembled. Today, he had seized the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had hidden a trump card. Not only had he failed, his life was in danger. Moreover, he realized that he had attacked Lin Ling from the front and back. Now Lin Ling was also attacking him from the front and back. Chapter 1278. Strike for you again. Bang. 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 This was the first time the 2 demon gods had joined forces. Their battle prowess was terrifying. The ancient glaciers cracked and the ice melted. If he had used Wuxia King, I would have been defeated. How could I be so arrogant in front of him? Lu Lane sighed. She was embarrassed by her previous actions. She thought that even if she lost to Golden Armor King, she would still be qualified to call herself a senior in front of Lin Ling. But now, she knew that Lin Ling had held back. Otherwise, she would have been even more embarrassed. Ka. The two demon gods could even fight against an early Saint Realm expert. The golden skeleton was known for its toughness, but now cracks began to appear on its shiny golden skeleton. This is so infuriating. The 3 Lives Ghost King roared. He had no choice but to disperse into thousands of souls and give up on his golden skeleton. The golden skeleton belonged to an emperor of the Han dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Now that he had to give it up, he was heartbroken. But if he did not give it up, he might die. We will meet again. Lin Ling, we will meet again. At this moment, the souls in the sky flew out. The 3 Lives Ghost King had started to escape. There were too many souls, and no one knew which one belonged to the 3 Lives Ghost King. From this point of view, the martial arts that the 3 Lives Ghost King cultivated were mysterious and strange. He was the hardest to kill. Soul Sealing Seal. Lin Ling and the Wuxia King both roared in anger and slammed their palms into the sky. They were in sync and unleashed their terrifying soul power. Even the snow and ice in the sky were blown away. The souls in the sky exploded as they were killed by the soul power. You! Among the souls, the 3 Lives Ghost King roared. Soul sacrifice. Green flames appeared and burned his soul, doubling its speed. If he did not burn his soul, he would have sealed Lin Ling here. What made him angry was that Lin Ling had learned the soul sealing seal from him. Although he was better than him, he was better than him. Xiao! The burning soul sped up. But at this moment, a cold voice shouted, You want to leave after humiliating a swordsman? Lei Yin! Rumble! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky, striking the Trailokia's Ghost King's soul, almost causing his soul to scatter. Lightning, this was lightning. He was most afraid of lightning and fire. Lu Lane, help Lin Ling! The Tri-Era Ghost King roared. Today, he had lost all his face, and his years of hard work had gone down the drain. However, the 1,000 Generations Ghost Sect was a mysterious super sect. Their ghost arts were strange, and in the end he managed to escape. But everyone could see that the 3rd Generation Ghost King's vitality was greatly damaged. This scene was extremely ironic. The 3 Lives Ghost King wanted to ambush Lin Ling, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, almost losing his life here. Ghostly studies are indeed mysterious. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In truth, the 3 Generations Ghost King's strength was on par with the Northern Darkness Evil God. The only difference was that the 3 Generations Ghost King was in the dark, while the Northern Darkness Evil God was in the light. Clearly, the opponent in the dark was harder to kill. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to recover his current cultivation without more than 10 years of hard work. Moreover, his golden skeletons have been destroyed, and his strongest trump card is gone. Lu Lane said lightly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he kept the broken golden skeletons. The crowd's eyes flickered. The Trailokia's Ghost King had lost his wife and his army. Lin Ling, I've lost. I'm looking forward to you coming to the splendid mountain river. That's the world of heroes. Langya and the unfettered 10 halls are also there. Lu Lane looked deeply at Lin Ling, took a step forward and turned to leave. Senior, victory and defeat are commonplace in war. Why take it to heart? Lin Ling looked at Lu Lane's back. The latter was arrogant, but she wasn't a bad person. That kind of arrogance was a swordsman's domineering sword. This was normal. The new generation excels the old. I'm old, and I want to quit. If you can defeat the Golden Armor King one day, I, Lu Lane, will draw my sword for you again. Lu Lane disappeared into the snowy land. She seemed a little lonely, but she was still arrogant. I'll let you draw your sword one day. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Splendid mountain river. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at the Northern Darkness Evil God. At this moment, the Northern Darkness evil god was seriously injured, and in front of him, Yang Hu was staring at him like an ancient tiger king. Lin Ling, you've won. I never thought that you would be above me one day. I, the Northern Darkness evil god, have killed countless people in my life, and the only one I've missed is you. The Northern Darkness evil god said with a pale face. He regretted not killing Lin Ling in the past, and let Lin Ling become a big threat. Today he would die for Lin Ling. You asked for it. Never underestimate the belief and fighting spirit of the weak, Lin Ling said indifferently, and walked away with Wuxia King. The two emperor-like figures left a heavy shadow in the hearts of the people. Lin Ling, the Northern Darkness evil god roared. Lin Ling had left, but it did not mean that he could live. Yang Hu would not let him go. All his backers had been defeated by Lin Ling, including the Triple Ghost King and Lu Lane. Who else could he rely on? It's time to settle the score for my son's death. At this moment, Yang Hu roared and slammed his palm forward like a tiger king, sending the Northern Darkness evil god to the Yellow Springs. Moreover, the Northern Darkness evil territory had been disintegrated, and the cause of all this was Lin Ling. The world has changed. In the distance, the people of the Northern Darkness evil territory exclaimed. They stared at the two figures walking on the snowy land, and they were shocked. Father, the Northern Darkness evil mother was in a daze. Everything was just as the Northern Darkness evil god had said. They had killed countless people, and the only one they had missed was Lin Ling. The consequence of missing him was their complete annihilation. Kill. The people of the Northern Mountain Tiger sect rushed over to eliminate the source of the trouble. Yang Hu's daughter looked at the two figures in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that if Lin Ling had not come, the Northern Mountain Tiger sect would have been killed. Daughter, you like him. A father knows his daughter best. Yang Hu walked over and said softly. A little, but I know that his world is not something that I can enter. I can only look up to him and keep him in my heart. Yang Hu's daughter was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. Yes, I can only say that you two are not fated to be together. Yang Hu sighed. Lin Ling's rise was too fast, and it would not take long for him to become the peerless overlord of the 10 halls of Langia. How could his daughter be worthy of him? At this moment in the snowy land, a red-haired monkey was running in the snow. It was Little Flame, and Lin Ling, and the Wuxia King were standing in the Purple Palace, inside the Emerald Pagoda, that hung around Little Flame's neck. Your Majesty. Elder Z looked at the two similar people, and called out respectfully. He knew that these two people were Lin Ling, and it was just a kind of body incarnation technique. Chapter 1279. Gates of Hell. Alright. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His ancient flame devil has already recovered to its peak, so he will leave the treasure to Wuxia King. Then I will go. Wuxia King sank into the ground, as if he is the lord of the earth. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then he looked at Elder Z and asked, Elder Z, how do I go to Ghost Domain? Your Majesty, the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm have ancient void teleportation to Ghost Domain, and Xianping Province is the most eastern. Elder Z said respectfully, this world is really vast and boundless, just Xianping Province alone. There are many places that I have not been to, and outside of Xianping Province, there are 2 other continents. Lin Ling sat down, drank a mouthful of wine, and threw it to Elder Z. Elder Z immediately felt flattered. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Elder Z is good at everything, but he cares too much about etiquette. He often kneels down and greets. Elder Z is not tired of kneeling, but Lin Ling is tired of watching. Elder Z, you are actually my good teacher and helpful friend, so I should be the one to respect you. There is no need to be so polite in the future. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Z knelt down with a plop. This made Lin Ling gloomy in his heart. It really doesn't make sense. Your Majesty, other than the 3 Xian continents of the mortal realm, there are also Ghost Domain, Devil Domain, and Demon Domain. Elder Z saw that Lin Ling did not care. He quickly said, what about the mortal realm? Lin Ling curiously asked again. Titled martial emperors can break the void with their fists, They can go to the most mysterious place. But what kind of place is that? Even the former emperor did not know. They only know that it is the lifelong pursuit of all martial artists. To go to that place is to live as long as heaven and earth. You can even go to any place. Elder Z said. Titled Martial Emperors. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. This should be the most powerful expert in the world. Moreover, he had the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. He could go anywhere. Would he be able to return home? Shaking his head, Lin Ling tossed aside these unrealistic thoughts. Currently, he couldn't even defeat Empyrean Void Star, much less a legendary martial emperor. My current foundation is very strong, but my cultivation speed is too fast and slow. I need to find some cultivation resources, Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, Lin Ling was rushing towards the easternmost part of Xianping province. Along the way, Lin Ling encountered a large number of taboos and mysterious experts. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the easternmost part of the province, the Gates of Hell. This place was one of the most mysterious forbidden grounds in Xianping province. Very few people could come here, and it was cold and gloomy all year round. Tens of thousands of ghosts wailed and howled. Those who were weak would die at any moment if they came here. Woo woo woo. The mountain was like a ghostly fog. The fog covered the sky, and the surroundings were silent. From time to time, the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard. In the forest and valleys, white ghosts could be seen floating around. Is this the Gates of Hell? Walking along the mysterious mountain range, Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Beneath his feet, there were dried-up bones. Woo woo woo. At the same time, a large number of ghosts rushed towards him from all directions, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came here. Vigorous vitality. If I swallow him, I might be able to leave the Gates of Hell. We ghosts are trapped here. We can't enter the ghost realm or the human realm. This makes me very resentful. The ghosts floated around Lin Ling. Moreover, the sound of rotting wood came from the forest. Coffins opened one after another, and a large number of stinky zombies walked out. Moreover, they were golden zombies. This place was indeed terrifying. Junior, hand over your life. The ghosts were like locusts, and they began to pounce on Lin Ling, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed fiercely. Ignorant. A faintly discernible voice sounded in the sky. As expected, Lin Ling's sword missed. The sword of strength was useless against ghosts. These ghosts have existed for countless years. It's as if they all have spiritual intelligence. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. In his left hand a blue flame bloomed. With a light wave, thousands of lotuses bloomed. Fire, it's fire. A large number of ghosts were frightened. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were afraid of the flames of extreme yang. But the golden zombies were not afraid of fire. Yiksha King, come out! Lin Ling shouted softly. Demonic chi rippled out, and Yiksha King's tall body appeared. Then he grew to the same height as Lin Ling. He roared angrily, and like the demon king of hell, he tore apart the golden zombie alive and swallowed the zombie core in its body. In terms of defense, Yiksha King was superior to the ancient flame demon. As long as he stepped on the ground, he could revive. In terms of speed, the ancient flame demon had the advantage. Overall, the ancient flame demon was slightly stronger, and it had 9 lives. Just like that, Lin Ling continued to advance. However, there were too many ghosts in the Gates of Hell. Although they could not defeat Lin Ling was beginning to feel tired. If the Gates of Hell were already like this, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the ghost realm was. Die! With a slash of his sword, a large number of golden zombies were cut in half. Lin Ling frowned and continued to advance. During this time, Yiksha King gradually recovered to his peak state. Finally, a palace appeared in front of them. The palace was gloomy, as if it was the Hall of Hell. An old man sat at the entrance of the palace. His calm voice drifted out. This is the passage to the ghost domain. Your strength is not enough to enter. I am the person guarding the passage. The old man opened his eyes. There was an ancient look in his eyes, as if he had been guarding this place for millions of years. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The young man in front of him was only a transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, but his strength was terrifying. With 2 demon gods by his side, he was almost invincible in the transcendent realm. The guardian of the passage? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was surprised. Yes, the passage to the ghost realm is of great importance. It concerns the lives of the world. So the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world have experts guarding this place. If you want to enter, you are not strong enough. The old man slowly floated up, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Ling. Moreover, those who come here will die 9 times out of 10. What a terrifying pressure. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was sure this old man had reached the Saint Realm, or even surpassed it. Moreover, 9 times out of 10 meant this old man wanted to kill him. Little friend, this is the price to pay for entering the ghost realm. If you can enter, we will not stop you. But if you cannot, we will kill you. This is a 9 times out of 10 chance of death. The old man said indifferently. This seemed to be the rule of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. After all, if everyone rushed here, the order between the ghost realm and the mortal world would be disrupted. Therefore, the rule was that if you wanted to enter, you must have the corresponding qualifications. If you did not, you would die 9 times out of 10. Give him a chance. At that moment, an old woman walked over from the distance and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The old man pondered for a moment before nodding. Soon after, another old man appeared, and the 3 of them looked towards Lin Ling. You may leave. Today, we will make an exception for you. Only when you reach the transcendent realm 7th layer can you enter the ghost realm. The old woman still looked at Lin Ling, but her eyes were filled with kindness. Although the rules were as such, this child was still a member of the 3 mysterious associations of the mortal world. Moreover, his talent was extremely high. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Transcendent Realm 7th Layer? N. Chapter 1280. Arriving at Splendid Land. This is for your own good. Otherwise, with your current strength, it would be hard for you to escape death. Another old man said indifferently. Lin Ling took a deep breath and turned to leave. I'll come back in less than a year. Yes. The 3 old men heard Lin Ling's resolute words, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This child was very resolute. It wasn't hard for them to guess why he had entered the ghost realm. It should be for someone, and that person was very happy. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for him, what regrets would he have in this life? A triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. It's been a long time since I've seen such a junior. Yes, that's right. If he can persevere, perhaps his name will spread among the 3 mysteries of the human realm. Yes. Let's wait for a year and see if he comes. Yes. The 3 mysterious old men said one after another. The first old man sat down and turned into a stone statue. I will definitely reach the transcendent 7th stage. Lin Ling touched the bamboo tablet hanging around his neck. It contained the soul of the second dream. He had promised the latter, so he had to do it. Go to Splendid Land, Lin Ling said to Little Flame. He had Little Flame take the Jade Pagoda and run towards the sky. Splendid Land was a world of heroes with countless experts. It was a very suitable place to find money, and Lin Ling was currently lacking money. As Lin Ling headed towards Splendid Land, his mother-son sound transmission bug transmitted a voice. It was Venerable Sea Calming. What surprised Lin Ling was that Venerable Sea Calming also told Lin Ling to go to Splendid Land. He said that the Black-White Dao Palace's Lord Water Mist had summoned him. Lord Water Mist was one of the 4 pillars of Xianping Province, the second most important person in the Heavenly Temple. He could be said to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Why would he summon him? Lin Ling was puzzled, but Venerable Sea Calming also said that the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture was now a subsidiary sect of the Black-White Dao Palace. From his voice, he seemed to be very happy. However, this was normal. In Xianping Province, powerful experts could fall at any time. For example, the Dark North Dark Territory had been destroyed by Lin Ling not long ago. Therefore no expert was safe. However, with the black-white Dao Palace behind him, it was undoubtedly much safer. Lin Ling, the reason why my sea-calming heavenly palace was able to become a subsidiary of the black-white Dao Palace is because of you. Lady Watermist seems to favor you greatly. Venerable Sea-Calming's excited voice sounded, which surprised Lin Ling. He shook his head and smiled. I haven't been able to repay Venerable Sea-Calming's kindness in the past. I'm happy to be able to help Venerable Sea-Calming. Venerable Sea-Calming suggested. Hee, you're such a loyal person. You've already repaid the favor you owe me. However, it's good for you that Lady Shui Wu wants to see you. In this way, no one will invade your 6 sacred realms. Venerable Sea-Calming proposed. Lin Ling nodded. His 1,000-sound 10,000-star array could resist any transcendent realm master, but not Saint Realm masters. Therefore, it was necessary for him to meet Lady Watermist. The splendid mountain and river is the core of Xianping province. It's not like Heaven City. The splendid mountain and river is where all the masters of heaven and earth temple are gathered. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. Venerable Sea-Calming reminded. Lin Ling nodded and continued on his way. The splendid mountain and river was southeast of Xianping province. It was like a fairyland of mountains and rivers. It was once the site of the Spirit Creek Immortal Kingdom, one of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. According to legend, there was a huge spirit vein under the mountains and rivers. If one cultivated there, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, all the super sects had established their headquarters here, resulting in fierce competition and countless masters. According to legend, there were immortals hidden in the splendid mountain and river. The black-white Dao Palace was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, so it wasn't difficult to find. 3 days later, Lin Ling arrived at the foot of an ancient mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Looking up, he saw an ancient sect sitting in the middle of the mountain, surrounded by multicolored light. What was surprising was that the ancient palaces were all black and white. People entered the ancient mountain gate one after another, seemingly attracted by its reputation. Lin Ling took a deep breath and strode forward. The black-white Dao Palace is the #1 power of the Heavenly Temple. Together with the Hong residence, the Xintian dynasty, and the Sword Pavilion, they are known as the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Over the years, countless people have tried to enter the black-white Dao Palace and become heroes. Unfortunately, the black-white Dao Palace isn't so easy to enter. Young Master Do, you're a hero. Could it be that you can't enter with your status? You're the young master of the Western Seas Dragon Qilan Palace. It'll be difficult. However, I know some people in the black-white Dao Palace. Those elders tested me once, and in the end, they gave me the chance to become a disciple. Amazing! On the winding steps, young men and women were constantly chatting, their spirits high. Young Master Do, have you seen Lord Watermist? Yes. In the past we were fated to meet, but we were too far away. I could only look up from afar. Yes. I'm so envious of you. Lord Watermist is one of the top experts in Xianping province. What? What's there to be envious of? Besides, I'm about to become a disciple of the black-white Dao Palace. We'll definitely meet again. Really? Really? Can you recommend me? I also want to become a disciple of the black-white Dao Palace. The black-white Dao Palace only accepts peerless geniuses. I have the talent of a peerless genius, but you don't. Yes. Among them, a handsome young man received the most attention. Young women from all over the world crowded around him, their eyes filled with worship. These young men weren't weak either. They were between the 5th and 6th stage of the transcendent realm, and they all had hero tokens. Clearly, their backgrounds weren't small. Who's that? He's only at the 4th stage of the transcendent realm, and he has a hero token. He's not strong at all. However, his eyes are so attractive. Yes, I feel that his temperament is so unique. Yes. At this moment, many people looked at the young man walking up from the foot of the mountain. He wore a blue and white robe, and carried a large sword on his back. His expression was calm, and his eyes contained an indescribable depth, as if he had experienced many storms. As for the transcendent realm cultivators, they could sense the unique auras of others. Therefore, many young women looked at the young man, their hearts beating wildly. As for the young men from the great forces, they frowned. For some reason, they felt somewhat unhappy when they saw this young man. Perhaps he was too calm, or perhaps he was attracting too much attention. He's just putting on an act. Ha! The young man from the Western Sea's Dragon Qilin Palace said indifferently. His name was Du Ke, and he was only 23 years old. Even in Xiamping province, he could be considered a rare genius. As for the blue-robed young man below, he was only at the 4th stage of the transcendent realm. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant? The one walking down below was Lin Ling. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes around him. He was talking with Purple Elder. Stop! Ha! Du Ke shouted indifferently. These young women were all attracted by the young man. Previously, these lights belonged to him, so he was extremely unhappy. Chapter 1281. Lord Shui Wu's invitation. Who is this guy? He actually dares to ignore young Master Du. On the steps, everyone was shocked. A skinny youth said, he's overestimating himself. Young Master Du is going to become a hero, and was recommended by an elder of the Black-White Dao Palace. He dares to ignore young Master Du? He's courting death. Exactly. Just wait, there will be a good show to watch. The other youths sneered and nodded. In any case, when they looked at that indifferent youth, they were very unhappy. However, the girls were different. Their eyes were filled with worry. They could sense that the youth wasn't pretending. He had indeed experienced many hardships. But now, the youth had attracted the displeasure of young Master Du. If this continued, there would be trouble. You're very arrogant, but do you know where this is? Young Master Du's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and blocked the steps. He wanted to see if the youth dared to go up. At the same time, he released his 6th stage aura, like a dragon and a qilin. Behind him, a huge innate saint body appeared. It was actually an earth grade. So powerful. 6th stage transcendent with a dragon qilin innate talent. As expected of Du Ke, many people frowned. Young Master Du was able to enter the Black-White Dao Palace. His strength was indeed above his peers. Rumble. The terrifying aura transformed into a dragon. A qilin guarded the steps. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling continue to pretend? However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the aura. He continued to talk with Purple Elder, and didn't stop walking. He's not afraid of young Master Du's aura? He's only a 4th stage transcendent. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. And, at this moment, young Noble Do's expression turned ugly. One must know that as a hero, there was no need to doubt his strength. Not to mention a transcendent 4th stage cultivator. Even a transcendent 6th stage cultivator would be shocked by his aura alone. But now he had failed. Seems like I've underestimated you. However, you're only a so. Young Master Du's body released red and green light. The dragon qilin innate talent behind him changed. It turned into a fire dragon king and jade qilin. His innate saint body also increased in grade, reaching the rare heaven grade. A heaven-class gifted saint physique could easily crush an earth-class gifted saint physique, unless there was a huge gap in cultivation between the two. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked over. Your Majesty, this is the innate saint body of the Li Fire dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations, said Mr. Z. Lin Ling nodded. Even though Mr. Z's holy body wasn't weak, it was a pity that he had met Lin Ling, who was a triple cultivator. Mr. Z's holy body couldn't suppress him. Hee, I thought you were amazing, but you're just a piece of trash who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Now that young master is serious, you still have to obediently stop. Prince Du, make him kneel down. This brat is so arrogant he dares to ignore us. Many young men saw Lin Ling stop, and immediately laughed. The young women frowned. They had a good impression of young Master Du before, but now it was all gone. Young Master Du was used to being in the limelight. If someone dared to steal his limelight, he would immediately be ruthless and make the other party lose face. His temperament was too narrow-minded. However, just as their thoughts settled, Lin Ling stepped on the stairs again. Pa! It was a light step, but it made the entire stairs quiet down. Young Master Du's pupils constricted. How could it be? He had a heaven-class gifted saint physique, and his cultivation was stronger than the other parties. How could the other party not be afraid of his aura? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him. He raised his eyes and said indifferently, "The path of martial arts is not about proving how powerful you are, nor is it about pleasing the crowd with claptrap. You're venting your anger on me because you lost the attention of others. How senseless are you?" After saying that, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He just walked past Duke. Disdain. Everyone noticed that the young man was disdainful. He even disdained to make a move. This is how a martial artist should be. The hearts of the young girls jumped. In the situation before them, if it were anyone else, they would have arrogantly retorted. However, the young man didn't. It was as if he didn't care at all. His calmness wasn't an act. Perhaps in the process of growing up, he had experienced many storms and waves, and had formed a mentality that wouldn't be shaken even if the sky collapsed. You. At this moment, Duke felt extremely humiliated. Suddenly he sneered. Not just anyone can enter the Black-White Dao Palace. Your gifted saint physique can't compare to mine. You'll be kicked out in the end. That's right. Apart from Duke, it's hard for anyone else to enter, let alone a clown like you. Get kicked out. The other young men were stunned for a moment, then clamored. Perhaps this was the only way for them to regain the face they had lost before. Boring. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the clamoring of the crowd. His indifferent voice floated down. That calm and indifferent aura made the crowd gnash their teeth in anger. Anyone could see that Lin Ling was indifferent, but they were angry out of humiliation. The two sides didn't seem to be on the same level. Let him be arrogant. In a bit he'll lose face. Duke strode forward, catching up to Lin Ling. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he wanted to see Lin Ling get kicked out. The others clenched their teeth and followed. At the same time, Lin Ling also arrived at the mountain gate. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the gate to the Black-White Dao Palace was also black and white. A white-haired elder sat cross-legged there, as calm as an ancient well. "Elder, I was called here by Elder Shan. Can I enter the Black-White Dao Palace?" Duke was the first to speak. The elder looked over and said with some surprise, "Elder Shan is a senior figure of the Black-White Dao Palace. For him to recommend you, it seems that your talent isn't bad." "Haha, Elder, you flatter me." Duke hurriedly bowed, a look of pride on his face. He glanced sideways at Lin Ling, as if to say, "Apart from me, it's impossible for you to enter the Black-White Dao Palace." As expected of young Master Duke, what he said before was true. The others also seemed to be elated. Then they looked at Lin Ling. "Now, how can you still be so proud? Trash." Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He looked at the elder indifferently, and the elder naturally looked at Lin Ling. He had also seen the matter of the stairs. Young people were hot-blooded. Everything had to be decided, so this kind of competition wasn't strange. However, Duke's talent wasn't bad, and Elder Shan had taken a liking to him. This youth's talent and strength couldn't compare to Duke's, so why did he look down on him? "I was invited by Lord Watermist to come see him." Lin Ling didn't know what the elder was thinking and said indifferently, "What? Lord Watermist invited you? Dream on." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh. If it was said that Lin Ling knew an elder, they would believe it. But Lin Ling knew Lord Watermist? This was impossible. Even they didn't have the chance to see Lord Watermist, so Lin Ling was even more impossible. "His Excellency invited you?" Chapter 1282. Introducing the Human Emperor. Elder, this boy is lying. How could Her Excellency Aqua Mist invite him? If this is the truth, I will roll down the stairs. Duke doubted Lin Ling even more. He had only seen Her Excellency Aqua Mist once in his life, so he wanted to see how Lin Ling would be driven away. "My young friend, may I know your name?" The elder also felt that it was impossible, but he still asked. "I am Lin Ling," Lin Ling said lightly, which made the elder's pupils dilate. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. He remembered that after the hero's assessment, Her Excellency Aqua Mist had praised Lin Ling. After that, Her Excellency Aqua Mist knew that Lin Ling had defeated Li Funga, so she wanted to recruit him. You may go in. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence. The elder stood up and bowed slightly. He knew that someone who was valued by Her Excellency Aqua Mist would definitely have a higher status than him in the future. So he had to do her a favor. At this moment, Duke and the others were still laughing, but when they heard the elder's words, they all froze. This young man could go in. How could this be? Moreover, the elder bowed to this young man. This was even more ridiculous. Lin Ling, he is Lin Ling, the newcomer who shocked Xianping Province during the hero's assessment. It's just the hero's assessment. What's so great about it? Why can he enter? The others shouted angrily. Although Lin Ling was famous, they were all heroes, so they didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. After all, Lin Ling was only a hero at the moment. Lin Ling didn't care about these people at all. He smiled at the elder and stepped forward. Stop. Duke shouted angrily. You can't go in. Your talent is not as good as mine, and your cultivation is not as good as mine. Why don't you give me the chance to see Her Excellency Aqua Mist? You are so lame. Lin Ling's brows furrowed as he finally grew impatient. You have no choice. Duke was extremely unwilling to accept this. His enormous aura finally erupted. Since Lady Watamist had invited Lin Ling to see her, then he would defeat Lin Ling in front of the Black-White Dao Palace. He would let everyone know just how much of a waste Lin Ling was. Young master is about to make a move. The others took a step back and cheered. Lin Ling and Duke, they naturally valued Duke. The latter's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, Lin Ling was very arrogant, and had ignored them from the beginning to the end. Therefore, they wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. The cheers of the crowd made the pride in Duke's heart even stronger. He said indifferently, You have no choice. You can only roll down the mountain, and give the opportunity to me. Sure. But that depends on whether you have the strength to seize the opportunity. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. He took a step forward, and his left hand stretched out like a dragon. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but its power was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Child's play. Duke's eyes were full of contempt. Even with such strength, he dared to make a move. He took a step forward, and the dragon scale behind him roared. It actually turned from an incorporeal form to a physical form. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Duke, throw him down the mountain. The surrounding youths became even more excited. However, in their eyes, something terrifying happened. Lin Ling said indifferently, In the Western Sea's Dragon Kirin Palace, I met one in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. His family background and inheritance were not bad, but unfortunately, he had too little training. He only relied on his family background. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. Such a warrior would not go far. Then, Lin Ling's left hand grabbed the red dragon's tail. With a force that could uproot mountains and rivers, he smashed the dragon into the ground, causing the entire mountain gate to shake. Then he took a step forward, and his right foot kicked out like an arrow. The Jade Kirin was shattered by his kick. With one punch and one kick, Duke's dragon scale was destroyed. Duke's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. However, in the next instant, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He looked at him with cold eyes. Now roll down the mountain. Chi. Duke sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only a transcendent stage 4, but it was extremely easy for him to kill a transcendent stage 6. No wonder Lin Ling did not make a move before. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was disdainful. He was really too lazy to make a move. Get lost. Lin Ling growled again. I'll get lost. Duke's body trembled. When Lin Ling was keeping a low profile, he could not see how powerful his opponent was. However, when he was like a dragon emerging from the sea, he felt terrified. It was as if Lin Ling could kill him at any time. Moreover, he faintly sensed that Lin Ling did not need to use his full strength to kill him. Dong dong dong. Duke took a step back and rolled down the stairs. The others did not react. The situation had changed too much. Duke was defeated without being able to block a single move. All of you get lost too. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter was heard. Everyone's expression changed. They had to get lost too. I've said it before. You're all very boring. I did not counterattack not because I was afraid of you, but because I did not want to waste time. However, the moment I make a move, you will have to pay the price. Moreover, how far do you think you can go in martial arts by using others to vent your anger? Lin Ling said indifferently. He slowly took a step forward, causing the crowd to subconsciously retreat. This scene was extremely strange. A Transcendent Stage 4 young man was able to scare a large number of Transcendent Stage 5 and even Stage 6 young men. We'll get lost. In the end, those young men could not withstand the pressure in their hearts and rolled down the mountain like gourds. Haha, the young ladies could not help but laugh. These guys were asking for their own humiliation. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and were shocked. Lin Ling was so strong, but he kept a low profile. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling was able to meet Lord Shui Wu. One must know that they were extremely envious of him. Not to mention that Lin Ling was invited. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped into the mountain gate. He did not have time to care about those clowns. Lin Ling, Lord Shui Wu is waiting for you in the mist. The elder laughed. After what happened just now, he could see that Lin Ling was stronger than the rumors said. No wonder Lord Shui Wu thought so highly of him. All right, Lin Ling nodded and walked along the mountain. It was not difficult to find Lord Shui Wu in the mist. This place was on top of a cliff. In the distance, there was a waterfall like the Milky Way, rumbling down. A figure stood on top of the cliff, as if he would disappear from the world at any time. Compared to the last time, your strength has increased again. As soon as Lin Ling arrived on the cliff, the figure turned around and smiled. It was Lord Shui Wu. Greetings, Senior Shui Wu. Lin Ling quickly bowed. In the entire Xianping province, there were not many people he could not see through. Lord Shui Wu was one of them. This man seemed to be formed by mist, ethereal and mysterious. You and I should address each other as peers. Lady Shui Wu revealed an amiable smile, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. He was somewhat puzzled. Then he heard Lady Shui Wu continue. At our level, there is no distinction between seniors and juniors. There is only the weak and the strong. Your current strength is inferior to mine, but in the future, you will definitely not be weaker than me. Therefore, it is better for us to address each other as peers than to change the way we address each other in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Lord Shui Wu really thought highly of him. I know a little about you from Venerable Sea Calming. I did not expect Venerable Sea Calming to have such good foresight to find a seedling like you. Chapter 1283. Don't use people you don't doubt. The Human Emperor? Lin Ling's heart subconsciously skipped a beat. The Human Emperor was the strongest existence in Xianping province, a figure comparable to the former great Emperor Zhaixing of the Four Ancient Kingdoms. He was actually fated to meet him. Of course, you're only a seedling right now, but don't underestimate the qualifications of this seedling. My heavenly palace only has 4 people with the qualifications, and the Black-White Dao Palace only has 2. You are one of them. Lord Wadamist's expression was grave. Thus, this matter is extremely important. You must raise your strength to the appropriate level. Otherwise, if you are too ordinary, it won't be good for either of us. After all, qualifications are too precious. You must be a monster amongst geniuses. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He nodded heavily. I can, but I need cultivation resources. Yes. You sure know how to raise the price. But I can promise you that just like Venerable Sea Calming, he supported you in the past, and you didn't let him down. I support you today, and you won't let me down in the future. Lord Wadamist stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Ling was very straightforward and decisive in his answer. Such a martial artist's heart of martial arts was extremely firm. He didn't fear the fame of the Human Emperor. Instead, he hid a will that surpassed the Human Emperor. This was a true martial artist. I know you have many enemies right now, but since you've agreed, then I will support you. your hometown's 6 sacred realms, as well as your friends Yanggan and Yu Yun, will all come to the Black-White Dao Palace. All you need to do is not disappoint me. Yes, Lord Watamist added, causing Lin Ling to nod. He also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Lord Watamist supported him because he wanted him to become stronger in the future. But if he didn't display his strength, then Lord Watamist might change his mind at any moment and give up on him. Thus, Lin Ling could only let Lord Watamist know that his investment was not wrong. Tomorrow, my disciple will bring you to familiarize you with splendid landscape. Moreover, I'll give you 10 black-white Dao fruits. Lord Shui Wu took a deep look at Lin Ling before dispersing like a cloud. Her faintly discernible voice was emitted. Lin Ling, monsters are born in this world at all times. However, many of these monsters are unable to reach the end. Therefore, I hope that you will succeed. Hearing this, Lin Ling grinned. His eyes were shining with confidence. In terms of talent, he wasn't a monster. Everything he had was obtained through hard work. Moreover, he had the Purple Palace, so he would definitely become an emperor in the future. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, apart from the Purple Palace, he still had his eyes, which he hadn't discovered yet. He had a feeling that his eyes were even more mysterious than the Purple Palace. Black and White Dao Fruit, TSK, this is a rare treasure. Your Majesty, your luck is not bad. At this time, Purple Elder's voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat curious. Was there something mysterious about this black and white Dao fruit? This fruit is formed from the black and white Dao tree. It is said that this tree is the yin and yang tree from the beginning of the world. It contains the laws of heaven and earth. Not only can this fruit increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, it can also increase one's martial laws. Purple Elder smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod happily. Coming to splendid landscape was the right choice. He had obtained cultivation resources so quickly. 10 black and white Dao fruits are enough to double your Majesty's strength. It won't be difficult for you to reach the transcendent 7th stage. Purple Elder affirmed. At this moment, after Lord Shui Wu left, he walked towards the depths of the Dao Palace. He stopped in front of a large hall and spoke his thoughts. What? 10 black and white Dao fruits? Moreover, you gave 2 of the black and white Dao Palace's spots to Lin Ling. In the Grand Hall, there were 18 elders sitting there. They wore black and white martial artist robes respectively. The one who spoke was wearing the same robes as Lord Watermist, but his body was thin and his cheeks were thin. He was Lord Mountain Mist. The Black and White Dao Palace had 2 great palace masters. They were Shui Wu and Mountain Mist, representing black and white. My lord, you can't. This Lin Ling isn't someone from our Black and White Dao Palace. He cannot waste a spot. Moreover, the Black and White Dao tree only produces 1 fruit every 100 years. In these past years, our Black and White Dao Palace has only accumulated a few fruits. Giving 10 to Lin Ling is not worth it. The elders all spoke out, feeling that it wasn't worth it. Lord Shui Wu, if you give the human sovereign's spot to your disciple, then we can agree. But if you give it to an outsider, then why don't you give it to my disciple? Lord Mountain Mist narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Don't you already have a spot? Could it be that you want to take the spot that belongs to me? Lord Shui Wu looked at him indifferently. The Black and White Dao Palace had 2 spots, and he and Lord Mountain Mist had 1 each. But now Lord Mountain Mist was actually eyeing his spot? Lord Mountain Mist laughed. Naturally, I don't care about your spot. I just don't want you to waste it. Moreover, this matter is of great importance. It doesn't mean that the spot belongs to you. You still need to go through our Elder Council. What a joke. Does my spot still need the Elder Council's approval? Then Lord Mountain Mist, if you give the spot to your disciple, why didn't you go through the Elder Council? Lord Shui Wu sneered, causing Lord Mountain Mist to frown, but he didn't say anything. Let's not talk about the spot for now. We'll decide after the Elder Council's final meeting. However, the Black and White Dao fruit cannot be given to an outsider. That's right. Although Lin Ling has a demon god, his potential is only at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, how could a seedling to be recommended to the human sovereign be just that? What's more, He's not the only one with a demon god. In terms of saint physique, Lin Ling is only at the earth grade. In our black and white Dao Palace, the most basic talent is the heaven grade saint physique. The other elders said indifferently. They still felt that Lin Ling was very ordinary and didn't have the qualifications. Although Lin Ling's talent is only at the earth grade, he's a cultivator who cultivates essence, energy and spirit. Lord Shui Wu said in a low voice. These old fogies were too stubborn. However, although the black and white Dao Palace was ruled by the two palace masters, important matters still had to go through the Elder Council. Therefore, he didn't have the right to decide. Has anyone ever succeeded in cultivating essence, energy and spirit? Moreover, cultivating one's talent alone is already very difficult, let alone cultivating essence, energy and spirit. This kind of cultivation path is very complicated and vast. It's definitely useless. The elders said again. They had never seen a cultivator who successfully cultivated essence, energy and spirit, so they didn't believe it. However, Lord Shui Wu fell silent. He wasn't sure, so he couldn't refute. He said, then give the black and white Dao fruit that I obtain every 10 years to Lin Ling. Lord Shui Wu, you're crazy. The elders' faces immediately changed. In the past, Lord Shui Wu had fought with the masters of Kuan Temple and had left behind injuries. He needed the black and white Dao fruit to suppress them. But Lord Shui Wu was actually giving his black and white Dao fruit to Lin Ling. What qualifications did this Lin Ling have? In truth, Lin Ling wasn't even worth a single black and white Dao fruit. Chapter 1284. Black and white Dao fruit. Haha, elders, since Lord Shui Wu has his own plans, let's go along with it. Lord Shan Wu advised, causing the elders to shake their heads, but they didn't say anything else. Lord Shan Wu wasn't helping Lord Shui Wu, but if Lord Shui Wu gave up on healing, it would be beneficial to him as well. The Council of Elders has agreed to give 3 black and white Dao fruits to Lin Ling, but Lord Shui Wu won't be able to receive them for 100 years. Lord Shan Wu said darkly. He wanted nothing more than for Lord Shui Wu to give up on healing and have his strength greatly reduced. That way, he would have the final say in the black-white Dao Palace. Lord Shui Wu glanced at Lord Shan Wu indifferently. He knew what the other party was trying to do. Every 10 years, he could receive 1 black and white Dao fruit, 10 in 100 years. But now, the black-white Dao Palace was only allowing him to take 3. This was going too far. However, he still nodded in agreement. The black and white Dao fruit was priceless. Even the geniuses of the black-white Dao Palace weren't qualified to obtain it, so he had already done his best to obtain 3. Farewell. Lord Shui Wu turned and left, his heart heavy. In the past, he had been the #1 leader of the black-white Dao Palace, but after being injured, his strength had continuously decreased. Now, in front of the Council of Elders, his prestige was also gradually decreasing. The next day, in front of Lin Ling's wooden house, a slender figure stood there quietly. Is Lin Ling here? Lin Ling was temporarily staying in the black-white Dao Palace. Hearing this, he walked out and saw a woman in a black and white dress standing outside. She was about 27 or 28 years old and looked somewhat cold. She handed a green ring to Lin Ling. There are black and white Dao fruits inside. Master gave them to you. Her attitude wasn't good. She knew that these 3 black and white Dao fruits were for her master to heal, but she gave them to Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Master. Master? Lin Ling could roughly guess that this woman should be Lord Shui Wu's disciple. She was very strong, at the 7th stage of the transcendent realm, and her talent wasn't weak either. Most likely, she had reached the heaven grade. A person's talent determined how far they could go in the future. A heaven grade saint body meant one would definitely surpass the transcendent realm. Thank you. Lin Ling replied politely. There's no need. Although I don't agree with Master's way of doing things, he is still my master. Therefore, whatever he says is right. I'll be cultivating at the foot of the mountain. If there's anything, you can come and find me. At the same time, she muttered to herself, it's just an earth-grade saint physique. Even if he has a demon god, he's only invincible in the transcendent realm at best. How could such a person be worthy of Master's training, and even let Master fight for him? I really don't know what Master is thinking. Looking at the departing silhouette, Lin Ling frowned. He faintly sensed that something had happened, but he didn't think too much about it. Right now cultivation was his priority. In the Purple Palace, Lin Ling was standing on the ground. There were 3 black and white fruits in his hand. These fruits were extremely mysterious. There were complex patterns on the surface of the fruits, just like the patterns of a formation. However, Lin Ling was a bit puzzled. Before he had said that there would be 10 fruits, but now there were only 3. Your Majesty, this fruit contains the principles of heaven and earth. It can greatly improve your supreme martial arts. Old Z looked at the black and white Dao fruit in amazement. He had seen it before in the star-picking nation, but not many times. Lin Ling was excited. Such a treasure was probably not weak. Your Majesty, this fruit can only improve cultivation and the principles of heaven and earth. It can't improve physical strength. Therefore, Your Majesty can only use it to improve cultivation. Old Z said. Lin Ling nodded. He was currently wearing the Void Spirit Lock, so the effects of his cultivation were more obvious. This fruit could probably allow him to improve by a level. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and swallowed the black and white Dao fruit. A strange thing happened. In his mind, Lin Ling faintly saw the 2 worlds of yin and yang. It was like chaos. Below was yin, and above was yang. In the yang world, there were hundreds of changes, and the great Tao of fire appeared. Fire was fire. It had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. It was one of the great Taos. This black and white Tao fruit was indeed mystical. It could greatly improve a martial artist's martial Tao, according to the changes in their martial Tao. At the same time, Lin Ling's fire aura quietly changed. Heaven and earth were like fire, and the laws of fire were formed. It had to be known that when Lin Ling used the ancient flame devil, he could also use the laws of fire. However, it was difficult for his main body to use it. First, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to support it. Second, the laws of fire were not complete. But now the laws of fire were becoming more and more perfect. This also meant that Lin Ling's Fire Supreme martial arts had reached the transcendent realm. If he took another step, he would be able to reach the heavenly martial arts and form the laws of fire. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, it was still at the transcendent 4th stage. However, Lin Ling knew that it was because of the suppression of the Void Spirit Lock. If the Void Spirit Lock was released, Lin Ling's strength would increase even more. He would definitely reach the transcendent 5th stage and possess 6 paths of spiritual energy. Time quietly passed. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, a mysterious law of fire bloomed. Elder Z couldn't help but laugh. Supreme martial arts at the transcendent realm. His Majesty was indeed powerful. It had to be known that this was the power of a single black and white Tao fruit. This kind of cultivation resource was innumerable for the younger generation of other major powers. From another point of view, if Lin Ling also had a powerful family background, Lin Ling's strength would be even stronger. To the second layer of the Violet Palace realm, Lin Ling stood up and said with a smile, now that his Fiend God Overlord body had reached the second layer, and his soul force had increased, he could enter the second layer. There were even more heavenly tomes in the second layer, all of which were supreme martial arts. Moreover, there were a large number of soul fragments here. They were the masters of the former star-picking country. Moreover, the Violet Palace realm had also given him a reward, the Emperor Refined Armor. This armor could withstand 3 attacks from an early Saint Realm master. Within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling was invincible. However, within the Transcendent Realm, Lin Ling had 2 great demon gods. He was already at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, so this armor wasn't of much help. Elder Z, summon the Transcendent 7th Stage Master. Lin Ling said expectantly. Although his strength had increased, he didn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Therefore, he still wanted to fight and familiarize himself with his strength. Good. Elder Z nodded with a smile. His Majesty was as diligent as ever. Your Majesty, please excuse me. A master appeared. It was one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking Great Emperor, Marshal Che Chi, although he was also a soul fragment. His strength was extremely terrifying within the transcendent realm. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded indifferently and pulled out the tyrant's song sword. In his left hand, raging flames erupted. The second layer of the Violet Palace realm was even more terrifying. Furthermore, there were more heavenly tomes, which greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. At the same time, he unlocked the Void Spirit Lock and discovered that he had indeed reached the Transcendent 5th stage. He could even fight against a Transcendent 7th stage master. Chapter 1285. Disappointing. Apart from fighting, Lin Ling also spent the rest of his time on forging. He gradually became more familiar with the basic runes, and his soul force also reached the 43rd level. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, Lin Ling finally left the Zifu. Now he needed to find resources to strengthen his body, and in the outside world, only 3 days had passed. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Ling appeared in front of a luxurious mansion. He softly called out, "Senior sister." If he wanted to find money, he naturally had to go to Splendid Land. However, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with that place, so he wanted to ask his senior sister to lead the way. "You finished cultivating?" A slender figure walked out of the mansion. It was Lady Water Mist's disciple Li Lingxian. At this moment, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shook her head. Lin Ling's aura hadn't changed at all. He was still at the Transcendent 4th stage. However, 3 black-white Dao fruits could raise a martial artist's cultivation by 1 or even 2 stages. Lin Ling had really let down her master. "You've disappointed me," Li Lingxian said indifferently. Lin Ling was puzzled. He asked, "Senior sister, what do you mean?" "It's useless to say it. Forget it. Do you want to go to Splendid Land?" Li Lingxian was too lazy to say more. She grumbled in her heart. "Master even gave you the black-white Dao fruits she used to heal herself. But your progress is so slow. If this isn't disappointing, then what is?" Moreover, the black-white Dao Palace had 2 recommendation spots for the human emperor. Master fought for one for you, but you didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Although she felt disdain, Li Lingxian still followed Lady Water Mist's instructions and brought Lin Ling to Splendid Land. If she knew that Lin Ling had reached the Transcendent 5th stage with just 1 black-white Dao fruit, she definitely wouldn't have thought so. The black-white Dao Palace was located in a fairyland. From time to time, there would be people flying in the sky. The clouds were ethereal, and it was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Li Lingxian walked through the mountains, immediately attracting the attention of many black-white Dao Palace disciples. These people weren't weak. They were all at the Transcendent 6th stage, and there were even Transcendent 7th stage cultivators everywhere. And their talents were all at the heaven grade. The black-white Dao Palace didn't accept people who weren't heaven grade. "That's Lin Ling? He's just a Transcendent Realm 4 realm cultivator. I really don't understand why Lord Shui Wu values him so much. I heard that he became famous during the hero assessment, and even defeated Li Funga. Unfortunately, his strength comes from the demon god, and the limit of a demon god is only the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Many people from the black-white Dao Palace and black-white Dao Palace. He is? Many people lightly said. They had heard that one of the 2 spots of the black-white Dao Palace had been given to Lin Ling. This caused them to feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth and heavens and black-white. Secondly, Lin Ling's talent was only at earth rank. He couldn't compare to them at all. 3. Lin Ling is very powerful in the Black Pung Great Region. But this is the black-white Dao Palace, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, they believed that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to stand above them. Li Lingxian also heard the commotion around her. She suddenly felt that her anger had been vented. She calmly said, "The disciples of the black-white Dao Palace all have heaven-grade saint bodies. In the future they will all become saints. So, no matter how powerful a transcendent is, they are not qualified to enter the black-white Dao Palace. Lin Ling, do you understand?" Her words were filled with contempt. What she meant was that Lin Ling had a demon god, and was invincible in the Transcendent Realm, but in the future, he would only reach the Transcendent Realm. while everyone else would be saints. Didn't Lin Ling feel that this was a disgrace? I understand. Li Lingxian was stunned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. Lin Ling, I heard that you obtained 3 black-white Dao fruits. You don't have the qualifications to possess such treasures. It's better if you hand them over to senior brother. At this moment, several figures floated down from the sky and blocked in front of Lin Ling. These people wore black and white robes, and their faces were indifferent. Their cultivation was vast, as if they were emperors. The one in the lead was extremely handsome, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked like a dragon or tiger. Senior brother Nameless. Many black-white Dao Palace disciples' eyes flashed. Nameless, the disciple of Lord Shan Wu, was also a peerless genius. Although he was only at the transcendent 6th stage, because of his heaven-grade saint body, his strength was terrifying. He was famous among the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, and some said that he had the chance to become one of the 10 Langya temples. Lord Shan Wu's disciple Nameless. However, Lin Ling is one of Lord Shui Wu's people. You're too bold to want to steal his black-white Dao fruits. Although Li Lingxian looked down on Lin Ling, she still couldn't bear to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Senior sister Lingxian. This person used Lord Shui Wu's black-white Dao fruits, causing her injuries to be unable to recover. Don't you hate him? Nameless said calmly, not afraid of Li Lingxian. So what if I hate him? Whatever master says is the truth. So as long as master doesn't say anything, I will protect him. Move aside, or else you'll be humiliating yourself. Li Lingxian shook her head, causing Nameless to frown. He was a bit afraid of Li Lingxian, but he still said unwillingly, Senior sister Lingxian, this trash has obtained a spot to recommend the human emperor. That spot should have been yours. Are you willing to let it go? As soon as he said this, Li Lingxian fell into a rare silence. How could she be willing? After all, that spot should have been hers. But now it was taken by Lin Ling. I won't kill him. I'll just teach him a lesson. At least I'll let Lord Shui Wu know how trash the person she favors is. Move aside. Nameless saw Li Lingxian hesitating, so he shouted again. That's right. You can protect trash like him for now, but you can't protect him forever. Roar. The crowd also roared. The black-white Dao Palace had its own pride. No matter how famous Lin Ling was, they didn't place him in their eyes. Even so, master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Move aside. But Li Lingxian took a step forward, still protecting Lin Ling. This caused Nameless' expression to become even uglier. Enough. Move aside. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. They saw that Lin Ling was speaking, and he had said enough. What did that mean? I finally understand why you were so cold to me. Move aside. Lin Ling walked out from behind Li Lingxian, speaking indifferently. He had also heard that Lord Shui Wu had used the black-white Dao fruit he had used to heal his injuries to give it to him. No wonder the promised 10 had become 3. It seemed that it hadn't been easy for Lord Shui Wu to obtain these black-white Dao fruits. It's good that you know. Now go back. Li Lingxian frowned and reprimanded. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Nameless. I'll deal with my own matters. As for the favor I owe Lord Shui Wu, I will repay him. How will you repay him? Li Lingxian was so angry that she began to laugh. She had protected Lin Ling out of the kindness of her heart, but Lin Ling didn't need her protection. Instead, he arrogantly said that he would repay the favor. He was simply overestimating himself. How will I repay him? You don't need to worry about that. I want to see just how this trash will take my black-white Dao fruit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.